going pretty wide.
Yeah, I mean, we went from Diggy Hole to Diggy Dogs, I guess, because we don't need dwarfs where we're going. We got this lady who is such a powerhouse on this deck, getting just value on every turn. And with Lady comes her new set 8 friend, Rhino. So it is such an aggressive deck. It's very explosive, and Kwame is saying, I need to stabilize here. So we will see if he is able to do that. We have one Mikduk. Is that enough? He is good at challenging. I will say that for that duck. He can do a lot of work, especially against these 2/2s. But will it be enough to stabilize and starve out her hand? Because that is one of the biggest problems with these hyper aggro decks is you empty your hand and then you go, well, time to top deck. So we'll see if he can survive this current.
Oh, but I mean, if you're gonna stay in this game, you need to get that draw going, and Dock is the way you do it with these aggressive steel decks and hitting that Dock at the perfect time, emptying the hand, drawing 2 cards, and this is just a lot of board presence to deal with. Now, this deck Kwame does run Under the Sea. He's flipping around pretty fast. I think that's Under the Sea there.
Yeah, we have Sapphire Krill, Under the Sea, and I believe, it's tough to say, but the Under the Sea, he would have to pay out of pocket because McDuck, he can't sing Under the Sea by himself. So I think he's in a little bit of a situation where he desperately wants to do that Under the Sea, but you can't pay. I wish you could pay half and half and have the duck sing half and you pay the rest in ink. But unfortunately, I think he sees the writing on the wall and says, we got to go to game 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This is unfortunate for Kwame, but fortunate for Victoria. I think this is a matchup that she really, really wants. Kwame doesn't match up super well into this deck. In the long games, the extended games, for example, in the item mirror against blue-red. In fact, Kwame beat a blue-red items deck in the last round to get to this point against a former Magic Pro Tour player. So we know this item deck can do work against other control decks. Against these very, very fast aggro lists, though, it's an uphill climb. And yeah, Victoria with Lady, Piglet.
Hard to come back from that. Yeah, and I mean, most decks are going to have a pretty rough time. I mean, the only time you can have a good matchup is if it is a hyper aggro mirroring. You're just kind of playing chicken with each other. But it's very, very difficult if you're trying to ramp. It just kind of puts you in that awkward position. Do you want to deal with the board or do you want to work on your plan A? And playing items ramping is good, but not good against this kind of hyper aggro wide board.
No, for sure. I mean, the Under the Sea is likely the biggest way out here. The problem is it's so darn expensive. I think if you can get the bell to stick, get something else on turn, maybe another bell on turn 2, you get that Scrooge later on, the Queen. Like if you can stack up those sing together cards like pretty early and hit that Under the Sea, it'll be tight. Because at that point, if you haven't done much control with your characters, then Victoria's probably sitting in a decent position. So I think the key here is A, hope Victoria doesn't have a strong opening. And then B.
Yeah, that's terrible hope. He's like, hey, I hope you don't do well, and then maybe I could have a chance.
We do see him. He does have the Under the Sea. It's kind of a bad card to hold in your opening hand because it is unankable. He does send it to the bottom of the deck here. Keeps 2, draws 5. On the other side, we see that Storm.
Interesting. I think we see a Stout-Hearted, which is kind of a unexpected, which is probably in Victoria's benefit to have something that top end. I feel like, did I see that? Because normally you feel like if you're going aggressive, you don't always put it in that top end. You're like, I just need to go wide. Do you think that's what I saw?
I don't know, but if you did, it's an interesting include because if you include even one of them in a tournament with open deck lists, you almost get the benefit of it, and you put your opponent in interesting like decision points without even having to play it. Because if you now put Kwame in a position, let's say, where he has to force, where he has a choice between banishing, let's say, a higher lore character like a Piglet or a Lady, or he has a choice to banish the 1 lore Cinderella in a race, that looming shift threat changes that calculus.
Especially because, I mean, he's working on very thin margins in his deck. But we do see an Oswald in hand. So, yeah, these are 2 very exciting deck lists. I'm hoping Kwame can get it to fire off because, 2-0 is very exciting if you are trying to get into the top. But a little bit more exciting to see Kwame's deck soar a little bit because he definitely was just responding last game.
Absolutely. He does get the Popsicle on turn 1. We don't see the turn 1 bell. On the other side, Victoria answers with the classic opening. Again, a Cinderella. And on turn 2, we're going to play that Emerald Chromicon, I believe.
Oh my gosh. And Galactic Communicator? Is that what that is?
Is that what that is?
I think that's what, yes, because, okay. So once Ed Chu said, you got to look at that Galactic Communicator. And I think that's what it is.
Yep.
And I thought he was joking, but apparently Kwame said, okay,
yeah,
I will go
look.
look.
Control.
Yeah, and that's
Um,
another bouncy card where you're able to pay 1 ink and return a chosen character with 2 less of the player hand. So it's kind of like a light cloud kicker situation and I kick cloud kicker item. Very interesting.
yeah, I mean, if you're going to slow down aggro, like this is one way to do it in an item-heavy deck. You get the benefit of the item later on, but in the early game, you can slow down your opponent, or bounce a. Well, no, really, it's an anti-aggro card with its low strength requirement. We do have the Oswald come out now, and we're going to proc off the top of the deck and get that Emerald Coil
Wow.
in play for free. Emerald Coil is a card that Kwame often uses to protect his Oswald, to protect his queens, things that he's exerting to get items and keep them safe till next turn so we can use them again. And we do see that Galactic Communicator bounce that Cinderella straight back to hand. And we don't want any singing this turn, apparently.
Yeah, we do see the twins standing at the end of the hall of twin rhinos going, "Come play with us," and that can be a little bit scary. As we know, those rhinos can put in some work. I mean, any of these little shift targets can be kind of frustrating because as their own, they're just questing for one. But then if he shifts, then he is able to do some challenging. But Kwame will need to get some characters on the board for that to even be a problem to worry about. So luckily, though, Victoria has not had the explosive start. 2 hamsters are not enough to equal the Lady and Piglet tribe that we saw in the last game.
No, and bouncing that Cinderella is especially impactful here because Victoria forcing to take the whole turn to pay for that Let the Storm Rage On with her ink and not developing her board. So a fantastic tempo play getting that Cinderella off the board there.
You see Scrooge McDuck come in for free. That's my favorite. What's the best price? And it's so flavorful that Scrooge McDuck, he wants to save money and he says, "I'm coming for free," and free he does, which frees up that ink for he can play something else. In this case, I believe gonna go ahead and play that bell for free too, and really just getting value all over the place here. He played an item, got Scrooge McDuck in for free, and then a bell on top of it. So that character problem is slowly being solved, and we're entering the Sing Together range where if he needs to hit that under the sea, if he can draw it, now it's actually on the table.
And just for a little bit of extra spice and fun, I think that Scrooge McDuck brought with him a hidden Incaster, which Kwame found off the top of the deck. So if you didn't see enough items that don't usually see play already, hidden Incaster is there and could make an appearance. And speaking of Rhino, what's scarier than Little Rhino? It's Big Rhino.
That's Hamster in Ball. He was hamster. I've tried to popularize this. There's hamster no ball, hamster in ball, and then ball no hamster. And we got the hamster in the ball. So he's not. He's interesting. He's kind of in this matchup. He's going to take some damage with both the characters on the board and kind of lose that resist ability. But he's also a singer. And in this case, we will hear him sing a beautiful song of Strength of a Raging Fire, getting rid of that bell and lowering the chances of an under the sea play, which I don't see it in his hand, but it's just that looming emergency eject button that we know he will like very much.
Yeah, so one thing to note here on Kwame's side, I mean, he did a decent job controlling the board early on. Now that hamster there is going to be a bit tricky to deal with. You want to get to some sort of wide removal at some point. But one of the things that this items deck wants to do, as most item decks do, is build up an ink reserve. We do see cards like Incaster and Fishbone Quill, which will help him do that. And to this point, still sitting at 3 ink, though. Here comes the hidden Incaster, though. So he'll get to make use of that to take care of some of his uninkables. 4 items.
When that card came out, and I really thought it'd be a lot more play because I mean it's so nice. I mean it gets you out of situations where you're starved for ink, but in this case you do need cards and ink to be able to get advantage of that, and he has to decide what cards he does not want. But he is digging here with that Scrooge McDuck, getting a Sapphire Coil, and then making that decision of what will I be inking here. Sapphire Coil inks, which is lowering the hamster, little hamster.
So hidden Scrooge McDuck comes down, indicating what he's shrinking in size with his existing Sapphire Coil. We do have another Galactic Communicator come in, challenge there to do a little bit of removal. I do finally see the lore total starting to tick up on Victoria's side of the board. I think that's accurate. We got a couple double quests with the rhinos early on, and then that rhino quested, or that rhino sang. But I think 4 is about right. Definitely not where Victoria wants to be right now. But still, Kwame hasn't quite got the engine going completely yet. But with those 2 4-cost Scrooges on board, Under the Sea now is a viable play if we get it in hand. So things are starting to look a little scarier for Victoria.
Well, Scrooge just said, I'm going to head out because Cinderella did sing her little song here, Strength of Raging Fire. So one Scrooge down, and Victoria just has one card in hand. So that's a precarious position to be in, but she's got a nice board. As long as there's no answers, I don't see a lot. I think the Queen, so might not have the answers that Kwame needs. So this is kind of interesting board state here.
Well, and how impactful was that removing that Scrooge? Because we do see the Under the Sea in hand, um,
Oh,
which it's so frustrating to have it stuck there. Obviously, we're way off of 8 ink. One of the things that Kwame wants to do is get workshops going and other draw cards to build up his hand size to get this engine going, and that's the one thing missing right now. A lot of items on board, a lot of tools, and one more character on the board here with the Queen coming into play. But again, just short on cards in hand, and not even close right now to the 8 ink that he needs to get that Under the Sea in play. But doing some good board control here.
I mean, the good news too is that every Strength of Raging Fire probably feels bad, but good in the sense that at least it's gone because Storm is 2 damage, so it's bad, but he's got some of these beefier characters where they can survive a storm, a strength that he's a little bit afraid of. And in hand, it does look like we see Doc, Rhino, and I think a Smee, so no removal over there. So now it's kind of that clock where Victoria knows that Kwame is very eager to be firing that Under the Sea. So how do you not overexert? How do you turn this corner while preserving what you have in hand and also making sure that you make the best use of the turns you have?
Absolutely.
So we'll see what she plays here because with the coil too, it's kind of that Under the Sea becomes double nefarious because even if she's like,
Yes.
oh, well, I'll put out a Smee here. What's the worst that could happen? And the answer is, well, he gets sent to the Under the Sea too, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's you don't mind so much if your Lilo gets banished. Obviously, you prefer on the board, but the one place you don't want her is sent to the bottom of your deck. So, to get through the end game. So yeah, if you're gonna claw your way back into this though, getting a high resist character, that quest for 2 is one way to do it. Another Rhino coming down, Power Hamster, powering his way back onto the board. And back over to Kwame though, who will have the
Yeah, and
chance
it's
to answer.
because I mean, I believe Scrooge is a 5/5, or is he 4/4? Because if he's a 4/4, then technically she could have said, you know what, let's go ahead and challenge here, and then remove that sing together ability again. But we shall see, because she might not be playing around that Under the Sea. But in this case, we'll go dig for more items. But I am kind of curious about that. But
So it's a
maybe
tough
I'm
call.
underthinking it.
No, I think it's a valid play if you are worried about the Under the Sea. The problem is, if Victoria does get in the control role and ends up starting to trade into things, the longer this game goes on, the more that it's going to get out of control with Kwame's bajillion items and the engine he's going to get going. So she does have to race, but you're right. It's a calculated risk to leave up, the sing together line, and we'll see how that plays out. Popsicle coming into play. Another item, drawing a card. We get another Oswald off the top of the deck. It's a card that Kwame would love to get clicking, especially with a coil to protect it.
Yeah, in this case, I mean, Under the Sea, you don't even need to, because I mean, with them sideways and the coils engine firing, the math is a little less stressful, and that is kind of a break in case of emergency. She has 2 cards in hand, and you don't want to necessarily fire anything off. Like a Be Prepared Under the Sea, it's timing is important because you never know when you're going to see it again, and once you fire it, it's, well, okay, I hope nothing bad happens. So in this case, he says, okay, I'll just clean up a little bit, get rid of that. Daisy and Alexei let the Lilo stay on the board. Not Daisy. Sorry, Lady. Oh, here, what does she have in hand? I think she might want to fire off Doc this turn, but we shall see.
Daisy, just going to go wide Daisy Doc. Emptying the hand, drawing 2 cards. That's exactly what you want to do here. And, in this scenario, Victoria said, hey, this is my time to win. I have to race. I have to push the lore totals. And it's one of the scenarios where I think she's saying, hey, if you have the Under the Sea, you have it. But if I'm going to win this game and keep you from running away with it, I've got to go wide and try to close this thing out before you have too many tools at your disposal. But thinking now, I mean, there is the line she's thinking about, do I quest for 14 or, counting ink, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As you suggested earlier, you could take out the Scrooge and prevent the sing together being sung. Instead, we're going to go for the lore, go to 14.
Yeah, and it puts the pressure back. And I thought I saw an Under the Sea, but I might not. That it's that.
It
What I
he
feel like
has
I
it.
do though. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
he has
So
it.
we're getting closer to that pressure of, hey, I mean, she's sitting with a nice, comfortable 7 on the board, so that break in case of emergency is looking nicer. But we still have challenging on the table. But if he can keep his board while she loses hers, that's a pretty great feeling.
Yeah, we will. There it is, Under the Sea. The seaweed is always greener. Not on the bottom of your deck, though. That's the last place you want your board to go. And there it is, clearing things out. And if it was an uphill climb
That
before, it
lead.
is definitely an uphill climb now.
Yeah, and you prevented me from saying I was going to do the Under the Sea Scrooge McDuck, but that would have been hard. So instead, now we just get to look and see. I mean, it's interesting because Kwame's at 0, and these are not high questing characters, so he's stabilized. But I mean, he also needs to start getting some lore, and he can get 3 per turn now, but he needs to get also some things fiery because Victoria can inch closer towards the finish line with what she has available to her. So I'm pretty interested to see, can he get a crab? That'd be nice to get those popsicles into his out of his discard and drawing some cards, but he doesn't have an easy road ahead. He's stabilized, but he has 20 lore to go.
Yeah, 20 more to go, and Victoria here managing to leverage those docks, refill her hand. So Kwame's gonna have to have answers every turn now, but he does have coils which can bounce things. Um,
Interesting. So yeah, we see Daisy, Doc, and I mean, she got. It always is interesting that the docs, your opponent always seems to time them so well. They always seem to be like, "Oh no, I have a doc. That's what I drew off the top of my deck." Versus I tend to have 3 in my opening hand. But we do see Ratigan's marvelous trap, which is, I believe, if there's a damaged character, you're able to bounce that. If my memory serves correct.
yeah,
Uh,
I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna pull this one up on the card viewer because occasionally I get
yeah.
stumped, and this one I forget.
Oh no,
Back
you
all the way
lose
back in
2
set
lore.
2. Oof.
Yeah,
Well,
that will help quite a bit in this very aggressive lore
well,
total situation.
well, there you go. If you're gonna go anti-aggro, one way is to control the board. One way is to snap, boom, twang, and put your opponent 2 lore back. It's probably one of the worst cards Victoria could have seen drop to the board there as she's trying to squeak her way to 20 lore. But
Yeah,
you're seeing the
squeaking her
engine
way.
in squeaking her way.
Yeah, I was like, is that a mousetrap pun? But yes.
Possibly. Possibly. Sometimes you gotta let them fly and see if they
Yeah,
take.
I
But
got it.
we're
We
seeing
did
the
see the
second full
trap
action.
snap off. Yeah.
Right. And seeing those, seeing all those items piled up there kind of belies the power of everything going on there. There's coils that are coiling and bouncing. Every turn he's giving evasive to one of his characters. You have to watch, like, it's tough to follow because I'm trying to watch very carefully to see where Kwame's giving his evasives each turn. But yeah, it's a lot going on.
And I mean, giving evasive in this matchup is interesting because I feel like challenging is one of the very last things Victoria wants to do. I think she's kind of been in the driver's seat of you respond to me. So in this case, I think it is more about, oh man. So I guess that would have possibly mattered, but at this point, I mean, she has, as you coined, trademark Liam Lorthel on board. So Kwame has to turn this corner here and make sure he deals with all 4 characters on the board. But he has lots of things to respond with. So the Rapunzel alone cannot handle it. So we do, man, he has had some spicy cards in here. So we see another Inkcaster from the Scrooge.
Let's see how he chooses to navigate this.
Yeah, it's can he deal with the Rapunzel? Because I mean, he technically can make work of the other ones, but it's really firing off, making sure pretty much every character on the board is wiped ideally. But
Yeah,
if he does, it will be interesting because
another
it's an
marvelous
interesting
trap.
deck. Oh,
And then yeah, I mean timing this right here, you can challenge into things. You can remove that Rapunzel by banishing one of your characters. So plenty of options here. That marvelous trap gives you a little extra breathing space as well.
yeah, watching this deck, it's fascinating because I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a deck like this fire off, and it's beautiful, but it's also a lot of what are you doing? What are you doing now? So, in this
So
case,
many.
because yeah, we've got the coils, we've got the drawing for items, we've got all these things here. Because, yeah, he went digging for that item with the queen. Now he's popping the popsicle into his discard to go ahead and play a bell for free. So he's going to be able to do some challenging here.
Spiritual challenge into that, Lawrence. It's been reduced in strength. The coil.
Will he let that stay on board?
Yeah, it seems the trap is going to be enough. He feels comfortable with that buffer. Not scared of any reach here, so back over. There was a line where we could have bounced things back, but instead choosing not to trade either of his ducks to bounce things. So keeping his board full and allowing those 2 characters to stay.
Which is smart because, I mean, she's in top deck mode. And in this case, she gets 1 single Cindy, which we know there is a secret. A good top deck on top to make that math a lot more exciting for her. But I think he knows that she's probably going to quest out, which, I mean, in theory, she could be patient and say, I'm going to keep everything upright, just do one turn win, but that Under the Sea could come at any moment. So she just has to keep pushing that total. Well, Kwame has done a ton of work, but is still at 2 lore. He has 5,000 cards on board, but it's been just kind of setting up engines and waiting to make that advance to 20 lore, but pretty far from there. So it'll be interesting to see, can he stabilize for, you know, as many turns as it takes to get to that 18.
I'm not gonna lie, Katie. I'm watching his turn like a hawk, trying to keep track of each one of the triggers, watching where Sapphire Coil is going as things are being inked. What's being protected with the other 2 Oswalds, and things are really escalating here. Another Fishbone Quill.
We see a dime in hand, which is kind of funny that we have what some might consider not the most fun dime targets. You kind of want to see some kind of Tamatoa. So Shiny would be the most powerful thing in the world right now. We go ahead and do some queen triggers and
Prince John's
why
Mirror.
not? Another,
Top of the deck.
Just test ourselves a little bit more here. I believe Prince John Mirror is a hand size card, correct? Testing you. So. I'm going to put you on the spot. Be like, you've memorized every item. I'm going to
stall until the card comes up just so I don't get a word wrong. If they have more than 3 cards in hand, they discard until they have 3 cards in hand. This is a not super impactful in this matchup. This is a counter kind of mirror or other item card, other item deck.
Doesn't know about the top the stout-hearted. So is it? Be so cool. I would jump up in celebration, but doesn't appear to be. That'd be pretty cool though. But instead, it's Let the Storm Rage On, which gets you another card.
Get rid of one of those pesky Oswalds. And we will Strength of Raging Fire. So drawing some removal, getting rid of those Oswalds, which is I don't know, fine. But you'd rather have something lighter to win the game here.
It looks like she quests, so she should have gone to 19, correct?
I believe so. I think the lore totals have been a little slow.
Yeah, which is going to be pretty precarious because, I mean, now it's just, she just has to be patient and watch. We're both watching Kwame's turn and being like, what are you doing over there? And both of us have to do the kind of same thing where it's like, I kind of know what you're doing. I've seen all these cards before, but not used in this way. So can that one Cinderella, I mean, she's not going to survive the next turn. I know that, but he has no cards in hand, so it's just kind of watching what he's doing, see if he can pull off the OTK, as the kids say, the 1 turn, something that's OTL, 1 turn lore, 1 turn Lorthal. And we ink a Chromacon, another coil. My goodness, Crab, get out here. We do see it. We do see a So Shiny in hand, and we do know a dime. So we might be getting to that point where Kwame is able to close the gap in 2 swift turns.
I saw him doing 1 turn. Previous game. Oh, just show the dime. There it is. It's there. Signed contract going into the inkwell here.
Of course.
If you didn't see enough fun cards.
Which would have been fun in this matchup.
Now,
notably, there wasn't a lot of singing. There was a lot of paying out of pocket, as I call it. But in this case, is he able to get that crab out this turn? And he is. So now the pressure is on because at this point she has to draw something. We know she doesn't have lots of lore burst unless even like a darling deer, but she'd have to have a character on the board. So Sleepy's Flute, where are you? We need you. We could have had you turns ago talking about item tech. That's my favorite item, and no one will tech that back in.
Let's see. Kwame
Oh
doing a
my
quick
gosh.
count of items. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
That looks like 12? No.
13,
5.
13, I think. And probably more in hand. So Penny comes out into play. Back over to Kwame.
Can he pull it off here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So yeah, 13 if he dimes, and then he quests for
That's
that is
so
the
much.
one turn Lorthal here. And what I mean, to be against a deck like this, it kind of feels, I think, you don't want to say frustrating because this is the game and it's fun, but it's kind of, you're top decking and you're watching your opponent do just spectacular moves and you're looking at cards that you're like, I have not seen that card since I opened it in set 2. So I admire Victoria's patience there because she was just going, and she's even saying, can I read
Yeah,
that
can I
card?
read
And I
that
don't
card that
blame
you
her.
inked? I
Yeah.
have no idea what that does. Yeah.
It's like a test. It'd be like, did you study before today's match? And no, but Victoria, I think, is probably feeling very good because that was a long, grindy road to a win. And now she's on the play. And we know that Kwame has to have that under the sea in order to stop the storm that'll come that Victoria is desperately going to be looking for. She's looking for ladies. She's looking for daisies and just saying, let's get this over with. That was very scary. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think's going through her head right now?
Win fast.
I went
Yeah.
fast. That was bad.
On the upside, she's on the play here, and on the upside, like she's now seen what the deck does. There's a lot of weird cards in there. Signed contract, Radigan's marvelous trap. We're somewhat familiar with the Chromacon. Some of them see more play than others. The coils, and so now that she's seen everything that is at his disposal, I think she generally has an idea of the play lines and what's going on, and so can now play around some of those. Also, if she wasn't tracking the under the sea, she knows that's in there. So it gives her more information. But really, I mean, as we saw, inevitability is with Kwame once he gets that item, that pile of items, cornucopia of
Yeah, I
items.
mean, it's like a small supermarket of items over there. I mean, I think we said 13, which is I don't know if I've seen that many items many times in this game. Certainly not in Bleen. That is a very because we normally think of items as a Ruby Sapphire tool, but this is. I mean, I haven't seen a deck certainly piloted at this success, so I'm very, very Kwame. You're on my radar. I definitely want to see more of his deck list because this is a beautiful and terrifying deck.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's going to be clamoring for it after
Ooh,
this. As clam that was not an intentional pun,
clamoring.
but there it is. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
we see
I
two
watched
daisies
him
in there.
last round, like in the item mirror against Ruby
Mhm.
Sapphire, gain 18 lore in 1 turn, and I watched that match go forever. And there's a little bit of I don't know masochism there because like I'm gonna have a hard time commentating this match and watching what he's doing because he you can tell he's piloted this deck a bajillion times because he moves so quickly, very confident in his play lines and options. And but I was like, we need to get this on stream. Like
Yeah, because I mean,
I gotta
it's beautiful to see, and it's so fun because I mean, so many times especially in the commentating world, you will see very similar matchups because the same kind of decks bubble to the top. I mean, for example, Victoria's deck, we know the daisy chains, we know the Rapunzel traps, but oh man, you're like, what are you doing over there? And it's so exciting, but also terrifying because yeah, a card comes up, me, you, and Victoria all at the same time are going, what? And it's very fun, but I'm thinking that there's some very painful things about to happen over here because I think I see Piglet, Lilo, Daisy. I thought I saw another day. I mean, so yeah, I mean, Victoria's about to fire off spectacularly, and Daisy is such a good card against this matchup because Kwame has a very high chance of hitting many non-characters in his deck.
That is true. So many items, and I mean, if you were going to script an opening here, I mean, this is a good one. Other than perhaps double Daisy on turn 2, this is a fantastic opening for Victoria. Now we do see the bell come out, or we do see the bell in hand. We didn't have the turn 1 popsicle. You'd love to have bell on board to do a little bit of work, but we do have the Oswalds, and as we saw, Kwame has some control-y cards, especially the marvelous trap that he can use to kind of slow Victoria down. So if this Oswald does what he needs it to do and starts throwing random items onto the board, it's possible he could stumble his way into the tools that he needs to control the board a little bit. And so if that Oswald can stick, we could see Kwame able to stick around in this game.
Yeah, and Oswald's a heartbreaker. I mean, it's one of those cards that when it works, you feel like you're a genius. You feel like you've hacked the game. You're like, guys, I get to do so many things for free. But in this case, Oswald against 2 daisies and a piglet, not what you want to see, unfortunately, because Victoria is sitting at what one might say an untenable amount of lore on the other side. We've got 6 plus 3, so 9. So she could go up to 16 next turn, and Oswald has to stop that on his own. Can he? No, that is not something he can stop by himself.
This is a rough opening. We do get the galactic communicator there. That'll help slow things down. We can send something back to hand. I mean, that's again what the Oswald does.
Oh no!
Kwame, with his hands on his head, saying, "I don't know quite how to deal with this board state. I can slow you down a little bit." We do have a kit in hand. That's another card that'll slow things down. Sending back the Piglet. Piglet did have resist 1, I believe, off the penny. Bell coming in for free off the Galactic Communicator.
Oh, so yeah, he had to get that Piglet because, like you said, had resist, has that 3 lore compared to the other meager 2 lore on the other characters. Yeah, he has characters on the board, but as we saw, that's not his win condition, is having characters. So now he really just has to say, can you just not play anything else?
Katie, do you know how many, what his total characters cost is on the board right now?
Is it exactly 8?
It is 8.
Okay.
So there is an out.
There's 1 out, and Victoria has some songs, though. So I think that might be...
Oh, no. There. Okay.
Yeah, she said, I can do math a little quicker than you.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
okay.
Man.
So we'll have to reestablish that line of play, but able to do a little bit of control on one of the daisies at least this turn, as I'm sure Victoria's turning everything sideways here. And there they go. No, just 2 characters. Okay. We will hit the queen off the top of the deck. Get a little value there.
Yeah, and that's a body. I mean, that's what he needs right now is something to respond to. And as we saw, we lost the undersea turn. So if he can survive just 1 more turn, he does not have Lorthril on the board anymore. So now we just need to navigate this turn and then see, can he turn the corner again? Which is possible, but certainly that was a very stressful first 4 turns for him to have to witness.
This is tough. Let's see. Unfortunately, Victoria's still with cards in hand. So we'll challenge into the trade into the penny. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I was for a second. I was like,
I do that too. Sometimes I'm like, all right, it's gone, and your opponent's like, no, it's okay. And you're like, okay, sorry, I just emotionally gave up on that character because I'm panicking right now. And we don't see too many characters in hand. We have a Galactic Communicator, but that one. I'm wondering if because I mean, yeah, he'd have to ink and then play it that same turn. So that is one option because he can fire that.
Okay. Screech McDuck. Oh, unfortunately. So there's the Under the Sea. Unfortunately, we don't hit any items. We're sending it to the bottom of the deck. It's not where you want it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that has to be kind of a heartbreaker there. And we still have 2 daisies on the board, so she's going to go up to 17, and we're going to see what she plays. It has to be a dock. That when you play against this deck, it's always a dock, but maybe it's not. We will see if she slaps that down, because now she has 3 cards in hand. And what will she do? 2 triggers. It could be another Under the Sea, which would be heartbreaking. Oh my gosh. No, why did I do it?
Oh, no.
The seaweed is always greener, and that's where it's going. That's so ironic to send your Under the Sea.
And now there's 2 down there. I don't know how many being run. I wouldn't be surprised if it's only 2. But now we know they're both at least 2 on the bottom of the deck. And if you're Victoria, you probably chuckle a little or smile a little to yourself, knowing that that's not there anymore.
That is painful because you're like, where is my emergency eject button? And she's like, oh, it's right there. I put it on the bottom of your deck. Is that where you wanted it?
And Pluto coming down in bodyguard to protect those daisies.
Oh,
Um,
sorry, my brain. It's
um,
just, yeah, because now, I mean, she quested there to 17. Now we've got that Pluto, which makes the math even more frustrating. Now, speaking of Under the Sea, if one of those two had made it to the hand, then you could technically send somebody into the Pluto and make him able to be sent to the bottom of Davy Jones' locker. But at this point, he's sitting there doing the math. Every turn is just a calculus of, can I do it? And he just has items, it looks like, in his hand, just a ton of items.
I imagine
Now he
he
might
will.
be, yeah. Sorry, you go ahead, because I'm just trying to think of any situation out of this. All right, challenging is the old-fashioned way.
That is a line. Line to
Yeah,
communicator coming down,
it's not fun, but sometimes you got to do it.
and then bouncing that daisy. So managing to clear the board here by another little bit of breathing room. Popsicle into the inkwell. We'll play the hidden caster. But just
And that
trying to survive here.
inkwell into the the popsicle into inkwell is kind of a bummer there, because I would imagine he wants to get some cards here because he needs to develop his board quite quickly. Victoria's sitting at a very, very comfy 17 with now looking at a lovely 5 on the board. So yeah, a dime, not so good. Now we do see Radigan's marvelous trap, but he's gonna need about a few of them. He's gonna need like a nice 4 of them to do what he needs to do. So it's not in his favor right now. So he could do that 1, and if she went down to 15, still sitting at basically game on board. So is there another thing where you can bounce and stabilize just one more turn? And with that daisy, now you need 2 answers, which
A little rough.
Fishbone Quill is not going to do that for you.
Let's see. Oh, and he's gonna shake the hands.
Oh.
I don't see. There's probably. I mean, you can slow things down. But yeah, that's a tough break. Yeah, talking to folks about this deck earlier, we were walking around, and I'm not gonna lie. One of the fun things about being at these tournaments is kind of exploring the space and seeing what people are talking about, what is happening out there, and this deck over the last couple rounds has been one of the talks of the tournament. There's another broom deck running around, I think, that has a good chance of making the top cut, so we may see that if it's not on the other channel right now. But everybody talking about this deck and seeing it go. But of course, the consensus was, all he needs to do is dodge, super aggressive decks, and this deck can kind of go off. And unfortunately, running into the one matchup, which he probably didn't want to see in this potential like winning in or winning potential bubble. And Victoria just very, very fast. And Katie, I have to study a lot of play lines now, because if this becomes a thing.
I mean, that was. Yeah, and I see some debate in the chat of people going, hyper aggro is just, the most play. Just turn cards sideways. And I would say anybody that's played this kind of, and I wouldn't call this one hyper aggro, but it certainly is aggro. It is a little more complicated than you think, because as Victoria saw, you have to be careful about overexerting. You have to be careful about playing around your opponent's deck because you have meager card draw. You don't have Whole New World in these decks. You have Rapunzel. Everybody knows about her and avoids her like the plague. So I would say that Victoria has to exhibit patience, which is kind of ironic with aggro decks, is that it is a deck that requires patience, but you want to go fast. What are your kind of thoughts on when people say that aggro decks are the decks where you just play them, go fast, win?
I mean, I agree with you. There are, you can play them that way, and for sure, if you're sending somebody new to TCGs into a set championship deck, or a set championship or something where they're playing for the first time, one of the things you do is you give them, amber amethyst, and you say just turn everything sideways every turn. Just every turn, and you'll win some games. You may not top cut, but at least they understand like the lines, the script for that deck. But no, it does take a little more skill to pilot, especially when your opponent has outs and answers for you that you have to kind of play around. Under the Sea is a perfect example. Calculating, how much do I put at risk on the board versus when do I need to. I will say, like,
what
TCGs,
a background.
I know.
Sorry, go on, but things
no
have
longer a
really
white
been
void.
judged up around the place. So
yeah. Also, I got
go
a
ahead.
ring light too. They brought me a ring
Yeah,
light.
I mean, things have really upgraded spectacularly since the last time we saw you. So go ahead and
I gotta lower
speak
this
with
camera
this.
though.
With
This is weird.
you
Oh,
know,
the
it
guy
is
can't
always
see the.
bad when you feel like you're like,
Uh,
do I need a phone book to sit on? Do people know about phone books?
right.
We'll see.
If anybody needs the QR code, just tell me to lean to the left in the chat occasionally.
Just be like, hey,
Um,
Liam, move.
but no, like look, TCGs are so fun. It's why we play them. Like think about if there was one extra card on top of the deck that got hit by that daisy, he top decks the Under the Sea,
Yeah.
that turn. And I don't know if it was enough to fully stop, everything, because Katie, or Victoria still had 2-3 cards in hand. She could have played and rebuilt the board a little bit. So would have been, touch and go for a while. But that Under the Sea sure would have made a difference. And that's TCGs, right? Like we could be watching the game right now still, if that daisy doesn't send it to the bottom there.
Yeah, and you can't plan that. Like that's something where
No.
Daisy, she absolutely can say, go ahead, look at your card. But yeah, I mean, math is not always in your favor. Now, Liam, I'm doing my favorite thing. I've never cast with you, but this is my favorite part of the tournament. It's bubble math time.
Oh dear.
So
I'm not good at bubble math.
I love bubble math, and so
I ask other players to do math for me. I go to players that I trust. And I'm like, hey, this is how I'm doing. What do I need to do?
I have this little notebook, and it looks like I am doing something mysterious. But do we have an interview coming in? Is that
we
got going?
We do, and I'm gonna have to slide over. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to slide in frame. Victoria, hi. How are you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was fun watching your match. I should let you know before you get frightened by a disembodied voice. Katie from Lorekeepers is in the chat, so you'll hear her here.
Oh, okay.
Don't get scared when you hear a floating woman's voice. But congratulations on that match. That must have been. How are you feeling when you just kept seeing item after item and going, where are those coming from?
Actually, I used to play the deck. I played it once, so was very familiar with the deck. And when I played it, I know that I just need I had problems when people go fast, and if you're being very very aggro, it's hard to stop. So
yeah, I had trouble keeping up. I was trying to watch the hand signals and be like, all right, what are the coils hitting and what is going, and so the fact that you've played it before is super helpful because I imagine because I was having trouble keeping up. Chat was trying to keep me on track.
Sorry, I was gonna say we had a little bit of an issue because I like to write on a piece of paper, so that's why the lore was not updated. So we had a few times where people oh, you need to update your lore. And I was like, oh, okay.
We figured that's what was going on, because as tournament players, we all want to keep track, and but yeah, it was fun to watch because we were trying to keep track, and then we watched it jump, but watched your lore go up and down as he kept
Right against Marvel Trap. Yep.
Yep. Was that an item you were expecting in there?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slow you down. So I would ask you about kind of your game lines, but it all seemed pretty straightforward. Mulliganing, I mean, going for the daisies, for the piglets. I mean, overall, Ghost games, I assume, went according to plan. The second one a little more rough, but
yeah, the second one, I wasn't sure because I was hoping to get better draws. So I was hoping that hey, if I'll let's say keep my Cinderella and then he cast let's say Belle on turn 1, which he didn't. It would be cool if he did. I could have killed it, but so I was kind of had that plan, but then he didn't do what I expected him to do, and then I didn't have such a good draw. So it's kind of sometimes screws up the game when people don't do what you expect them to do. So
yeah. Katie, any questions before I keep rambling?
No,
I mean, not being here, I can't look at you and indicate.
Just assume. I mean, my question was, I'm very impressed and excited that you knew that deck because I would not say that is a meta deck of lean items. So that must have been good that you're I've seen this before and I'm ready to tangle with it. How good? I guess my biggest thing is how good did you feel when you did a daisy and then Under the Sea went Under the Sea?
Oh, it felt all right.
Yeah,
I
deal. You're yeah, whatever.
There's a few other ways to deal kind of with aggro decks, and then he can possibly have 3 more. So usually that's the only removal in that deck. So and that was I was aware. So I need to kind of dodge Under the Seas. I need to dodge Marvelous right against Trap, and I need to dodge those Galactic, whatever that kind of keeps on bounce and stuff. And he does play a little bit more of creatures. So but like he did a pretty good job, honestly. It's hard against aggro.
Yeah, terrible matchup for him. Probably not what he wanted to run into
No.
in this point. Right
And-
when you're trying to bubble in.
And he knew it too. We ended up actually playing kind of like across from each other. So my favorite my favorite new opponent that I met yesterday, he ended up playing against him, and he was like, "Oh, that's such a miserable deck to like kind of like play against." And I was like, "I feel you, you know." And I was like, "What's funny is I used to play the deck. I played it for one time. I was like." And I promise never to touch it again, just because it kind of like feels like solitaire. It does really good, like it honestly does. It just hard on your opponent, and I'm a nice person, so yeah. And I talked to him about that, and he was a little bit surprised because he was like, yeah, not a lot of people familiar with the deck, and I was like, yeah, I know what it is. And when we saw each other, he was like, oh no. I was like, I was hoping like I will not see you, and yeah.
And
I think we
yeah,
learned
oh, go ahead, Kate, I'm
you
sorry.
are cool as a cucumber. Like I would have been sweating there, and you're like, oh yeah, no, this is So are you on a team? I see your shirt there, so I'm very curious.
So,
Never ending.
yeah, so actually I own a
gaming.
game store, and we do have like weekly plays, and we do have a team that travels. So yeah, I was gonna
Love
say
it.
we have 2 players with us. Well, 3 including me.
Where are you out of? Where's...
Missouri. So
Okay.
we do have one store in Marshfield and one in Republic, but we have players from Springfield, like Marshfield, Manette. We have some people who were from Lebanon. So and but like they kind of like moved. So
Yeah, that's
like they're in the
fascinating.
military, so they moved like because they had
Oh
to,
yeah,
not because like yeah. So
yeah. They were getting out of there. No, that's awesome. So games. How long have you owned a game store?
uh, 5 years, maybe 6.
Oh, that's awesome. So how this is this your first time at Charlie's?
No,
Or
this is my second time.
second time?
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
I liked it, so I came back. So
Yeah, that's right. It's a fun atmosphere out there, and I feel like as I'm walking around, it's my first time here, but you see people running into a lot of the same people. It almost feels like a family reunion.
yeah, it kind of feels like that. I was gonna say, so every time the player meeting, it goes based off your last name. So and there's like one guy I keep on like either across from me, and he's like somewhere like to the side or something like that. So and yeah, I was like, if you have people who travel, you get to see them a little bit more often.
Question. So you may I haven't done. Katie does bubble math. I do not.
Mhm.
But I assume you have a shot of with that win of bubbling into the top 8 or at the
Mhm.
very least top 16. So we may see you play later on today. Can you tell a little bit about your TCG background? How long have you been playing Lorcana? And yeah, kind of your journey here.
Yeah. So I played Magic. I played Magic. Okay, so like I'm a Magic player. For a while, and I used to go to like Grand Prix and stuff like that. I do like kind of like more competing. So and then Lorcana came out, and for a while I was like I don't want to give it a shot. On like I like not like I didn't want to give it a shot. I was like I don't want to start playing. Because it was like I already play all those card games, and then we ended up getting tickets to the first Atlanta.
Okay.
It was like DLCs, and I literally learned how to play the day before DLC.
No.
I'm like very, very procrastinating. So
I was like, fine, I'll learn this game.
pretty much. And I lost terribly. But like it's okay. And I kind of like, but I like that nature. So I was like, okay. I was like, now I know like what kind of like play and stuff like that. So I came back, and I went to Canada for a DLC as well, and I want to say like 2 wins away from like making day 2 or something like that, but okay. So and then like I'm here, and now I'm like just I do like Lorcana, honestly. So I was gonna say it's very, very interesting.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, we're fans.
Yeah.
But no, so the hyper aggro, or like it's not really hyper aggro, but the amber steel aggro build, is that kind of your play style, or was that a meta call for this particular event?
Both. So I played different decks. So I played the blue green that I was like, okay, I cannot do it. And the deck that I played before, it was Ruby Amethyst, and it was like with evasives. And it's like, sometimes like deck, like you don't feel it with a deck, so you're
Mhm.
like, okay, like it's okay, but like it does provide, but sometimes it doesn't. So I was like, it was okay. So I was like, okay, and I noticed that when I play, I'm always tend to kind of like quest a little bit more and be a little bit more aggressive. And I was like, okay, I'll go with aggro or something like that. So just because it's easier, that's kind of like more my play style.
That's awesome. Well, it did you well in that matchup for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Katie, any other questions?
I mean, I will say I very, very much love the bunnies on your shirt. That's not a question, that's just a
Yeah.
comment. But I do love it when we can see sleeves. Another person, DeCandio, had a teddy bear sweater when I watched CCS when he was playing. And so always a big fan when players have cute shirts. And that's just an aside. So congratulations on that. And congratulations on your win. And we will eagerly watch the melee here and see how it shakes out.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so
Yeah,
much. It was
thank
such a pleasure.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That was a ton of fun.
It's always delightful because you know me, I'm what someone might call a slightly anxious person. So I'm projecting that I'm like, so you were freaking out, right? You were dying, and she's like, no, I'm good. So
That's fine.
I'm like, yeah,
Under the
I
sea
saw
bottom
under
deck,
this-
yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
I know I'm like screaming like, oh my god, and that's when you learn that some people are a little calmer. But as she said, she played Magic, and I find as I talk to pro players, one of the secret sauce between people who tend to do well and people who don't is they've played lots of tournaments and they don't get shaken. But I am easily shaken.
We have another interview, which I'm super excited about. Kwame,
Oh yes,
Kwame,
okay, we get to hear
like,
about this beautiful deck.
Kwame. Yeah. All right. First off, rough matchup. We'll just acknowledge that right now.
So it's actually really close.
Yeah.
That last match, if I just draw under the sea, there was like 2 or 3 turns where if I just draw under the sea, I win that game.
Yep.
And so that matchup is the worst matchup. Like you said, it is the worst matchup. But it's like I would put it around 50-50. Everything else in the format is a buy.
Bold.
Yeah.
I mean, but I won't argue with you. Like I saw you do. Oh, by the way, Katie from Lore Keepers In is in the chat. I always have to let people know she's in your headset.
Hello.
You hear disembodied voice, it's me. But anyway, go on.
No, sometimes we didn't tell somebody that. We had somebody in here earlier, and all of a sudden, like JDZ like jumps in, and they're like, "Whoa!" You know. But no, I say that's a bold statement. But I your deck, as I was telling the chat here, it was kind of like one of the talks of the tournament, like watching you play, like at the end of the day yesterday and today. And so I watched a few of your matches, and like once that thing gets going, it's kind of bonkers.
Yeah. They have to answer Oswald onto Queen on 3, and if they don't, the game snowballs. And only decks that can do it is the Steel decks. So every other deck just gets it's a snowball effect. So that's unfortunately today I played like 5 or 6. So.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's the way it is. There might be like 4 in the entire room of like 200, and you'll play like all 4, just like the melee says.
I mean, it's the popular deck. I expect to see it. I think I played 5. I beat it twice and I lost it 3. But everything else I beat. So if you're looking for a good deck, that I would suggest it.
It looks fun. So your win con basically drop like 20 items on the board and win 1 turn with Tamatoa. Is that generally where you're going?
So you can do that, or you can. Oswald also does attack. Like you can incrementally kill them. But yeah, the big plan is play a bunch of items. Tamatoa.
Just one shot, 1 turn. I will say, I have to mention it. My heart broke for you a little when Daisy hit that under the sea.
And that's the one I needed to win.
I know, right? I'm saying if there was 1 more card on the top of the deck, and like Daisy said, took it, and then you would have top decked that. And but Katie and I, because we saw you send the 1 with the Scrooge, we're like, okay, there's at least another one, waiting for it. And then that second one went, we were like, oh no. Are there only 2? Or...
Oh no, so I played 4.
You play 4?
Yeah, so and I drew quite a few cards. I think 3 or 4, but she had it. It's a good game. Like I gotta give it to her.
Yeah, and played it well.
She did play very well.
Katie, what questions do you have?
Oh, when did you start developing this deck? Because I mean, obviously, Bleen is the technical scientific term, has always been on a fringe deck. So this items version, when did you start developing it, and when did you just finally feel like this is something that can work?
All right, so the deck got like 64th place at some events, and he was like 3 or 4. So I'm like, all right, he probably just drew a bunch, but his list also couldn't deal with Diablo. So so last Saturday is when I started playtesting. I playtest every day, and I tuned the deck so it just doesn't have many weaknesses anymore. But so last Saturday when the question answered your question.
Saturday. That's wild. So the version of the deck that you saw, because you said you need answers for Diablo, there's some cards in there that we haven't seen either played barely ever or since set one.
I got one for you. The Prince John's Mirror.
Yep.
That card allows you to so green steel. How they win is they go Prince John. You can't get rid of it, and then they just start discarding your hand,
Loading
drawing
their hand.
5 million cards. Just that one Prince John Mirror, they can never have enough cards to get rid of all yours and then apply pressure on the board. So that card wins you that matchup. And then Emerald Coil also makes so your queen gets evasion, and it deals with genies, Diablos. So that allows you to keep.
And then Galactic Communicator thrown in there.
So that was part of the list, but originally that and Red Against Trap, but like the deck couldn't keep things off the board. So and that's why the Emerald Coil is so important. But I'm sorry.
No. It's okay.
No, this is. I mean, I will say so. I was casting, I think, with Ed Chu in the ICL, and he made a joke like, "Oh yeah, look at Galactic Communicator," and I was like, "Oh, he's making a joke because like that's not a card that people play." It wasn't a joke. I saw it played. It's real. And
No,
so-
it's a 1 mana unsummon like the bounce effect. Like it's if you get it for free, I thought the Lamp last format was one of the better cards in the format, and Galactic Communicator is essentially a pseudo Lamp. Like cards insane, especially with Sapphire Coil and things like that.
That's beautiful to see that I was like, oh, he has to have removal. And that can be such a painful thing in Emerald and Sapphire decks. But it's not painful when you read the cards and say, wait a minute, these vibrate together spectacularly, as JDZ would say.
And another interaction in the deck is Red Against Trap, Tamatoa, 6 mana Tamatoa, where you can lock them out of the game, where you quest with Tamatoa, play Red Against Trap for free, sack it, 8 mana Tamatoa, get it back. They can just never gain lore.
Sounds mean.
No,
it's beautiful. My last question, though, is how many times today did an opponent say, hey, can I read that? And over the past 9 matches?
Every round except the last one. And that's just because she had played the deck and she kind of... So.
It's the most beautiful thing in Lorcana when people say, can I read that? And you're like, yes, you can.
It was pretty great. Like, I laughed every single time.
Yeah, it feels good.
So, what's funny is you ran into not only like your worst matchup, but also probably one of the handful of people in the room who knew exactly what you were doing.
Yep, and we were joking about it. Like she was really cool about it, and she was like, "Oh, I got to do this because this is your only out." She was right, and that was the Pluto line she took. But yeah, I still went 6-2. The deck still did great, but I just ran into a little bit of bad luck, I think.
Yeah, I mean, running into what you said six times.
Sorry, I think it was 5.
5.
Like I said, I lost to a 3, won against it.
Okay, and then including that last one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a steel, it's an amber steel heavy field, but still a little bit bad luck to run into it like way over 50%.
Yeah, I'm like if I just run into if I run into it 2 less times, I think I might be in the top 8 or something like that. But it is what it is. So.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant, and I'm sure. I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are going to be watching and I don't know, taking a hard look at this because
y'all need to test it. I'm telling you, like it's great. So
yeah, you see these decks and you're like, even if you don't want to play it, like you have to at least know the cards for that set champs when somebody.
Well, a lot of these blue-green decks, the reason not to play them is the consistency issues.
Mm.
But like you just mulligan for the creatures, and the deck doesn't really brick that much. Like even if you're bricking on Oswald's, if you hit 1 time, 2 times, it's still a fine card. Like I don't think the consistency in the deck is holding this one.
Fascinating. I don't know. It's fun to watch.
Well, thank you.
Thank goodness I had Katie with me too, helping me out with some of these items because yeah, frankly it's not a list that I'd looked at terribly much.
I believe sometimes to Liam I would say, that one's the 3-card hand one, right? You know, you've seen these cards a few times, but sometimes you open your packs and you're like, oh, that's a nice card, and you put it to the side, but no, you read it and then said, someone will see this and rue the day they didn't read it. So very beautiful, and people are very eager for the list. Yeah, I love it. And hopefully you're able to post the list at some point because, yeah, people are like, I want to see it. But if that's your secret sauce, then be like, well, you have to watch the match and just photograph with your memory.
Yeah, into it.
I may post it somewhere, but I have to talk to
beautiful
people first.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's proprietary stuff. I mean, that you stunned everyone. So beautiful stuff, and congratulations.
Thank y'all. Y'all need anything else? Or
No, I mean, this is I just had to had to chat with you about it for a moment because it's fun and whatever you did to it last Saturday, I mean, clearly made it click. And I don't know, I'm very very sad that I'm probably not going to get to watch you play it again in the near future.
Well, I'll be in the 1K. Maybe there. So.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you're going to see people hovering around the tables and everything. So, well, congrats on a great tournament. And yeah, I'm going to be following your 1K journey.
All right, thank you. You have a great day.
Oh, Liam, do you want I have what can only be described as kind of a scary looking note. If you found this on the street, you guys are talking. But I'll tell you, the audience, I'm doing my favorite thing in the world, the bubble math. It's terrifying. But it does look like the bubble. There is no bubble. It's just you had to have 22 points or greater to get in. I thought the bubble would be at 21 points, but it worked out where we have 8 players at 22 points or above. So the only thing is maybe the bubble's at 22. I'm still kind of looking here, but yeah, let's see here. Yeah, our top 8 is all above 22 points. So I will be digging, trying to find out what these color combinations are. We do have 2 ruby sapphires. We know we have a ruby sapphire duo. We have Jonathan Williams and Zarek, which we know are rebound sapphire. We have Voodoo, which I believe Voodoo was on amethyst emerald. Creeby 12, and then Joel Melton, Dan S8, Co E2, Beta, and Pew Matt. So if anybody knows any of those color combinations, let me know, and I can cook up some stuff in Canva. But either way, I'm very excited. We see Liam exchanging digits here, which I quite like. Liam's making connections. He's like, hey, where you? I'm bubble mathing. People are hearing.
Sorry, I feel rude.
No, I mean, I'm.
Yeah, there you go.
But I mean,
nothing is going on.
I liked it though because it was like watching. I liked it. You're like, hey, we can talk later about that beautiful list. But yeah, I was telling them that we have our top 8, and it was. I thought the bubble might be at 21, but no, there is no bubble today, which is fascinating to know. You know, and we talked about bubble math, and they said, hey, guess what? The bubble is a clean line. Are you on it or are you off it?
I think it always feels better.
It does. It's clean, right? It's just like, listen, you had to have this many points. If you didn't, you didn't. But it is aggressive because, yeah, it cut to top 8 from 250 people to 8 people, which if you're doing the math at home, because I know you all are, that means only 3% of people that entered and sat down at the players meeting yesterday will be playing in this top cut, which is, exciting, scary, terrifying, but certainly says a lot about the players. But now is the part where I start grilling the audience, whether they like it or not, and start saying, hey, I'm going to name names, and you guys are telling me the deck colors. So this is also testing you, Liam, if you can remember every player.
Nope.
Okay. Do you know Voodoo? Voodoo, wasn't he running Amethyst Emerald? Did I make that up? Or do I just feel like Voodoo should be Amethyst Emerald based on how it sounds?
I'm really bad with names. I'm okay with faces, but if I went out there and you pointed to players, I could be like, oh yeah, that person's running that. But I don't the melee names. I don't.
I live in the computer, Liam.
I know.
I am like Siri. I'm here, and I'm
We're
like
a team. Then that's why.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, because you know me, I've got Canva up right now. I'm like, put me in, coach. I'll do the breakdown because I didn't cover a lot yesterday. I did notably one half of game 7, one half of game 3 of game 7. So I'm out, but now I'm in. Now after watching that game, I want to know everything about this meta. If that deck could be a contender, I want to know everything about the decks. But we do know there's 2 Ruby Sapphire in the top 8, which is not surprising. Ruby Sapphire is persistent. They never give up. They're always there, whether you invite them or not. What are the
names you have in the top there?
Well, so the 2 that I know were Jonathan Williams and Zarek, which we both know is Ruby Sapphire.
Yep.
Full Metal Jesse. We have.
I know that name. Chat knows that name.
Chat, they gotta wake up because they are actually employees right now. They didn't know it, but they are now working for us. And then Pew J Matt, what do you have? Full Metal Jesse, what about you? What about Voodoo?
I should know Pews because I remember that name. I actually commentated one of their matches.
Well, it's a lot, So yeah, and the other 2, so we got Joel Melton and Dan S8. So we'll find out. I mean, that's the good news is I've got 6 down. That's 25%, or no, 2. I have 2 down. That's 25%, 75%. And then someone in the chat said RA player, but did not say who they're referring to, which is half helpful. And I love the energy so much. Pew is Amber Steel. Okay. So we got an Amber Steel in there.
I should know. Like, I remember all the names. Green, purple. That's great. Thanks.
Wait, no. Well, to be fair, I'm asking
situated.
them. They're not paid for this. These are unemployed employees here that I'm asking.
No, it's green, purple. That's good.
Okay.
No, I appreciate it. Like, honestly, I know the face is the name. Like, after doing like 8 matches, you forget the name and ink color combo. That's
okay,
great.
so we got Full Metal Jesse is Ruby Amethyst.
Awesome. I mean, it's a pretty healthy.
And it's funny because I have to translate, right? Because people are like GP. I'm like GP, green, purple, emerald, amethyst. I'm like a translator doing ancient translations here. And then Dan 8 feels great to be Dan 8. Yeah. Did I write his name? Oh yeah. So yeah.
It's one observation from out there. It's interesting. Coming into this week or after the last few weeks events, like it really felt like Green Steel was again like one of the decks to beat, if not the deck to beat. And I didn't see a lot of it out there today or yesterday. A decent amount, but really Amber Steel was really the bogeyman of the tournament. I think a lot of Steel Song, a lot of like aggressive Steel Song variants, and then like the evolution of Diggy Hole. We saw. In the previous round, Victoria played that aggressive deck. Probably I didn't see any mines in there, but a very aggressive aggro deck, kind of an evolution of the Diggy Hole build. And so it's interesting. It's just interesting to me. The one thing I will say is, I mean, Steel. Steel is clearly the most popular color. It has, the low cost removal. Every Steel list, is always auto include 8 cards, 4 strengths, 4 storms, sprinkle in a little extra removal. So yeah, it's still, I think, it remains the most dominant color. But then, a lot of folks either gravitating back to or just never giving up Ruby Sapphire. All the Ruby Sapphire players still on it. Jonathan Williams still crushing people with it out there, and a healthy amount of it. Not a lot of Ruby Amethyst, not as much as usual, but I think that's the way things have been trending. And as you pointed out, some room for these. They're not rogue decks, but they're kind of rogue decks. Brooms is a rogue deck, I'm gonna call it.
Yeah, I know people. It's so funny hearing like the rumors, the brooms. So Crispy, which is Crispy is not his name. Creepy, which is also probably not their name. I'm going off of 4 letters here. Is apparently Amethyst Steel brooms. So we are cooking here. I'm getting so close. This is my favorite part. I'm sorry you guys have to hear me just getting so excited about data, but this is what the people, they don't know if they want it, but they need it. Voodoo was Emerald Amethyst, which feels right because you're thinking about Dr. Facilier, you're thinking about Friends on the Other Side, you're thinking Amethyst Emerald. What else could it be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Projects, they mess up the math though. Like, so to your point about like data and math, knowing the field is one thing, but the real indication that we get as to who made the right meta calls in a particular day is the conversion rate, and to see how the share of the field translated to the top cut. The downside to this event in terms of that conversion rate is a 250 some odd tournament converting into 8. That math isn't quite right. So you really, I think, have to look at the top like 16 or 32 to get a full picture of how good the meta calls were. But the rogue decks really mess it up, because they're just so different that they I don't know, they change that math. So
I mean, a perfect example of that is his name just slipped my mind, but I mean, you casted it in Atlanta.
Josh Colt.
Yeah, the Paltry, where he basically just took a deck that people are like, what? And these tournaments, there's so much chaos in the sense of pairings and card draw, and like we saw with that Daisy getting under the sea, where you can't replicate some of these tournament results. So I mean, sometimes you see this, you're like, I guess I'm running Bleen now, and it's like, well, good idea. However, it's not a guarantee. There's no deck where you can say just sleeve it up, bring it in, you're gonna win. Which is why I'm hoping we get to see brooms on the stream, because have you ever heard any 1K, 10K set champ winning with brooms? I have not, so I'm so excited to see that. And I mean, it just kind of shows that every tournament is different, and your matchups are gonna really shake up what is possible and what you might see in the top 8.
That is true. I I always like to make eye contact with the camera here, but that is a reminder that I've got to do a quick broom brush up because there's a lot of
Yeah,
them.
and learn. Oh my gosh, I know. I played a racers or casted a racers match, and I was like, oh, so there's 47 king candies. And with brooms, there are approximately 500 brooms, and we only think about the luminary sweeper or lively. I'm already out. There's the one that people play, but
The
there are
magic
so
broom.
many.
No, not magic broom. That was old. That's from set
They're
one.
all brooms.
That's
So
starter deck set one.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
lunar
if we have
keeper.
to cast that, everybody print out your broom menu that everybody has on their desktop. Open that up so that way we can all refer to the brooms and the power of it, and see if they'll have a clean sweep in the top 8. Quite like
I'm
that.
gonna don't take financial advice from anybody on this stream at all, but an observation.
Yes.
If brooms becomes a thing, enchanted Yensid is way underpriced.
There's a lot of enchanteds that I'm like, come on, guys. And sometimes I do. It's hard not to take it personal, like
Yeah.
especially if it's a card that you love. I mean, speaking of that, I mean, what gone to yesterday, having to explain to Baker, I'm like, I don't know if you understand the gone to lore, Baker, but it's a long story. But yes, so we will see if Yensid is up there. Oh yeah, happy Father's
Right.
Day, Liam. We haven't. I just
Oh,
realized you're here
thanks.
and you're a dad and you make dad jokes. Who's more dad than the dad that makes the dad jokes on stream? So happy Father's Day and happy Father's
I
Day to
appreciate
anyone
that.
listening. That's a dad.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there spending the day with us here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. To be fair, I've been making dad jokes all my life. So I just like, I don't know.
Same, unfortunately, I've got
Now have an excuse.
$34. Okay, I'm buying it. $34. I mean, if there's an enchanted under 40, is coming home with me. It's a you're coming home with me.
Don't
The
take
meme.
financial advice from us.
No, don't. But
But
okay. Yeah,
$34
$36
for
fine.
yeah. I mean, the brooms probably won't become like super meta relevant.
No,
But if
but
they do,
they're
like
not
people are gonna bling that out and
exactly. Think about that time you didn't buy Tramp. Everybody right now, think about that time that Tramp was like $40 and we all said, "Oh, it's Tramp. Who cares about that movie?" And guess what happened? He's $1 million. He's not $1 million, but I think he's like $100. So, don't. Me and Liam are probably whatever the opposite of. We're a financial cautionary tale. I think would probably be a better word for
that
us.
is true. That is true.
If you
As
see us
evidenced
make
by
a purchase.
the amount of money I spent getting signed cards yesterday from Rachel Elise.
Oh, I do love getting signed cards. I know that some people will say, why do you pay to sign the card? I was like, well, think about it. I don't know. Think about how much joy some of this art brings me. I can all day. I love the artist of Lorcana because honestly, if there wasn't the art of Lorcana, it would just be some words on paper. And Pooh Piglet Captain, great card, but better with that little pig on a boat wearing very large shoes and a large hat. And what? We have a celebrity in the chat. We got
I
B
will say-
squared in the
oh,
chat.
B squared
Sorry, I
24,
got so
yeah.
excited.
Talking about brooms. Lots of fun jokes and comments in the chat. I love the purple steel brooms 100% conversion rate. True. True. There's only one here. There has to be only one here. Somebody else reminding us that yes, if brooms are good, they will be swept away in rotation when Fable comes out. So, but as Brandon says, you can still play them in Infinity. So there you go.
Infinity, which as we know, December 15th, is going to be Infinity in the stores, which I think is it is funny because I did have a friend say, oh, did they announce when we're going to get A Whole New World promo? And I said, you hear that? It's Santa Claus. It's happening in December. So patience will be a virtue waiting for that card, but it'll make it just the more sweet when you get that beautiful, beautiful card. But you're going to see it in person. How excited are you to walk past a player and say, can I see that really quick? And get your hands and see the foiling on that beautiful promo that we've been looking at for about a year now.
Can I borrow it? Can I?
Yeah. Can I just? I'm just
give
gonna
her
go.
back. Yeah. I need to step out real quick. I'll trade you for this foil holder. No, it's gonna be pretty amazing. I don't know. The whole going to Worlds thing is pretty surreal.
Yes.
I don't think I'm gonna believe it until I'm there. But it'll be pretty awesome experience. And
I will
what's fun-
say that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go
No, no,
ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
just excited for you. I'm excited to just hear you be excited. Is really what's going on here.
I'm trying to keep trying to keep it down, but
Yeah.
But what is also fun is, over the course of this DLC season, we've gotten to know all of these players either personally or or virtually through watching them on events and perform and getting to see all of them come together, like in one place, to battle it out. It'll be a small group, but it's a small group of people who we all know. So that's gonna be a ton of fun. And the interesting thing is, I do think there's probably a few players who have the time and the energy and who are just really really talented who probably have an edge. But the fun thing to me about Worlds with the sealed format and the triple deck constructed is if you ran that event 500 times, you get very very different outcomes. And so it's going to be completely unpredictable, and I I don't know. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be something. I mean, a lot of these tournaments we show up and there's a few things that are scripted in the sense that you just know certain decks are great, but this is going to be a whole new world. I can't help it, okay? Because that's what it will be. We're going to see people, the triple deck format, we got a peek of it at World Class Cards, but I feel like that was truly a dress rehearsal. We're going to see the real deal show where there is psychological warfare going on of people trying to play, get through their heads, look at every match they've ever played, every interview. And then that super sealed, which you can't even begin to predict what's in 16 packs, the variance that comes with 16 unopened packs, and then 28 artists picking through those cards. It's going to be something that nobody can predict and will be very exciting to watch.
I agree. And a fun test of these players. People go back and forth, I think, on whether it's a true test of skill with the variance that comes with the triple deck construct and all that. But one thing I will point out that I haven't talked about enough is the mental fatigue that comes with changing your deck like every game, and playing against a different deck every game. Because when you practice against the top 3-4 decks and you're running your same deck game after game after game, there's a lot of decisions that become easy, and you kind of go on autopilot and you can kind of cruise control. And there are some hard turns, but a lot of time you're not spending too much mental energy problem solving. But when you have to play a different game every single game, like you're in this tournament, unless two people bring in some identical lists and you match into that person, you will not play the same game twice, like at all. You're going to, every time you play a match, you're rotating. One of you is rotating decks each time, and so you're gonna have to play. I don't know the number of games. I haven't done the math, but a bajillion different games of Lorcana over the course of the day, and that is mentally draining.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, like, we watched that last match where Victoria apparently was I mean, I've never seen someone calmer about running into that deck. I would have been passing out. But in that case, she was calm as a cucumber. Calm as a cucumber is not a term. Cool as a cucumber. But it is top 8 time, which means I think I am rotating to Jeebus. Do you see a Jeebus floating around? Is he coming to cast?
Jeebus is in the carpet bag. Yes.
Okay. So I can tag out. I am set to be back with you in the final, so I'll be done for,
my goodness,
looks like 2 rounds. So I'll be gone. But Jeebus, tag in when you're ready. But otherwise, I'm so excited. I know sometimes I'm like, oh, time to take a break, but I don't think I can. I think I have to watch this.
You stay, as some would say, locked in.
Yeah, I can't lock out. I'm gonna stay locked in. So I can't see Jeebus. So Jeebus, if you can hear me, you can come in when you're ready. Otherwise, I will hang around like a ghost until he appears. Notably, it does look like we're seeing.
Yep.
That's got to be
right.
Zarek here.
New changeovers here.
Okay, cool.
And I think your headset's on. Yeah, we're playing musical headsets over here.
Does appear we have Zarek on the right, unless there's another Ruby Sapphire. So
I think
Colin. So there's 3. Colin, who's Colin? Oh my goodness. So we have 3 Ruby Sapphire at the top. So you guys go on. I have to change everything. Everything just changed for me.
Hey, Jeebus.
I'm here. Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
I mean, before we jump into this match, I got to muse a little bit on the general field and how things shaped up and what the top cut looks like. What are your overall impressions of how things turned out with this event?
It's pretty interesting. There are some spicy decks, more than what we've kind of run into recently, It's interesting that, even, the metagame's not that old for this set, but you've been running into a lot of kind of just the same, here's your Ruby Sapphire, your Steel Song, your Emerald Steel kind of random stuff that we've been seeing from before. Maybe a new card here or there from set 7 decks. Your meta. Your kind of carryover from before, and now we're starting to see, we saw Jafar yesterday. That was super cool, and it looks like we're gonna get to see brooms, perhaps.
How well do you know your brooms?
Oh, I mean, I know that if we search broom, that all of them will come up.
That's true. That's what I have on my screen right here. But anyways, continue.
The brooms that are super playable are, I would say, kind of limited. The one drop, which we're very familiar with, is going to be pretty common. The classic set 1, what is it, Bucket Brigade?
Mhm.
Probably run into that a little bit. There is one with Rush, costs 5, I believe. That one is reasonable. It's possible that there's the 6 drop in these colors, the steel one, there you go, that one. It's okay. There's a couple that are all right, but the cheaper ones are the most common, I would say, because they let you leverage Yen Sid the best, and the better that you can leverage Yen Sid, the more aggressive the list ends up feeling.
Yeah, I'm just quickly checking brooms. It's it's gonna be fun. I'm really excited. I mean, it's funny bringing in road decks. Like, every tournament has them. Every tournament somebody's bringing in something different, whether they're newer and just want to try something fun, or whether they're an experienced player who just wants to experiment, or people who are experimenting but genuinely think that their kind of off meta build has a chance to make the cut. But when you see one of these rogue decks, pilot their way into the top 8 of a 256 person, fairly competitive tournament, like you can't argue with the results. And there's some luck involved, but still, seeing brooms perform at this level, it wasn't on my bingo card for this weekend.
At the core of it, it's just an Amethyst Steel deck. You're running sort of a similar aggressive package to what most of the Amethyst Steel decks are going to be looking at. I don't know the whole deck list, but for the most part, the few brooms that are likely to be in there are only a little less efficient than maybe some of the other characters. Obviously, Bucket Brigade is a little bit worse than Smee at sort of that 2-cost slot.
Mhm.
The one drop broom, that's going to be there in most of the lists anyway. So really all that we're looking at is how do we leverage Yen Sid, which, looking at the text on Yen Sid, it is one of the more impressive, both aggressive and self-replacing Amethyst cards that exist. It quests for 3, assuming that you can meet the condition, and it can replace itself very easily, which is great. It's just, how do you leverage a card like Yen Sid without sacrificing the rest of your deck? I don't know if we're fully invested in brooms to the point where we're playing some of the Mickeys and really going heavy into it to get the discounts, and maybe we have the location. I'm not sure how deep they are into it. It could just be that they have a little bit of broom package plus Yen Sid, and the rest of it is just a normal, goats and white rose and honey marin type, reach for the lore on top of library. We don't really know.
That's a fair point. How broom is this broom deck?
Right.
Is it a broom deck, or is it Amethyst Steel with a sprinkling on top that gives you an aggressive Yen Sid turn 2? Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm excited to find out.
So we'll see. We'll see how it kind of shakes out. I mean, another one, I guess the Steel with Reach is historically seen play a little bit as an answer to Diablos.
Mhm.
So it's not an embarrassing card at the very least.
That's true. It reminded, this card did see some play actually, as a Diablo answer when he was all the rage.
And not every Magic Broom is created equal. We'll kind of click through a couple of them, but I would say that on average, like I don't think we're playing a 2/4 for 3. And it's just kind of unexciting. But the ones that I feel like generally the lowest cost ones possible are, I think, what are going to be focused on a little bit. I doubt that the 1/5. Honestly, it's probably just the 1-drop, 2 drops, and then maybe something like the Rush that shuffles your brooms back in, kind of thing. It also lets you shuffle your deck in general. So if you are playing Bucket Brigade, gives you a chance of getting the cards back that did get in there early, which can allow you to leverage things like the like Cobra a little bit more. You discard some of the more important cards, and then you're able to sort of just shuffle them back in and get them back to really push lore later. So Bucket Brigade definitely going to see some play here, I would think.
Yeah, Bucket Brigade's a good one because it's a fun little utility card. We have seen it used to recycle your own stuff, put it back in your deck, but also there's very little, like, as we call it in Magic, graveyard hate in Lorcana. And this is one, and against an item, deck that is used to recurring its popsicles and pulling things back, it does interrupt that cycle. So a fun little card that you're going to use for your broom synergies, but that also gives you some benefit into one of the more popular decks in this and previous metas.
Yeah, notably that you can actually do that to your opponent's cards, which is not something that you always would want to do, but occasionally filling your opponent's deck with cards that are a little bit less useful in certain situations does have some potential for upside. Cards that are maybe not great in the matchup.
You can send Lilos back,
Yeah,
you can do
exactly.
little things like that.
We'll see. I mean, my guess is Christopher's going to be on the play, given that they are 702, and that already is kind of bad news for Ruby Sapphire. Just the presumably more aggressive deck being on the play at least 2 of the games is pretty rough.
Would you see, just trying to see what's not brooms in there? I think I see a dock, and I thought I saw a fox.
This is me as well.
Okay.
So my guess is probably pretty close to what I'm thinking, where it's mostly the traditional, Amethyst Steel deck that we would be used to for probably, I don't know, 40-ish of the cards. And then the rest of it is sort of that broom package to fill in the rest, which, I mean, that can give you some absurd draws where most of those cards, like almost all the brooms at the low cost, are inkable. So your fail case, if you have Yen Sid and none of the other stuff, you ink him and you move on. It's not that big of a deal. You just play the normal sort of Smee and friends. I would say almost how these decks play out is it's just you play Smee, a bunch of other similar cards that you would be used to seeing, and then you finish out the game with goats and dock to refill the hand.
Yeah, it's fun. Sometimes these kind of variants of these decks, like when you work in some of these fun synergies, like brooms, for example, start with something as simple as, you take a look at how you get around some of these item recursion packages, and you're like, all right, let me work back in Magic Broom Bucket Brigade and see how that is. And then you realize, well, I'm already running the other 1-drop broom. Now I have 8 brooms. Is there a way I can capitalize on that with a card that likes brooms? So maybe that's, well, do you see the evasive one there go into the Inkwell, followed by Trunderbook's Followers on turn 1? Classic opening.
Yeah, and my guess is will not be a super broom heavy run out. We see Genie in there. This is most likely just a classic. Looking at the hand, it is literally just a classic sort of Amethyst Steel game plan. We've got the Giant Cobra, we've got Genie, Crab, Doc. It's just exactly what you would expect to see out of a normal Amethyst Steel deck. And then there's just going to be some runouts where they can leverage broom a little bit more to, questing for 3 is not a joke.
Yeah, and I do wonder if it just so happens that your meta calls happen to be brooms, and then you capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Like we did see the Aerial Cleaner go into the Inkwell, so it's clearly one I've been running, and again, that's an anti-Diablo card.
Yeah,
and
has been for a while with, like, that was what they're like, okay, in Steel we can either run some sort of an action to do it, fire the cannons or boom, or we play a character so that we're actually adding stuff to the board. It's better off the top just because it's a thing that adds material to the board instead of just being a single action, especially to get around things like Pete.
And predictably, I mean, if it is in there for the anti-Diablo, or it even pings Genie and then you can finish it off with a Storm or something, we see them going into the Inkwell here. So not relying heavily on Broom synergies. Easy Ink apparently in this matchup.
Yeah, and for this matchup especially, like the Magic Broom, the aerial one really doesn't do that much because again, it's just a 2/3 quest for one. It has evasive. You don't really care that much about that in this matchup of all matchups, right? They don't really have that many evasives that you're worrying about. Like prioritizing getting rid of Genie here, likely maybe an inkable concern. They do have Doc as well. So they perhaps have a game plan that they're looking to play towards, and taking a turn off to play a Genie maybe isn't on that with the way that the inkables are.
Yeah, it's a good point on the dock. I do see another Cobra in hand. So there's definitely a line where you draw, discard for the Cobra again, get that lore, well-stated character on the board, and then trying to hit that dock at the perfect time to not refill the hand, but a couple extra cards, power you into the mid game. So seems to be the strategy here. Of course, with Amethyst Steel against the items deck, generally inevitabilities with the items deck. So the game plan has to be race ahead and force Colin into addressing the board each turn rather than developing his engine.
Yeah. Now, if it is fully the items list, I almost feel like the inevitability is more on the Amethyst side
I
here.
think so.
Well, let's go over our list of potential ways of closing the game. We got Cobras, we got goats. We're seeing another Cobra here. We've got most likely White Rose, possibly Honey Marin. That one's a little less common, just to make room for other cards. But that's a lot of reach. That, given that enough draws, if the Ruby Sapphire can't close it out fast enough, from even 15, they can close out pretty quickly. Doesn't take very many play a Cobra, bounce it with a Fox, play a Cobra again to close out the game.
That's fair. That's fair. I think the wild card, I guess, is Pirate's Life, which you don't usually see many of in the items list.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's one or two worked in for a little insurance, but more in the shark package. So fair point.
Yeah, if they can afford to squeeze in the shark package in the items list, you'll see a little bit of that. But if we've got Queen Diviner in here, my assumption is that we're not
Heavy
running.
items.
We're heavy items. You generally don't have room. Like the shark package is usually at least 4 to 6 cards. We just don't always have room for that in these lists. Believe me, I've tried.
Well, right on turn, right on cue, that Doc is played, getting those cards back in hand. The Cobras are questing now, and of course, as usually is the case against decks that are going fast, it's a race to get to that 7-8 ink for the Be Prepared and the Sisus to come online. Maui coming down here, doing a little bit of board control though, trying to slow down the lore gain a little bit. It's back over to Christopher though, with plenty of characters on board to quest this turn again.
It's kind of interesting not using the Queen here. I wonder if there is, I don't know. I wonder if slowing the lore gain down a little bit to encourage them to perhaps challenge into the Queen would be valuable here. But it could be that because we have the Sapphire Coil, we can sort of say, if you quest with the SME, I'm going to ink something and then just challenge it, giving you more just things to be able to crack back with.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through the line. But they would invite you to keep it upright.
I think that would make the most sense because we have the coil. Like, you don't care if they challenge into the Maui, that's whatever. But allowing, basically, we're using the Queen as a way to sort of keep the Doc and the SME at bay.
Mm-hmm.
That if they do want to cash in just the 2 lore out of the SME, then we can actually favorably trade, favorably eat it and keep the Queen around. Because we don't necessarily need the item right this turn either, if it's looking for one. We have plenty of cards in hand still for Colin. I think just deciding to go ahead and gain the lore here, go up to 13, which is getting pretty close to the danger zone. I mean,
in this point of the game, it is very danger zone-esque. It's going to take Colin a while to close out this game, and as you pointed out, plenty of turns to draw into those reach cards.
Very good hand for Christopher, actually. Scoops up the dock to be able to play it again next turn. And yeah, if you wanna challenge us me here, that's fine. We're still gonna go up to 15. It's kind of a tough spot for Colin here. 15, like I was saying, is kind of that danger zone. It doesn't take that many random sort of chip lore gains for it to be you now have to remove everything forever for the rest of the game, which is never a spot that you want to be as the control player.
Absolutely.
Ooh, workshop.
Work block ice. We're just gonna draw. Like there's not much control here. Looking for that turn 7 be prepared, but it's going to be probably too late.
Look, and leverage is queen plus the ice block plus the coil trigger.
I mean, we can hit it. We can give it buy some more time. But it's gonna be tough to close this out.
Didn't ink. We found the problem. Not having any ink to work with is probably too much of a disaster for this to continue. Looked like there was maybe a small Sisu in hand, as well as maybe another workshop, which is just like not where you want to be here. Yep, that makes sense to me. Leverage to fire the cannons. Ink we can. Play the
There's
Yen
the Yen
Sid.
Sid. Okay, so we talked about brooms. There is the broom synergy.
Doesn't get to draw a card. Doesn't matter that much in this
No.
spot, especially given that we're going to dock and just rip 2 more off the top anyway. But what's really interesting about Yen Sid is, let's imagine that Christopher picks up between this turn and next turn grabbing a broom. Or the card off the top, if it's just a broom. If we have 2 brooms, all of a sudden that quest for 3, the game's just over.
Yep. That's fascinating. Easier time to find it when you
Yen
see
Sid
your
in
friends.
hand as well. Yeah, I like the friends here. The friends, I think, with the run out of the double Cobra has been really nice. You know, Cobra already gains 2 sort of off the rip, and being able to really just put some extra cards in hand. Now this Yen Sid is actually a threat, where, okay, now if we just play 2 brooms, all of a sudden, like, this is a big problem. Which is saying you have to deal with this board, like, right now. And knowing that they can't be prepared here because they missed an ink. Yeah, they have to remove Yen Sid. Like, do we even care that much?
We do not.
Yeah.
I think is the answer.
It's a bit of a disaster here. But this is kind of how we would expect, even not the broom list, just the average Amethyst Steel list. I mean, almost any sort of play the board character list. The outcome would be very similar here, with the way that Colin's draws especially. It's just kind of play characters and turn them sideways, and that's just going to be good enough. I like being conservative here. This protects from the potential for a shift line. That is sort of an out. Is, you know, draw an inkable for Colin, ice block, shrink something, clean up the board, and then that's a route back into this game where now, by actually just playing 1 removal spell, you get to take a little bit of time off. Scooping up the dock again. Very, very good draw.
Goodness.
And now here is a broom.
It's the aerial sweeper, aerial cleaner,
Aerial cleaner.
not aerial cleaner, aerial cleaner.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
We have to clarify in Disney game.
We assume that Ariel's clean. You
That's
know.
true. That's true. It's underwater.
Yeah.
So yeah, and of course, you know, Christopher realizing there's still 1 ink off. There's no quill in play, so that be prepared is not a danger, and yeah, taking the conservative route. Yeah, it's, you know, one of the things Cobra, everybody looked at these vanish, you know, cards as the vanish as a disability, but really it hasn't been much of a drawback in my experience. And the nice thing about Cobra in this deck is when one of your card draw engines is dock, the ability to dump a card to gain 2 lore, even in the early game as you're playing it on curve, really works into your game plan. We saw that done exactly here. That 4 lore off those 2 Cobras looms pretty large at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to be in the position of facing an Amethyst deck with this many sort of lore gain cards. Letting them go up to 19 feels a little rough. Not much that Colin is able to do other than play the cards that they've drawn, and then wait for game 2.
Another friend from the other side. It is interesting. So I haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen a rabbit or the traditional draw package. Instead, we've seen the friends, we see the docks. You know, a lot of times Amethyst decks rely on that rabbit bounce in the mid game to really propel them to the end game. So Um, yeah, and then the Yensid giving a little bit of extra card draw situationally, but just not enough for Colin to
Yeah.
overcome there. The uninkable problem, just kind of the nail in the coffin.
All weekend, Rabbit has not been a card that I've seen. You know, it feels like, I mean, I haven't really seen that many snakes either. It almost is like that package is just not fast enough or efficient enough
Mhm.
for where the metagame is at currently. You know, there was a time when you could afford to take a lot of, take a few turns off. You know, you play your rabbit, you play you snake it back, you do it again. You know, you sort of build up a hand over time. It doesn't really feel like there's enough breathing room for that lately. You know, if your opponent is running out Genie and you're running out Rabbit, they're just questing twice as fast as you. They're closing out the game before all those cards
Yeah.
matter.
No, it's a great point, and I've enjoyed following like the Rabbit Genie, back and forth. There was a time when the Genie Wars were all the rage, and Rabbit was fully replaced in a lot of deck with Genies. Sometimes you ran like 3-1, or you sprinkled in a Rabbit here and there. And then Ed Chu goes to Continentals and wins with no Genies, and so things go back and forth. But I do think probably because we did see a Genie in Christopher's list, and Genies, I think they get more popular again when Green Steel becomes popular and it's
Yeah.
the rage, and Diablo is running around. Just an extra incentive to make that change.
Yeah, and especially now that a lot of the lists are leaning so heavily on Shadowfinder
Mm.
as a way to really take the evasive to the next level. You know, when the majority of your characters are these evasive threats, Iagos and things like that, if you're not playing on that evasive axis, you just falls really far behind. So it's interesting. And that is probably some of the reason that Rabbit's fallen out of favor is just what is it even doing? A random ground character that really doesn't quest for that much either. Is it keeping up? What is one card when every card draws a card?
That's fair. It is. It has always felt like a slow tempo play. Ruby Amethyst, when you're trying to draw the game out and close the game off on your terms, a little bit better to take that time off when you have those control options you're working towards too. But for sure in this list, yeah, especially when you're trying to dump your hand with docks.
Yeah.
As you're drawing 1 or 2 cards to turn off the rabbit, it doesn't work into that game plan terribly well.
I wonder too if some of it, once you start shaving snakes, right?
Mhm.
You start replacing snakes with other cards. Because snake is a pretty rough draw early,
It's
especially.
a tempo killer when you're aggressive.
Absolutely. If you're play a 1-drop, play a snake, that used to be a good line, and now a 3/3 on turn 2, if that's the only thing that you have, feels like you just whatever advantage you might have had is just gone. It's so tempo negative, and once you start shaving the snakes, then the rabbit looks way worse.
Yeah.
Rabbit was only good because you can get a card coming and going, and you leverage the snakes, leverage the fox to get to do it more than once. Maybe that's really truly the answer is the rabbit's still fine, but when you don't have all the bounce package, then what do you have the other part of the bounce package in for? There's just better uninkables now. Especially in steel, desperate plans might be in some small numbers, in combination with the dock, really lets you play that like low hand size. Now, I don't think you can reasonably run 4 desperate plans. I think it's a little too costly on its own, but I could definitely feel like maybe for your draw package like 6, so you got your 4 docks and maybe 2 plans is probably a reasonable number to think about. Especially with the Cobras, you can always pitch extra copies. Bell, good start.
Well, speaking of 3/3s and how that stat line on turn 2 is kind of in power craft here. We have a 3/3 on turn 1. If Bell once again going to tamp down the aggression a little bit. Colin hopefully off to a better start with this draw. I think step 1 in this game is don't draw so many uninkables.
Yeah, I actually don't think that Colin's game plan was so bad. If there was a hand that maybe wasn't so many 1-drop Sisus, and he was able to sort of keep on the same the same track, ink a few cards. Missing ramp
Yeah.
on 2 is a little rough.
Yeah, definitely. First indication that we're off script a little bit. Yeah, it does have a develop your brain to perhaps look for it, but now we're we're a little bit behind where we want to be.
So-
Again, hoping to hit that ramp
Be
there.
prepared in hand, which is not ideal, I would say. Of all cards to have in your opener, Be Prepared is probably the one that you never want for any reason. Against Emerald, it's weak to getting grabbed from Ursula or whatever, and against everything else, it's just awkward and slow.
I mean, you absolutely want it on turn 7. It's a brick in your hand right now. And in this deck, there's so many cards, like in this instance, Develop Your Brain or Tala or How Far I'll Go, that allow you to filter and find it.
Yeah.
But you really want to find it closer to curve.
Now, if they are running like a full items list and they have things like Fishbone Quill,
And there we go.
which we do, then it matters a lot less. And, inking the Fishbone Quill here indicates to me that they're less worried about this Be Prepared being stuck in hand because they have enough other things to do that they don't need the actual ramp from the Quill, but they want the Be Prepared eventually. So that means that they have stuff going up the curve here. We can leverage the Queen to get some more cards. And I think this Be Prepared come turn 7 is going to likely come down as a way to sort of catch back up from whatever position we've navigated ourselves into at that point.
Heat being played here will prevent the How Far I'll Go on turn 4. Popular play on turn 3 to check that typical turn 4 play. But instead, we have a Maurice's Workshop going down, getting the item draw engine going. There's a lot of workshops out there today. A lot of workshops.
It's a lot of bells, and it looks like, look at the bottom 4 cards, rearrange them in any order. A bit unfortunate because we did have the workshop plus an extra ink available, so hopefully looking for any item to play so that we can draw a card off of it. If it trades with Pete, it's not a disaster. The Queen did its best. It tried. It missed. That's fine. All we need to do is this game to go long.
Mhm.
You had it dead right. If this game goes super, super long and they have not already gotten to that, 14, 15 lore so that they can actually just draw into some Cobras, the Ruby deck is just going to win. It is an absurd inevitability that this list has. Eventually you'll find a dime. Eventually you'll find a Tamatoa, and you're just like, dime, the game's over. We just have to live long enough to put more than 6 ink into play. We need to live long enough so that we need to have the lore total low enough from the other side that we can afford to take a full turn off and just do stuff on our side. Play a little bit of solitaire because you're not at threat of just the game being over. That is always the risk for these decks, is if you're ever in a spot where you're forced to do something that you don't want to do, it's terrible. You need to be able to control the game from the entirety of it, basically, which is why these decks are so exhausting to play sometimes. There's a beauty in playing very aggressive, just play characters to the board and turn them sideways decks, because sometimes you don't have to think nearly as hard. You have a 1, 2, 3, 4 curve, and you just do that, and it works. Second workshop.
Yeah, Colin here taking the entire turn to play that workshop, proc the workshop, off the workshop, draw another card, inking their Scrooge, I think, and back over. So again, an indication that we might not have the cards we need. It definitely feels like a turn off there. We are one step closer to Be Prepared, and luckily Christopher hasn't managed to drive the lower total that high.
I think the Queen missing was more of a disaster than I had thought here. If our play is just develop another workshop and draw a card, inking Scrooge when you already have 3 items in play feels like a disaster. Because that's exactly what you want to be doing to sort of play catch up in this. Because 1, it gives you another look at an additional item, but 2, you can next turn, let's say we have another workshop in hand, we could play the workshop, draw 2 cards, and still develop the Scrooge. Now we just don't have that as an option, which again means that we probably have an ink problem.
Absolutely. Jens said to the Inkwell there, and Doc, I think, hitting right on time. 2 more cards in hand, and we are going to quest for 3.
Yeah, I'm being told that there's only about 8 brooms in this list.
Okay.
That it's the good broom, the 1-drop that we all know and love. That doesn't always see play as a 4 of, but in this list it's pretty chill, especially with the library, which I assume is in this deck, and then the evasive, just the steel one. So Yensid probably more often than not just drawing a card and is just a character that cycles itself. But
what it does do, cards like that. So is it fair to call it a brooms deck? I don't know. There's a Yensid that cares about brooms. But what it does do is it changes your opponent's decision making at times. When you have so for example, when in a wide board like this, if Yensid is a character you can challenge into, and your opponent's choosing between several different things, your opponent now has to calculate in, are they going to drop 2 brooms and get that extra 2 lore? It just adds one more decision to your opponent and does give you that little bit of extra reach in some scenarios. It's a fun
Yeah,
little tech card. I'm not sure what it replaces in the list in that 2 slot.
I would assume just other generic kind of characters around there.
Yeah.
There's so many just sort of like mediocre characters in these lists that are fine. None of them are particularly exciting. It could even replace something like the White Rose, that sort of a package where you just maybe have a little less lore bursty reach and you are just okay with it.
Yeah, it's really it's doing the piglet thing, right? Like
Yeah.
if you turn 1 broom, you turn 2 Yensid, turn 3 Arrow Sweeper, and you get 3 lore on turn 3. That's not
Well,
not a lot.
that's unfortunate. So they do have some snakes in the list,
Yeah,
it appears.
there it is.
And we've been Snake Pete. Actually, calling it a very good previous turn. I honestly would have liked drawing one less card and using the Vitalosphere to challenge something, right? Leverage the rush that the Vitalosphere could give so that we can actually remove maybe a Smee off the board last turn. Would have left Christopher at, say, 12, maybe a little bit less, because they would want to take out the maybe trade the dock for the Scrooge. But we could have also popsicled and healed it, things like that. I think that would have given us, we would have been 1 card down, but it would have given us a little bit more breathing room. Maybe relying on this Be Prepared in hand a little too much. And now this Pete Lock,
And it
can't play that either.
when we're used to thinking of game when you put the the amount of lore on the board to close things out, or when you draw that reach card, but sometimes it's a simple play like this, right on time, bouncing the Pete, playing the Pete. It really feels like that kind of iced the cake here.
I mean, that's one of the major reasons to play Amethyst Steel, honestly, is the ability to Pete multiple turns in a row without needing to draw multiple Petes. You leverage Snake, you leverage Fox, and it can put some of these decks that have over leveraged themselves on actions at just such a bad spot. I mean, we think about this turn here, how easy it would have been to, all right, we just challenge or quest with the duck and then Be Prepared. Boom, done. Now, instead of that as an option, we can't do any of that. We have to try and not lose this turn immediately with just the characters that are already in our hand.
Well, Maui will help a little bit, challenging into that Snake. I imagine Scrooge is gonna take a look at that Smee here shortly. There it is.
Yeah.
And that leaves us, I think, 2 lore shy. So not out of it yet. I don't see any cards in Christopher's hand.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so a little bit of space perhaps, and with a few lucky draws or unlucky draws for Christopher, we can stretch this game out a little bit longer.
Any character would be good from Christopher's side, which that's the majority of the deck, because then we can cash in the broom.
It looks like that's going to be the play here. I see Broom questing first. That's usually an indication that we're going to play something like a Diablo and cash it in, drawing a card,
Makes
looking for
sense.
those reach cards.
Is that a Yensid that we picked up? It's a little awkward. But it's still fine. I mean, any unexerted character is A-okay.
We'll keep that in hand, play around the board wipe a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's okay here. We are going to lose all these characters. I don't actually think that Be Prepared is super necessary here. Given that we have the shield, you can actually clean up most of the board without using Be Prepared. It looks like just opting for the Be Prep anyway.
Yeah, the question is that 1 lore stays up, and then
Yeah,
Yeah,
if 19 is certainly much worse spot than 18.
but unfortunately, drawing another card off that Diablo, Christopher now can go wide again, And yeah, that's the problem is when you're refilling your hand, even one extra card, you have to find board wipes every turn now, and
Yeah.
it becomes.
There's a
oh,
goat in
there's the
hand.
goat.
Well,
Go play the goat,
that'll
and
do it.
that is that, as they say.
Yep.
And another goat in hand. So
For style, as Colin,
Yep.
I'd probably be prepared there and go
that's
out on
right,
my own
right. Go out,
terms,
there
you
you
know?
go.
But
Well,
that's the power of Pete. I mean, look, it's a broom deck, but at the end of the day, it's mostly just an amethyst steel deck that
Mhm.
has a slightly different take on that piglet avenue, right? That here's this 2 cost character that is now a must answer.
Mhm.
Because if you don't, and I have it, then it's a disaster, questing for 3, especially against some of these sort of slower Ruby Sapphire decks. I mean, the top 8 has, I think, 3 or 4 Ruby Sapphire in it.
Mhm.
So that's tough. I mean, any character-based deck is going to excel quite a bit in this sort of situation. So a pretty good position to be in going to the top 4, I would say, for our broom list.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's fascinating. I do hope we get to talk to the pilot there, Christopher. I'm interested to know how well the Yensid has worked out, because that's really what it is. I mean, you can get a card off of it. I imagine that's rare. It's fun when it happens, but that piglet line, being able to be extra aggressive there, because that extra 2 lore on turn 3 can make a big difference.
Yeah, I saw them tweet out about the deck, and people were asking a little bit of questions, because they really only tweeted a picture of Yensid and their result. Basically, it seemed like for the most part, Yensid is ink, unless it's not.
Yeah.
You know.
I
Excuse me.
if I was better at this,
yeah,
I would
same,
have done a real
Same.
quick mute
I'm
there.
staring at the light, and it killed me.
Yeah, I would have been quick on the mic.
My apologies. We're gonna bring our brooms in here, and we'll have him.
I'm gonna let you do this one. 'Cause I
Sure.
need to take a step out for a second.
Just meet them both. Well, all right. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's a broom deck, sort of.
Sort of.
It's mostly, amethyst steel that has trimmed a few cards to make room for
Yensids,
make room for some Yensids, because
Yeah.
the deck historically kind of has already been playing the 1-drop.
Mhm.
So, what did you remove to make room for that? I guess.
Elsa's.
Okay.
And then sadly Calhoun's. I really like Calhoun and Elsa, but you can't
fair.
really mash it all in there.
Something's got to go, and I feel like Calhoun doesn't line up super well against Diablo, perhaps. And the Elsas. So this puts you just more on an aggressive track, I suppose. Than, Elsa is a little aggressive but a little defensive. A little bit higher on the curve. It seems to have been working out pretty well this weekend.
Yeah. I also used to have a lot of white roses, but I kind of necessitated, in order for Yensid, when it's bad to do anything,
Yeah.
you kind of have to crab it and at least get a trade often.
Yep.
I
That
run
makes
4
sense.
crabs, and then I'm greedy, playing 3 cannons, which are already uninkable. Got to make room for those. Have to cut genies, and then that leads into I got to play friends now, and
I mean, the friends looked okay, honestly. You sort of combine them with the, with the Cobra, who historically is not like the best at questing anyway. It's fine, but it lets you refill a little bit. Are you playing any Desperate Plans? Or probably no, because of the
No.
Fire the Cannons. Again, something's got to go, right? You got to make room for something.
We're at what, I think 4 docks, 3 genies, 3 cannons. I think that's it.
But it runs out pretty quick, So, but that makes sense. I mean, kind of run us through your matchups a little bit this weekend? I mean, has it been a lot of
I've
the
played-
Sapphire piles, and you
I've
just
played a different deck every round.
okay? That's
So,
exciting. I mean,
yeah.
it means the metagame is in an okay spot at least.
I lost the first 3 die rolls, but fortunately for me, I sat down round 1 against green steel, and I just mulliganed for broom Yen Sid, and I had a cannons, and I was like, maybe if I'm on the draw, like cannons is usually okay against most things besides like red blue, I'll keep it. And I wound up mulliganing into a second cannons, feeling terrible, and an aerial cleaner, and then he inked a hypnotize, played a Diablo, looked at my hand and shrugged. And I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
You know, I'm sure that his whole hand is just like Diablo shift lines for days, and just
Yes.
it's a disaster. You know, you hope that that's good, and sometimes it is, but if it's bad, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's really rough against green still when they find out not to go Diablo line in games 2 and 3 and go a Muses route. Because the deck's very cold to Muses, but as long as they don't do that to me, we're usually cooking pretty fast with the Yensids.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine the games where Yensid is bad. The whole broom package is inkable, right?
Yes.
But they're all inkable. Like, it's not any worse than any other like random dork that's an inkable, right?
Yeah.
And when it's good, you know, even when it's okay, like you have the 1-drop broom into Yensid, like it's still pretty good. Draws 2 cards, like that's not the worst. And it's no worse than Calhoun is against control decks, right? Like,
awkwardly enough, I've found the 2/3 broom on 2 against Amber Steel to be like a 2/3 that's like gonna trade with stuff just as often as Calhoun feels like it does. And
you know, Calhoun is great. It slows the game down a lot, but like you don't care that much about the game being slow because you're trying to be the fast deck. Like you don't need to be the defensive. Calhoun just doesn't feel like it lines up against any of the Amber Ruby decks at all. They're all basically full evasives at this point. You know, some of them even opting for like the 2-drop, like the 3/1s. What are you even challenging with Calhoun anymore? It just doesn't line up super well, and it's an uninkable. Like that slot, those are so desperate for being good cards. And when Calhoun is bad, it's so bad. When it's good, it's just one of the best 2-drops.
Yes.
No question. Calhoun is amazing, but sometimes it can be pretty bad.
Throughout the whole weekend, we're either inking the broom or it's making Yensid quest for 3.
Yeah.
The 2/3.
I mean, that's a better package than Calhoun can hope for, I think. I mean, Calhoun really is +2 lore, right? Most of the time. You quest with it more, you challenge with it once and then it gets taken out. Like if Yensid ever does that, it's at least as good, but it's an inkable. So I don't know. I kind of like it.
Throughout the day, people have like not wanted to remove the 2/3 broom because it's a 2/3 broom.
Yeah.
That's only evasive on my turn.
And only quest for
people
1.
don't want to waste anything on it. And it's like, well, now later in the game, I'm crabbing it and your genie's gone or your Elsa's gone or it's up trading with everything. Or broom and cannons is clearing a genie, and it just kind of gets there.
I mean, I think about back when Diablo was a menace, kind of back when Bucky was around, and that broom was a playable card that that was the tech piece that you ran because you threaten the Diablo, so it has to stay back, and that was good enough. You know,
you can't shift storm it. That's
exactly. Like it had the 3 willpower, so it lived, which was relevant. You know, it had a lot of the things that you needed to deal with the problem, which is Diablo. So it's already like none of the cards that you added, Yensid obviously being the exception, but like the other 2 brooms are both very fine. And the piglet aspect of Yensid, right, where sometimes it's there, and then all of a sudden you're just like, okay, now quest for 3, like that's a huge problem. Like they have to respect that because you can't just let things quest for 3. Like you're not winning against Amethyst if they're gaining random 3 lore. Like that's just not real.
No, I at one point against red purple played a second broom and went from questing from 4 to 8 very quickly with 2 Yensids and some Turnabugs and just
Flynn Rider, Piglet, like Yensid, they all have this weird mode where all of a sudden you lose the game immediately because you didn't deal with it right away. He's not to be underestimated.
When they're bad, you're just inking them and playing Smees.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Your worst 2-drop often is Smee. So.
Oh no, Smee, so terrible. You know, so that's not bad. I like the switch from Calhoun. Like I definitely, the way that the metagame looks, Calhoun just doesn't feel stellar, and it's uninkable, right? Really, all that we're doing with this package switch is let's change where our uninkables are. You know, to ones that when they're terrible, the worst case is that they're ink, and that's that's okay for a lot of cards. If they're uninkable, man, they gotta be really bangers these days. Otherwise, like, what are you running the uninkables for? If they're not the perfect card in that spot, like, you gotta be able to do better. There's so many cards now.
Yeah, and Blue Red was a lot more popular than I kind of thought it would be popular this weekend. I didn't think it would be 4 of them in top 8.
There's quite a few,
Yeah,
you know.
beating the Amber Steel and the Green Steel. A lot of Sisus going around, but like they're all running the 3-drop Sisu, so even if I'm going 1-drop Broom and the Yin Sid, they still genuinely need to think sometimes like which one. They don't always get my Broom. Sometimes they get my Yin Sid.
It
that
makes,
already drew the card.
Right, it makes them ask questions like, I can't. It's the Piglet problem. You just can't let that exist, because you have to assume that they have it, and then they're going to get 3 out of it, and that's really scary. You know, that extra lore, that push can close out the games really quickly, and if they just don't have an answer, I mean, obviously last game, you know, the last match, a couple of their games, some couple problems. So
yeah, he also missed that coil trigger. I was surprised. I was like, oh,
I saw that
okay,
too.
I'll go
you
with
know,
it.
I don't know if it really mattered a ton, but
It would have saved 1 lore, but I was like, I'll take whatever edge I can
yeah,
get right now.
exactly. But I think it was already like missing ink a couple turns was already a disaster. Like we saw their hand from the other side. It was just mostly, you know, 3-drop Sisus, and sometimes that happens. You get bad
nervous,
draws.
I was nervous.
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, top 8, playing for top 8, or in top 8 especially, it can be tough, you know, and it is not easy to do, and sometimes your draws are bad and you lose, you know. Oh well.
I knew I was real nervous looking at my hand, and I had 2 friends that I'm trying to get rid of with Doc, and I'm like, do I have to play this Pete and sing things? And I'm like, I want to sing a string to get rid of this queen, maybe. And then I like immediately inked a Smee instead of the second friends, and I was like, what am I doing?
Like, I need that to win.
The big nerves.
Ah, that's all right. You know what? It's okay to be nervous.
Yeah.
I think you're doing great.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming in here for the interview. I mean, thoughts on the metagame overall?
I like it more than usual. I don't like the Sid package that much into like a blue-red metagame, if that's where we're going. But like playing it into the Amber Steel that I expected, and then maybe some Green Steel that feels great. I've been cannonsing Piglets and Ladies and Pennies and just everything else kind of all day. Those have all felt great, but in red blue, I don't want.
I mean, do you really want Calhoun either?
No.
It's more the cannons. Like if one of them was maybe a desperate plans, just something that gives you like a little bit more juice might be a concession to how much control is here. That I can understand. There's like one good target for Fire the Cannons, and it's basically the little Sisu.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of.
It might become a Baboom soon. I don't know.
Just for an inkable. Yeah, we're circling all the way back around.
Because like, you get stuck with like a lot of uninkables and awkward spots on turn 5 with like Genie Doc, and like you can't even ink to Genie and Doc. So I'm only playing the 3 Genies just to cut it down and trying to make room. I'm on like 3 goats.
Cobra does a lot of work, but like Cobra can't fix all the problems on its own. I appreciated the game 1 line of just the double Cobra, you know, especially with all the knowing that you have the Doc in hand, and then just leveraging the friends better with the Cobras, because again, it discards the card. You are able to sing it because questing for 1 just generally doesn't matter that much, and it just lets you keep the action going to lead into like the Doc, bounce Doc.
Cobra like seems really good against red blue sometimes, but then they have those coils, and I'm getting blown out by Scrooges and Maui's. It's great against red purple, and
it is. You know. It is. It's a big body, and like all the removal was mostly going to remove it anyway. Like that's what's really interesting about Vanish right now is there's not enough Vanish in the format that like the really free, you know, hit 2 or 3 targets can be played. So then they're still having to use premium removal to take care of your Vanish, and it's like, okay, yeah, you strengthed my guy. Like that would have killed it anyway, probably. So we're not quite at the point where there's enough Vanish for the Vanish cards to be bad, which just makes them very good. You know, if there were maybe 2 or 3 more really powerful Vanish cards,
if there are more Iagos running around still.
Yeah, you might see more of the, you know, target 2 things, draw a card type things running around.
Yeah.
And that is a disaster. You know, you run out 2 Vanish things, get them blown up for free, and they draw a card. Like,
I cannonsed a few Iagos this weekend.
I mean, hey, maybe they're not that bad. But again, Ruby Sapphire, again, not a lot of targets. So, but, you know, it's going well.
It was a very spread out weekend for me. I think I went from Green Steel into Cherna Dogs into Steel Songs into Blurple, into Amber Steel Aggro, I
Wow.
want to say, into Red Purple, into Red Blue.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
then if we didn't draw round 8, I would have been against Levers. So it would have
it,
been full 8 different
it's
decks.
like it's really interesting because a lot of those decks are very good against the control decks like Ruby Sapphire. You know,
Mhm.
a bunch of those aggro decks, but they're pretty, I would say, underdogs against the Amethyst Steel more so than like just a normal aggro versus aggro because you're doing the same things. Usually your general like hyper aggro decks, it's a coin flip. Whoever wins the die roll, like they go
Yeah,
first, they beat you down, you beat them down, they beat you down, it's over, right? But you actually can break serve a lot because you have some of that steel removal, you have the
Mhm.
crabs to trade way up. Like those
Yes.
kind of things are very powerful that some of the other, mostly the amber aggro decks just don't really have access to. They just don't have that much removal.
Yeah.
So I like it. I really like the list, and
There you go.
I'm excited to see how you do the rest of the event.
Hopefully we do okay. I don't know what I'm playing against next
You know
round.
what?
We'll see. We'll have to
You've
see.
already done okay, so you can't actually fail from here, right? You've already
That's a
made
good way to
top
look at
4.
it.
What's your fail case?
It
You
beat my
made top 4,
expectations. So
right?
yeah.
You know, how can you do better than what you've already done? No matter what, you're already here. So
Yeah.
you've done great this weekend. Just go play some cardboard. You know, swing it around. Can't do wrong.
Do it. Well, thanks for having me on.
Hey,
Thank you.
thanks for popping in here. We'll talk to you again once you win the finals, and then and you know,
Hopefully.
I'll give you a little break so you can go decompress before the next round.
Awesome. Thank you.
So we've got some more rounds coming up here. So, you know, we'll let Liam take a break here, and let's talk a little bit about how some of these deck lists might look, you know, after rotation. You know, we're seeing a very diverse metagame right now, more than I think we have kind of in the past. And some of it is the removal of a few of the cards, certainly has opened it up a little bit. And some of the new cards have also helped. You know, he mentioned the Levers deck, and, you know, we're able to see some of the set 7 decks kind of carry over, right? The typical decks running a lot of the earlier steel package, right? Some of the song decks I've incorporated a few cards, rhinos, and things like that. I really do still think that there are decks that are unexplored, that I think are either very close to being viable, or maybe post rotation they might have enough breathing room that some of the strategies are more usable. You know, I think that like the new Tinkerbell is a very good card with the 5 strength matters kind of stuff, and I had been very impressed with it. It gets a little bit bullied by, you know, the Steel Songs package, the strength, and the storm being just very free, consistent early removal. You know, on top of Cinderella and Rhino and even Belle, to some extent, able to sing those early if they're playing them, and that's, you know, unfortunate, but something that could be more freed up in the future. You know, the dual colored cards have really given some of the underutilized colors a bit more life. So that's always good to see, and I hope that that continues to allow them to push the power level of certain cards. I mean, I would say that Blurple, you know, the Amethyst Sapphire is stronger than it's ever been because of Into the Unknown, leveraging just the very powerful effect of putting a card directly into the Inkwell with, you know, set 1 Hades, and now they just have a really inexpensive song that has the same effect, and you can combine the two together, draw a lot of cards, and, you know, just be ahead that way. It's very cool. And then to some same aspect with that, I think that there is a very almost there deck for, Amber and Sapphire with the puppies package. I think it needs a couple more playable cards within that space, but there is a deck there for sure, because they have printed probably one of the stronger 2-drops in the game into that color combo. So as long as the rest of the deck is there to support it, I certainly think that Ludwig will make a presence at some point. But we're not quite there. We'll be eventually, but I think that it is hard to want to play some of those decks just because they're lacking in really powerful removal so far. But they'll, soon. I think. So what else have we got here? So there's likely going to be some amount more of Sapphire Ruby in our top 8 here. Welcome back, Liam. I hope you had a good couple of minutes there.
I did. Sorry, I left you alone.
You're fine.
But
I've been leaving you alone all weekend.
You have, well, true, and you've been here all weekend and have so many amazing insights to share based on what you've been seeing. So, frankly, I'm sure people are upset to have me back because they'd rather just listen to you.
Oh,
talk about the.
That's not true at all.
It's true. This stream is not sponsored by Celsius.
Yet, of course.
Yet, Celsius, if you're out there,
call us up.
Is
Celsius a PepsiCo or is it a cola?
I don't know.
Probably one of the two. It always is.
Please recycle. I don't know.
It could be a third party, but they all seem to be Pepsi or cola at this point.
Not recommended for people who are caffeine sensitive. So the other match out there in the feature table is still going. Longest there have been judge calls, and there's Maui's going off and Pirates lifing and green purple shenanigans and levers. It's that match. Yeah, so
I'm excited to see levers if they make it through. Talking with him, we were pretty close on what was cut. Calhoun was what ended up getting the axe.
Okay.
And that's what made room for. There's no desperate plans, but there are 3 fire the cannons, which given this metagame, maybe not the greatest.
Cindy.
Yeah, it is good into most things. Obviously, less into Ruby Sapphire, but perhaps a switch back to maybe some desperate plans or a Baboom even, and then mix in some other uninkables. But
it also caps off a Genie on Genie, and there's other little
uninkable wise, like it was maybe 3 genies and then some handful of the docks and full set of docks and things like that. But really making concessions into some of the cards to play the brooms that you were right. You want to kind of play those, playing the full set of crabs instead of some of the bigger removal to be able to. Elsa was cut, so there's no real way to play that way. But with the crabs in combination with the brooms pretty innocuous, right? You play it and it's like, oh, it's just a 2/3. Sometimes it has evasive or whatever, but you're able to challenge way up with crab a lot, and that combination has done well this weekend apparently, because people don't want to waste a removal spell on a broom.
Yeah,
you can't
storm it.
You can't storm it, right? That was one of the reasons that it was good against Emerald Steel to deal back in Bucky days, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was the card.
The Bucky days.
That was the card that you brought in, because unless they specifically had Bucky in a cove, or not Bucky in a cove, Diablo in a cove. It's just like Vietnam flashbacks over here. Bucky is just like hanging out in the cove, and everything is a disaster. But no, Diablo just can't fight against that card because you can't storm it. You have to devote resources to deal with this random 2/3, and it just feels really bad. So then he was even describing a game that he played early on in the weekend where he was against a green steel, Emerald Steel sort of full on Diablo strategy. Their opener was apparently just all Diablos all the time, and they looked at their hand and they're just it was double fire the cannons with a broom, and they're just what do you do? If your whole hand is Diablos, the game is just over immediately because none of your cards do anything. Which we haven't really seen a lot of that sort of element being attacked, because you have to fight all these other sort of decks. Played 8 different decks this weekend. That's a wide open metagame. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is fascinating because I do think like early on in this meta, like green steel seemed to be at least at SSG, we saw green steel was the bogeyman, and everybody's like, oh my goodness, green steel is unbeatable. It has the removal, it has the discard, it's just really, really good. And some people going, Zach Bevan's trying out Amber Emerald discard, but for sure the discard packages seem to be the thing, and it happens every meta. Last in Arcasia's Island, it was the items package. Zan said brings in the items with the Oswalds, and everybody goes, "Oh my goodness, this deck is unbeatable." And then a couple weeks go by, and all of a sudden people start testing things out, and now I wouldn't say it's wide open, but when you have, but it's pretty close. Like there's so many different decks out there performing well.
Yeah.
Amber Steel is I think the biggest share of the metagame out there, but
Yeah.
in a variety of different packages.
Yeah,
So
I think you're going to see a lot of Amber Steel, a lot of Sapphire Ruby, both of those decks. So, we can talk a little bit about sort of leveling, right? Where you're going to see a lot of level 0 or tier 0 type of things right away. These are the more obvious. It'll be your previous set decks, so like your set 7 lists, maybe
with a twist.
With a twist. We got our Amber Steel, we added Rhino,
Yeah.
right?
Cobra.
Yeah, exactly. We're not
little things.
We're not adding a ton of cards. We're not like making a new deck. We're like, oh, this is a little bit more efficient. This card seems pretty strong, and it fits with the strategy, right? Maybe you add the Rhinos, and then you're able to add a little bit more Zeus because it fits better with the spell line for what you got. Sure. So those are your immediate, like, these are really obvious. Like, this is the deck that we're gonna run. We get a bunch of new items. We get the Tamatoa in set 7. We get the bell, and we're like, okay, I'm going to cram a bunch of items together, like all the good ones, the ones that say draw a card on them mostly, and then I'm going to put this other guy that was already pretty good that also says items, Oswald. We put all that in the same deck. It seems super, super clever and creative, but like, is it really? It's just, what can we do with all these items with this new crab? What can we can cram all this in here, and then people aren't ready for it, right? As a
That's the thing.
If you're bringing in a set 6 or a list that isn't ready to deal with that on that axis at all of a sudden you maybe don't have early enough removal in every color combo to interact with Oswald, and they just like Oswald. They ink 2 or 3 times in a turn, and all of a sudden they have 15 things in play, and then they play any crab, and the game's just over immediately, right? You just don't have enough stuff to deal with what they're doing because they're going super wide with items. Like, nobody's running any item destruction, no interaction with what they're doing, and then you lose. And then it looks amazing. And then people look at the list later, they sort of analyze it, and you're like, oh, it's kind of a vulnerable list full of a lot of do nothing stuff. Like, none of these items do anything. None of them interact with your opponent at all. Like, yeah, Vitalosphere is cool, but all that does is allow the character that you played to challenge. It just gives rush, So none of them directly, remove characters or anything like that. So all of a sudden, if you have enough interaction to like deal with the little bit of item extra, from Oswald, then it just becomes sort of a Sapphire Tamatoa list. I mean, he really wasn't even playing that much removal in the early lists that he was running.
Interesting.
And you can bully it by going up to level 1, which is now I know that this level 0 deck exists. So we move up to level 1, and it no longer is this menace that it was previously. And then the evolution of that is you saw it switch to like the Sheriff of Nottingham sort of strategy. It's a similar deck. You're leveraging some of the extra item package, the new Happy as a Clam, and you're the Bell, and doing all this stuff with the Scrooge as well. But then your payoff is different. Instead of you just like, oh, I'm going to put a bunch of items and then do that, all of a sudden your payoff is a bunch of 5/8s for free. You're like 5/8, 5/8, 5/8, and then they just lose because they don't have a removal spell for a 5/8.
That's all the willpower.
Right. That's so much willpower, and it's just giant characters, and that is the sort of now we're on level 2. The level 2 deck might not ever be able to beat the level 0 deck, but the level 2 deck always beats the level 1 deck. Like, that's the kind of leveling that can happen, and you can outgame yourself. If you're thinking too far in the future, and they're just like, nah, I'm gonna put characters into play and turn them sideways, and you're up here doing this super clever thing with these huge payoffs at the end, and then they're just like, okay, Daisy into Daisy, you might just lose before you get to do all this nonsense. So you always, the character or the players that seem to do very, very well at these events, Zach Bivens, Zan Said, they always are bringing these very clever looking decks. But the reality is that they're making a deck that maybe isn't good at every event. They're making decks that are good at the event that they're at.
That's and it's a great point. And we forget about this sometimes, especially like younger players, is that or newer players, like meta calls are meta calls for that moment in time, but also that particular part of the country.
That room that they're in.
Exactly. Yeah. And so you're tempted oftentimes to like net deck or to look at, for example, one of my favorites is Zach Bivens coming here to CCS, bringing this wild amethyst steel deck that was running the Arthurs, that was bouncing things back to his hand and doing fun stuff. And everybody looked at that. He placed in the top 4, I think, that weekend, and people built it and they tried to play it, and they're like, I can't make this work.
What does this do?
What does this do? And rule number 1 of playing that deck is be Zach Bivens.
Of course.
If you're not Zach Bivens, the second rule is be at Charlie's at that weekend.
Yeah.
Because that was built for that moment. And so sometimes these things are transferable. Good decks are good decks, but you can, you're tailoring them for specific points in time.
Yeah. The most important piece to glean from, sort of deck list information at big events is not necessarily I need to take this exact 60 or whatever and just play it at the next event. It's what changes were there from some of the other decks, and what did those allow for? You look at the flash in the pan that was the Sheriff of Nottingham, and we know that one got a little hamstrung because the bannings happened shortly thereafter, which is unfortunate. But like, you look at what was that attacking? All it was doing is it was trying to attack the decks that were trying to attack the actual item list with the Oswalds by just going way bigger. Take the payoff and be like, okay, well, here's these big monsters that you don't have the plan for. Is that really consistently like what is the best plan for this? Maybe it is. Maybe that's something that you can integrate into the decks. I mean, this happened a lot back in like the set 2 and set 3 sort of metagames where
the best metas,
where it was a lot of Amethyst Ruby.
It's all Amethyst.
Bullying Amethyst Ruby, and it's trying to figure out what the best way to bully the other Amethyst Ruby's bullying strategy was. So it's how many spellbooks do you run? I went to an event and I brought Fidgets, which at the time nobody was running, and it did pretty well for me.
Batty.
It is, and it just happened to be a 3-power, 3 strength evasive character that made it so that opposing minis, the Minnie Mouse Surfer, couldn't quest because it would just get removed. And eventually later that evolved into like Shadow Finders and other packages. But it wasn't good the next week. It was good at that event because it was a surprise. It was like this different thing, and it was a way to be like, okay, I got this. Like, can you beat this thing? And if the answer was no, because my only plan was curve out into surfers, then you lose.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes that those meta calls are hard. That is one of the more skill testing things I think for events is, did you bring the right decks to be in this room?
Yeah, and it requires you to be plugged into the zeitgeist a little bit. But that's not to say, if you're watching and you're like, oh, I don't have the time to spend every hour of every day on Twitter to see what's going on. That's not to say that you have to do that. But I think what you said is important. You can do what you need to do to kind of glean the information from the zeitgeist by paying attention to, a few specific tournament reports to kind of see where things are trending. Maybe listen to 1 or 2 podcasts, but you can do it with a reasonable amount of time. But yeah, look for those changes, see what people are adjusting, and kind of use that to identify where the trends are headed. It's tricky, but it's not hard to do with a moderate amount of time.
And the reality is that we're not talking about gaining 25% win rate against every other deck. Yeah. We're talking about a few percentages that they might get. The surprise factor can give you sometimes another handful of percent.
Right.
But we're not talking about, oh, now all of a sudden this color combo is able to just win every game because
right.
Kendall, no, I'm not for the folks at home, right? He was bringing just the same deck
Yeah.
to a bunch
It's
of
the last
events in a
deck,
row.
bring it right
It
back.
just changes nothing, because it doesn't matter that much. You bring the deck that you're familiar with, and again, you're not gaining that much of a percentage by like trying to over level. You might make all these changes, and then nobody else made any changes to their lists to that you're adjusting to, and then you just like have all these tech cards that don't do anything.
Yeah.
You bring a bunch of item hate, and there's no items. Then what?
Yeah.
You may make all these changes and not play against any of the matchups that all the cards are for, and then you feel like you're not making the right
Wrong call.
but your call was maybe fine, and you just sometimes you get bad matchups and lose. Like
Yeah.
most people lose a lot in every card game. Like on average, you lose more often than not, unless you just play in a ton of events. Even the best players, honestly, like
Yeah. So it's fun. It's funny you say that too, because I think we were talking about this yesterday. I think we were talking about this. I was talking about somebody. Like good players playing a lot of events, and so you watch players that we all know. I can name them all off, but they're a lot of the world's competitors, and you see them finishing at the top of tournaments all the time. And for sure, they convert a lot.
Yeah.
But they also play in a lot of events. So we had 2 world's competitors out here who did not make the top cut. Now,
Yeah.
for sure, they weren't probably bringing in, they weren't trying to tip their hand on worlds, so they may not have brought in suboptimal
totally
decks
different format too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Steel exists in this one. That's crazy.
Right. But if you were not paying attention, you wouldn't have seen that here's 2 worlds qualifiers who either scrubbed out or didn't do that well. And they just play in a lot of tournaments.
You could literally have a player win an event on a Saturday and then play in a Sunday event and O2 scrub and just like go do something else.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's a numbers game. A lot of this is if you're an above average player, that might mean that you win 55% of your games. That means you're losing 45% of your games. That's so many games, right? That's
Yeah.
a lot of your games. Even the best players in Magic the Gathering, which has a much longer history than this, the best players ever, lifetime, against the other best players, have a little bit over a 60% win rate. That means they lose so much.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime that somebody's advertising like an 80%, 90% win rate with a deck, I'm like, did you play 10,000 games with this deck? Because then this is variance for some of it, right? Maybe the deck's super good. You might have just gotten good matchups 50 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
That's a great point. And that's why we play TCGs, we're playing TCGs, not chess.
This is not chess.
It's not a pure skill game.
Exactly. We don't have to memorize every single thing. Like some of it is you just go by the vibes. Maybe you play test a card a little bit and you're like, I don't like this card. Maybe it's really good, and you're like, just like, I don't like it. I'm not feeling it, and you cut it.
Yeah, that's true. Gosh, bad with names. But one of the interviews we were doing, she was saying, I played, Ruby Sapphire. I played this, I played that, and I just didn't feel it. Like it wasn't clicking for me. I just didn't have the warm fuzzies, and
Didn't
so
like
I moved over to this.
I mean, historically, I play very control-y decks, and what was it, Seattle? I brought hyper aggro. I played that all weekend. I did terrible in the main event. I literally drew 8 rounds, but I scooped like 600 tickets or something on the side
There you
events because I just played against Ruby Sapphire a bunch of times in a row in the side events, and I just didn't in the main event.
Yeah.
Every time I matched up against Sapphire, I just smashed them. Anytime I matched up against everything else, they smashed me. What do you do?
Yep. Yeah, and you see that. I mean, you see that all the time in even top cuts of DLCs.
Yeah.
You look at some people who get in sometimes with like odd builds or new builds, and you're like, oh wow, that deck's really good. That's interesting. What a great call. He clearly called it right. And then you look at the matchups, and I'm not saying it was a bad call, but you look at the matchups and you're like, oh wow, they didn't play steel all day.
I mean,
All day.
Atlanta, right? The deck was super cool.
Yep. Josh
deck-
Colt's deck.
His deck was great. Very cool. He dodged steel almost the whole weekend, which is that's a skill too.
Yeah.
Be lucky. Don't be unlucky. Better lucky than good, but better to be both.
Mhm.
If you're going to win a big event, even the best players, you have to be lucky for some of it. You have to be on the better side of variance for a good majority of the time. Otherwise, you're sometimes you draw bad. Most decks have some percentage of fail rate. Some decks more than others. Will Steel Song, right? That one I think loses to itself like probably 10-15% of the time. It's a little
That's
better
fair.
now, but it's
You're just playing
historically
solitaire,
like,
and you're like, I just can't.
yeah,
I just
you
can't go
look
that.
at your cards and
Yeah.
like none of them do anything, and all your holding worlds are in a little pile right next to each other, and then you lose.
Yep.
But
Whole new world into 3 whole new worlds.
yeah, you're like, oh, sweet,
That's
that's
great.
And then other times, all your holding worlds are exactly 9 cards apart, and then you win every game very easily, and it's like comical how good your deck is. And that's the other 10%. It's the ones in the middle that are the interesting games, right? But you have to be a little lucky. You have to play a lot. You can't beat variance by playing in one event a month and expecting the results to always be good. And it's okay to lose. That was something that I struggled with a lot more when I was younger. You lose and you beat yourself up about it. You don't have to. It's not that serious. It's a game at the end of the day, even though it's competitive, and there is a lot of variance baked into it. So you will lose, and you will lose a lot. And one of the more important skills, other than playing fast, because you should do that too, and drink water, but it's just being good at not winning sometimes. It's okay to lose. The best record is undefeated, right? But the second best record is just 0-2, and you drop and just do something else with your day. Reclaim your day. Go do something else. It happens.
And learn from it. And
Yeah.
to your point, because when you're focused on not beating yourself up about it, not being bummed out, you can actually reflect better and look back and say, is there something I can learn from there? Or even asking your opponent, hey, can I see your deck? Like, what would you have preferred I do there? And I don't know. There's a back and forth when you lose sometimes that I think we're afraid to take because we're feeling bummed. But you can learn a lot from your losses, and more often than not, people who have just won a game, unless they have to rush off to the next round, are more than happy to talk about their deck and what they did and how the match went.
And one of the things that I like talking about, especially with high level opponents, right, is did it feel like I made any mistakes? Like, was there a major mistake that you capitalized on? And if the conclusion is like you did all the things like, that you could, did you mulligan the number of cards? Like, what did you keep? You mulliganed right, and your draws were bad. Oh well, you lost. Sometimes you send 6 back and you rip 3 B prepareds. Okay, that game's not going to go well.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know.
Yep.
You're just not going to win.
Yep.
Sometimes your opponent just goes daisy, 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 and then it doesn't matter what your draw was. You just weren't like if you're playing a control deck, you're probably just going to lose, and that's okay. That's their good variance to your average game. They're probably going to win. That's fine. That's life. They're going to run into steel at some point, and then that might not work for them. And that's part of the metagame difference. And unfortunately, we haven't had any DLCs to be able to really do the grind more, in the last little bit here, but we're going to soon, presumably. And it's just a numbers game, play in more events, and it'll end up working out more. Play more games. I wish we had an online client so we could really grind them.
You're gonna open that can of worms, huh?
No.
No.
Like something like Magic Arena, but for this would be awesome. Yeah. That would be so cool.
I agree. The thing about it is, I agree. And of course, I think everybody agrees. But the thing that the online client does to me, it does allow good players to get in more reps, 1,000 games, or whatever.
Absolutely.
But I think the more important thing is when you don't have an online client, there's a certain part of the population, the TCG population, that become favored. And it's those that, have the tech for webcam games and the technical know-how. And for those of a certain generation, that doesn't seem that hard. But for others, it is.
I don't have mine set up. I'm being honest.
It's bad. My studio is not ideal. But then also, people who I have a job, and I do content, and I have a toddler, and I often have to squeeze in TCGs into a certain hour or two in the evening. And if I can log online and jam out 2-3 quick games before I go to bed, that's super great. If I have to call somebody and get them on the webcam and set up my webcam and get my cards out and do that, if I have somebody to call at 10 o'clock at night who wants to play a game, the barrier is there's a barrier there. And so those with teams, those with time, those with local communities, are advantaged going into these events.
Absolutely.
And those solitary players who maybe live, somewhere rural and don't have time, who are trying to squeeze in games here and there, it's harder to compete when you're not getting the reps.
Yeah, and it was always sort of the difference between bigger teams that are, have been able to rent a house, and everybody takes a week off, and they go show up at a large Airbnb, and they open 500 boxes for limited testing, and they just grind hundreds and hundreds of games during that weekend at a high level, are going to be advantaged over those that can't do that. And without some sort of an online client that gives you that sort of time-free availability, like my general schedule is not a daytime schedule. I've always sort of been more of a night owl, and there are times that even if I would want to go, down to a store or call somebody up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., most people are just not available for that. But also internationally either, every time zone is not in the United States. I know that contrary to popular belief, there are other places other than the US. I know it's crazy.
Understand.
It's crazy. Some of them are in Germany. I think that's where, Ravensburger allows themselves to be, I guess. But there's an interesting element to some of those online availabilities where you can just like click in, play a couple games late at night, and get in those reps. You can test decks really quickly. You can do it on the fly. I don't know if you've ever re-sleeved a whole deck, especially like
takes a minute.
I use the outers because I like the picture sleeves.
Oh,
and it takes like an hour to fully re-sleeve and sleeve up a new deck. So like if you're testing a bunch of different decks, like that's time consuming too. Like that's part of it. And if there is an online way to do it, you can do that a little bit more on the fly. And hopefully that is something that is on the docket eventually. I'm not going to hold my breath yet, but I will wait at the very least until we get some of the Worlds announcements, I think.
Yeah.
And when whatever, that's going to be a good weekend, I think.
Yeah. I think you're speaking for a large part of the community, but
yeah,
I will say, I mean, this is just to augment what you're saying. It's not to disagree or anything, but I will also offer, I do appreciate, the in-person play. And
absolutely.
And so I understand the idea that you're trying to prioritize that because in this digital, this is going to go a cheesy direction, but in this digital age where we're all scrolling on TikTok or whatever, when you have hobbies that force in-person interaction, that bring people together, and you sit down across from a stranger and you play a game like that, there's value there. So that's not to say that digital card games should ever replace physical card games, but we have to acknowledge, to your point, the effect that not having one has on people's ability to compete at the highest level.
Yeah.
And that's really really what it's just acknowledging the reality.
Like Atlanta has a ton of stores. This area is rife with places to play. There's a lot of places in Florida where they just have, if they want to go to an event, they can go to one every weekend. Whether it's a 1K, 2K, or whatever. Where I'm at, it's an hour and a half drive to maybe play in the one event a month. Or world class cards. That's like a 6-hour drive for me, that's very reasonable.
A drive.
I'm like, yeah, that's a day trip. We'll just jump over there for the weekend. It's not a big deal. But that's just the reality of America's very large. Like this is a big area that not everybody lives in a major population center that has a ton of events all the time. So, and that's just America, right? That doesn't include, a lot of the other places. It looks like the players are actually getting ready for the next round here. Hopefully we see a new color combination. You want to jump over there?
Yeah, let's take a look at the table while we muse here. So I mean, we waxed poetical there about all sorts of things, but I do want to say we are going into the top 4 here, I believe. And this, for those not familiar with Charlie, I know everybody watching is familiar with Charlie's. You've all been here all day yesterday and all day today, and you know what we're doing here. But just remind everyone, like this is a tournament which has started to matter more and more in the Lorcana space. It was the first big cash prize tournament, and it usually occurs in the early part of a set, and there's a lot of history to this event so far. This is the tournament where Brendan DeCandio, went to the top with Diggy Diggy Hole and popularized it for an entire, and it never went away. It's still kicking around. This tournament was won by Zan Sayed way back in the day with Steel Song. Frank Karsten has flown over from Europe and appeared in this event. And then a couple sets ago, we had Lucas Serrano put himself on the map, a young 15-year-old player, by climbing his way to the top with Ruby Amethyst and beating Kendall Burdett, one of his Ruby Sapphire or Ruby Amethyst mentors, in the top 4, on his way to winning the tournament and a nice cash prize. So this is a tournament that oftentimes can change the meta. This is a tournament where players put themselves on the map. And so these players here, trying to fight their way to the top here in the semifinals, want to write themselves into the history books of Charlie's Collectible Show. So it's been a ton of fun being here. And after 9 rounds, and then the semifinals, or the quarterfinals rather, we're here in the semifinals. where we have two players who are trying to put themselves into finals. So very exciting. And I'm also excited to see Emerald Amethyst, my favorite color combination, here in the quarterfinal or in the semifinals, fighting for that top spot. This is a color combination that I absolutely love. I will admit, I like the tempo variant a lot better. I feel better about myself when I play the tempo variant versus the discard variant. Because I do. I don't know. As fun as it is to force my opponent into top deck mode, it feels better when I'm letting him play the game. What do you think about that, Lofi?
I am a fellow Emerald Amethyst player,
I
so
know you are.
I am honestly filled with joy anytime I see someone not playing Diablo Emerald Amethyst. That's a imposter for this color combination. But yeah, just to see some good old-fashioned lore gain, a couple finishers towards the end, Merlin, Goat, Go-Go, Tomogo. I don't know if you were able to catch any of the top 8 match with Voodoo, but he actually closed out the match by challenging in with a rush character and then Go-Go Tomogoing for the last 2 bits of lore.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard, and there was a double Go-Go earlier, like Go-Go off the top deck to win a match. That card is so unpredictable and changes the math, in the end game. Even in the early game, I've seen people slam foxes to get 4 lore off the Go-Go just to give themselves a little extra push. It's fun. Now I don't know, is Voodoo playing like the tempo variant, or has he worked in some of the discard?
It is
Yeah.
quite tempo varianted or oriented. It's also just a very versatile deck. We talked about Go-Go Tomogo. That comes down on 2 sometimes just as an evasive quester. But he also has Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever, acting as an additional source of discard, an additional source of card draw, an additional source of discard and bounce. Versatility is really the name of this game, and Voodoo showcasing why he's first seed, and his play is consistent along with his deck.
Yeah, it's watching, any, I think, mid-range pilot is always fun, watching how they adapt their game plan based on the play draw disparity and their matchup. And then, but in particular, Emerald Amethyst is a lot of fun watching skilled pilots. This deck, oftentimes, if you're playing like tempo right, unless you're going like a super aggro version with like Merfolk or something, but if you're doing the tempo right, this deck is slowly accumulating lore throughout the game, an occasional surge like with the Go-Go. But you just watch them as they're trying to maintain control of the board. They're trying to force their opponent into responses, just slowly build themselves up till all of a sudden they find, your opponent finds that deck at like 15 or 16 lore, and you're looking for that goat or white rose to finish out the game. And it's just a lot of fun to watch, I feel like.
Yeah, Amethyst has always been such a great color in Lorcana. Paired with this Emerald is, of course, our favorite, but Amethyst being notably the main color that has reach. It has lore gains that are outside of questing. We've highlighted Go, we've highlighted Tomogo, White Rose, but we're going to watch these players alter, and with Voodoo being the first seed, he's going to be going first. I can't imagine him not wanting to alter, looking for Cursed Merfolk, and
There it is.
Wow.
There it is on turn 1. Yeah, Voodoo definitely going to try to drive the early lore gain here. I honestly, being an Emerald Amethyst enthusiast, I really like this matchup. I love playing into the item variant. You want to go fast early, and one of the ways I like to think about going into control decks like this is I like thinking about it as a 2-phase game, because eventually you are likely going to lose control of the board once they get their sweepers out with Be Prepared or Sisus paired with the coils. So the idea is to surge ahead to about, you want to get north of 10 lore, like 12, 13, 14 lore if you're lucky. And then you're trying to close out that game in the end by dropping 1 or 2 threats a turn, forcing your opponent to respond, all while you're looking for the goats, the white roses, or a Go-Go to allow you to kind of close the door. And so really the game plan here is get north of 10 lore as fast as possible, I think.
Yeah, and one thing I've been talking about all weekend is the plays that you and your opponent make that sort of tip your hand, show what your game plan is. And we actually saw Pegasus, a 1-drop, go into the Inkwell on turn 2 here, and we only saw one 1-drop Inklet on turn 2. Maybe speaking to the hand of Voodoo, it might be a little ink light. He might just have some heavy hitters he wants to get to in the hand. But Sarek happy to just proceed with his normal game plan, playing Bell on one off the popsicle into a Sail the Azurite Sea. It's a great start if you're on the draw.
And this is the script for this deck. You've got the Popsicle Bell on turn 1. Bell will allow you to control the board a little bit, and then crucially, hitting that ramp on turn 2. Anytime you watch these item decks play or these ramp decks play and they miss that turn 2 play, you wince a little and you're like, oof. But clearly on script here. And discarding the Sisu there to banish the Merfolk. Doing a little board control.
Yeah, Voodoo's deck is featuring both of these cursed cards, as I refer to them. He's got Cursed Merfolk, he's got Flynn Rider, where they're not formidable challengers, but they force you to discard should you challenge into them. And they're Merlin Crab pairing up with his best buddy Diablo.
I love that line. That the Diablo is so innocuous. It replaces itself, so it feels bad challenging into it and giving your opponent a card, but left unchecked, it gives you lore every turn, and it is a fantastic crab target, allowing the Diablo to trade favorably there with the Bell, and that's a huge swing, leaving Voodoo there with board presence. And that one card discarded to the Cursed Merfolk starts to feel a little bad at this point. Oh, but there's plenty of fuel there. We do have Bell going into the Inkwell for Happy as a Clam, coming out, scooping up those 2 popsicles. And we're kind of on track here.
Yeah, nothing says Happy as a Clam so much as banishing a popsicle to heal nothing, because you know what's coming next. It's a bit of foreshadowing, and we'll have to see what those popsicles end up doing, because we talked about Gogo to Mogo taking advantage of damaged characters, but there's no lore to gain if there's no damage on the characters.
Voodoo taking a couple turns. We have a second Genie coming in play, drawing a card. Now 2 evasive characters they're able to quest, but one of the answers to evasive characters that you can't target with yours or choose with yours is a board wipe, and we're getting to turn 7 here. I don't think I saw... There's a Ruby card sitting down there in the bottom. Can't see what it is. But that would be the ideal answer here. Look, we don't have it because we're going to play the Popsicle, draw a card.
Yeah, we did pick up a Vitalis Sphere just there off the draw, and if I was Sarek, I would be trying to trap Voodoo into a wider board state. We saw him discard Sisu to that Cursed Merfolk, which might lull Voodoo into a false sense of security here, saying, you know what, yeah, just play cards onto the board, it's safe.
Luckily, we do have a Sisu to answer at least one of those Genies. Feels a lot. I mean, at this point in the game, at 6 lore, 4 or 3 lore now, feels a lot better than 5 or 6.
Yeah, and we do see Tamatoa crash into that Merlin Crab and then subsequently use the popsicles, and Cricky comes down. Actually caused Rafiki to trade with that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam.
It's a huge trade there. That challenger, along with that extra challenger, that +3 strength, making short work of the Crab. Cricky here, fantastic card in the mid game, and Quest for 3, a card that really, really wants a response if you're trying to keep your Amethyst Emerald opponent from getting in the danger zone.
Yeah, Cricky being such a great utility card to see on 5, and we talked about the versatility about this deck list, but I absolutely love cards like this. It's inkable, it's a mid-costing card, it's not too expensive. Quest for 3, and it has an amazing effect, helping you take card really pesky cards like that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. Maybe the Tamatoa is so shiny, if we'll see that later, or any locations like a McDuck Manor that we'll see. But Sapphire Coil teaming up with its best friend, any card named Sisu.
That's right. Match made in heaven, or a match made a couple sets ago, but Sapphire Coil doing what Sapphire Coil does and allowing for an efficient response there. The Genie left up does Quest for 2, bringing Voodoo to 10. And Fox now will bounce the Genie.
Yeah, one thing I've really appreciated about watching Voodoo play over these past 2 matches is that he is very deliberate in his game plan. He's questing incrementally here, slowly creeping towards, like you said, that danger zone. He's bouncing the right cards. He's holding on to the right cards in his hand. And, I really trust that he knows where he's going with his game plan. And we'll just have to see what kind of finisher he has in mind for this matchup.
Yeah, Zarek here starting to quest for a little bit. Needs to start doing that. One of the ways, Zarek wins this game is by building that giant, Lucky Dime engine in the end game and closing things out very quickly. But in the absence of that, if he can squeeze out a couple lore here and there and start getting to 10, 11, 12 lore himself, he puts Voodooed in the position that responding to the board and knocking out some characters, banishing some of those threats becomes kind of a priority where Voodooed wants to be using every single character he puts into play to gain just even a couple lore.
Yeah, and we do see Sarek's ink totals start to go up, and that's really what this Ruby Sapphire deck looks to do. It hits this critical mass, and like you said, especially in this item build that has Tamato So Shiny and the Lucky Dime, like those two characters together, or those two cards together, are really the magnum opus of this deck. Where he's at 2 lore right now, he might be at 20 on on a couple turns from now.
There's that Flynn Rider that you mentioned earlier, a card that I used to love to play in set 1. There's nothing like a Merfolk followed by a Flynn Rider, I feel like. Here we go. The Crab is going to crash into the Fox. We're going to heal it, not leave that damage there to be exploited by the Go-Go. And another Happy as a Clam coming down, happy to take those Popsicles out of the discard pile. Happy as a Clam basically says, pay 2 to draw 2 when those Popsicles are in the discard pile. So
yeah, and I'm getting some deja vu here as we've seen Sarek crash in with this Crab over and over again just to heal it back up. We did see Voodooed beautifully navigate some turns in previous matches where, there's totally the option to challenge in with characters on his own turn to take advantage of that Go-Go. So it's not all about the damage Sarek accumulates on his turn. It's about, a Fox might only quest for 1, but challenging in means a quest for 4. Now, I'm curious to see what's in Voodooed's hand because he has opted to not ink the past couple of turns.
I keep tilting my head as if I'm gonna see around. I'm like, yeah, cameras don't work that way, Liam. Laws of physics.
Not yet.
There's that genie, right? There's that genie again coming down. We'll draw a card off of it, and to your point, we see an Ursula go in the inkwell there, giving us another ink, one closer to an ink total that allows him to play that Ursula. Let's see, and now threatening 3 more lore this turn, so we'll go to 14. One of the ways that you get around these threatening board states that Zarek's starting to develop there with those 2 Happy as a Clams, etc., is to go wide and force your opponent into the Be Prepared, into the board wipe. If you can keep some resources in your hand and your opponent spends all turn wiping the board, it's kind of where you want to be. So at this point, I would be tempted to start extending, just keeping some resources back, but extending and pushing that a little bit more and a little bit more to the point where Zarek has to reset things.
Yeah, and we've talked about matches made in heaven, and here Tamato Happy as a Clam playing the Lucky Dime, a 7-cost item for free, a totally free benefit of questing with this card, and now this is where Zarek starts
this
to
changes
win.
things. This changes things quite a bit. The problem with Dime, with a 7-cost uninkable Dime, is sometimes you have to spend an entire turn slamming it down, losing some tempo, not responding to your opponent's board. But when you can play it for free, it instantly changes the math and your calculations.
Yeah, free is always the best price. You can't change my mind on that one. And Sapphire in these last couple sets have had so many cards printed that just have the word free on them. Whoever was designing the Sapphire color just really had a good day, I think.
Right. They will have theirs. I mean, this is the combo that we know and love or know and hate, but that So Shiny coming down, and I can't do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's some items stacked up there. There's quite a few items, and I think we'll have the ink to immediately use that Dime. So we'll see Zarek's lore total shoot up, and that was an incredibly impactful turn with the Dime and the So Shiny in hand. And all of a sudden, it went from Voodooed, I think, feeling like he was in a pretty good spot to this is game on board next turn.
Yeah, and this was piloted so masterfully by Zarek. He was so aware of the threat of Go-Go every turn. Anytime a Tamato was coming into play, whether it be Happy as a Clam or So Shiny, he was discarding or banishing Popsicle from play just to get that little bit of advantage. And there's the hand from Voodooed. Not enough to get it done, unfortunately.
It's funny. I have to do the math again, but there actually was a way to win the game with Voodoo that turn. I think by crabbing the genie, challenging a crab. If he had the Go-Go, he could ink and he would have 7. And I think that would have been enough with another quest. So that's I'm just doing the lines here. And if he had drawn into the Go-Go, I think he would have had the chat's going to tell me if I'm wrong, but I think he would have had the crab Go-Go and the ink to do it.
Was the board Flynn Rider and
A genie? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He would have had to crab the Flynn Rider.
The Flynn.
But yeah, because
Either
the
way.
Genie would actually trade with the crab. So many crabs.
Oh, that's true. Genie would trade with the crab. Yeah. But fun line. I think if that was we were close to being able to do it anyway. But
You were right. That's all that matters at the end of the day. And yeah, there were a couple cards we didn't actually see there, because if we had a pull the lever and wrong lever, that actually put Zarek out of Lorthal range. Because if you can put that Tamatoa so shiny on the bottom of the deck, you can't get that massive lore count from it.
That's a good point. A fun little flavor combo, and actually a combo that's been pretty popular in Emerald Amethyst. I've seen it run quite a few times. So I'd love to see it here, showing off what it can do. Hopefully we get to see that. We will get a good look at Zarek's hand here as he's altering. I see looks like a Tamatoa will be sent away. That looks like the only one. So happy with the rest of the hand and drawing into a Tamatoa. So that's always the best alters, when you send something away and you get it right back again.
I have a semi-off-topic question for you, but Zarek just did it, so I just have to ask it. How do you feel when players go to alter and they put the card back on top of the deck before shuffling, rather than on bottom?
I've never thought about it, honestly. I guess I did notice it when he did it, and so I guess it's that abnormal to me that it registered. But I don't know that it gives you any sort of advantage. But it is interesting. I don't know.
It's something that's always just, when I see a player do it, I go, there's just either step left or step right, I guess. But Cursed Merfolk, the turn 1 play again for Voodoo.
And we do have, it's not the Popsicle this time, it is the Vitalisphere into the Bell. Happy to get the Bell on board. Would have loved to get that card off the Popsicle, but still, getting that Bell on board I think is crucial to stopping Voodoo's lore gain here from running away with this in the early game. Back over to Voodoo, will we see the second turn Flynn? Or no, we will see a 1-drop Pegasus. So the Pegasus coming to play, an evasive character here. I don't think we run the shift. We may... I don't know if we saw that before, but
he is not running the Shift Diablo package. This is just a resilient 1-drop. Typically these Ruby decks have a tough time dealing with evasive characters. Now, Sisu Daring Visitor or Brawl will take care of this Pegasus, no problem, but it does get a couple turns of leniency on the board here, especially facing down that Bell, which I wouldn't say Bell is quite the Sapphire Diablo, but it does buy these Sapphire decks a lot of time against these aggro strategies.
Well, a second Pegasus and 2 ink left up there. So this is not, you can tell this is not ideal. You'd love to be going a little more wide here or dropping a bigger threat in the board. Happy to have those evasives. I mean, to your point, if you can get 2 or 3 out of a baby Pegasus before it's taken care of, I think it's done its job in that scenario. But yeah, probably a pretty top-heavy hand for Voodoo here. I'd love to get a look, but leaving that 2 ink upright doesn't feel terribly great.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a deck that would like to go, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, with the top end being a Genie or a Rabbit to start getting that card draw going. And Maurice's Workshop sent to the discard, which is an interesting option, because not only are you discarding that as the challenge cost for this Merfolk, but you're also saying, I'm not really looking to invest in card draw with this Mauritius Workshop.
Yeah, it does leave you with 2 cards in hand, and I think it would feel pretty bad to have that uninkable there. It's probably an ink calculation, is my guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a crab go down here to the inkwell. Do we have a 4-drop that'll make up for these turns? Oh,
Have the Shadow Finder, so we have something to play. But again, if it's not super efficient use of resources, and both players a little challenged by hand size right now. But Grandma Tala will help as we come down. Look at the top 2 cards. We'll pick one.
Yeah, Grandma Tala telling plenty of stories to help us develop our brain here, and that's as far as I got with that one.
It's I like it. I appreciate it. I approve.
But yeah, not the ideal opener at all for Voodoo, and Zarek happy to just challenge in with that Daring Visitor. It took care of 2 Pegasi.
Pegasi,
I
think.
Now, notably, Voodoo does not have cards like the Iago to take advantage of with this Peter Pan Shadow Finder.
And there we see our first lever of the match. It's pull the lever.
Yeah, and This card is just so versatile. I mean, you get to draw a card. Sometimes you can pin your opponent to where they just have that one crucial card that they're waiting to play, and you deny them that. But it is the part one of a part two card combo in Wrong Lever, which actually allows you to leverage this card and actually get some hard removal in a color combo that typically isn't known for it.
Yeah, there we have Happy as a Clam. I had to think about it for a second. Happy as a Clam coming down again, pulling an item back right on turn 6. So Zarek, again, a little off script, I think, again, a little bit of hand pressure there. That Merfolk, discarding that workshop to the Merfolk, actually made an impact, but able to get back on script here in short order. Unfortunately for Voodoo, just hasn't managed to take advantage of it at all. Just an awkward draw, clearly. Let's see if he drops a Genie perhaps here to maybe put a little more pressure on. Thinking about it.
Yeah, if I'm in the seat of Voodoo, I am thinking about what is to come, because although this Happy as a Clam is not as threatening as his older brother So Shiny, he is threatening to put down that Maurice's Workshop that we saw go back to the hand for free. And as we discussed earlier, free is always the best price, as Shadow Finder just quests for one here.
I mean, it does feel really bad to take the preponderance of return to play those pull levers. It's great to draw 2 cards, but when you're not using that ink to develop board state, it's rough. And we have Maurice's Workshops multiple now. We're going to get to draw. This draw engine is really going to get going. Now a Sapphire Coil coming down, which will aid with the board control. And all of a sudden, I mean, it feels like things are getting more and more out of hand.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the snowball, so to speak. He got through the early turns with the help of Bell, but now with Grandma Tala and Tamatoa helping set up these dual workshops, he's ready for production. You know, he can just crank out as many card draws as he wants. And unless we see Voodoo come up with some sort of spectacular series of lore gain, it is very possible that Zarek will run away with this game. Notably, Zarek not running any copies of A Pirate's Life, I believe. You change the math there. So all this lore gain being permanent.
There's the second part of that combo. It's a Wrong Lever.
Also on the wrong turn.
Wrong turn. There it is. So if you have pulled a lever in your discard pile, you can leverage the second part of this ability to send a card to the bottom of a player's deck. A player, chosen character, at bottom of their player's deck. Yeah. So you could do it to yourself, but
Yeah, and notably, this card lets you both, return a chosen character to the player's hand. So you could actually, it's sort of a fox. It doesn't charge in, but it can help bounce. And there's another free card, Scrooge McDuck.
Leveraging all of his items to put into play for free. Scrooge will look at the top, look for an item. We did find the Fishbone Quill. And Voodoo, up to 9 now. And again, it's not completely out of reach. There's a world in which all of the removal Zarek needs is clustered at the bottom. But I do think there's a brawl in hand, so
yeah, there is at least a brawl.
It's not all down there. Azurite Sea will draw a card. But again, in a world where we do have Go-Go's and Crabs, Merlin Crabs, and Zarek is running things with high willpower, like, So Shiny. If we can get to, 13, 14 lore, there's always a world in which you can pull off a series of events which will enable you to get, 6 or 7 lore in a single turn. But it requires you to keep a character stuck on the board and the ink to do it and the cards to do it. So still not there yet. So, narrow lanes to victory, but there nonetheless.
Well, let's take a peek, and we do see another Resourceful Miser there in the hand of Zarek, which will be almost certainly coming down for free, along with another coil. And these coils in multiples really stack up. The strength of Voodoo's deck is not too high, but it is able to change Sisu Empowered Sibling from maybe a 3-for-1 into a whole board for 1.
Another pull lever played there. Another couple cards. Ursula Deceiver going into the Inkwell, and we will quest for 1, getting closer to perhaps a Go-Go strike range. I think that's the biggest out, at this point. There's that Miser you talked about being played for free. We're going to look for an item. Getting the item is great, but then being able to leverage those two workshops is even better. So there's the popsicle, which,
I mean, what a better way to leverage these workshops,
Right.
as, pay one, draw one becomes pay three, draw three, if you'd like it to be.
did find that Tamatoa as well, I think, off that draw. So another card you're looking for this end game.
Yeah, and notably, the sequencing on Maurice's workshop allows you to put all the triggers into the bag. So if you like the first card you draw and you just want to spend all your ink to play it, you do not have to draw or choose to draw all at once. And there Sarek is going through the motions. And where there's two popsicles going to the yard, there's happy as a clam.
Followed by a clam. That clam happy to scoop up those popsicles again, and the draw engine really just clicking on all cylinders here. We'll get a quest for 3 there, or 4, I think.
3 or 4 lore going into the total of Zarek, and that's always, a demotivating thing to see. Being the aggro deck, seeing the control deck, as it were, questing in your face.
I'll take a look again. Just popsicles and clams or crabs and
ducks
one
oh
more
my.
one more duck. Yeah.
Yeah, and Zarek really showing what you can do if you bring this powerful Ruby Sapphire combo. If you know your lines well, if you play your triggers, succinctly, it really can take you far in this tournament. And we do see him up a game in the top 4, so clearly he's doing something right. As Voodoo drops a fox onto the play.
Just nothing else to do, I think. Just trying to get something else upright on the board. But we'll challenge into and trade with the Scrooge.
Yeah, taking out one of the Scrooge, you might as well get the most bang for your buck if you're rushing in. And oh,
there's the lucky dime for free,
and we
and
do
oh
have
goodness
this,
gracious.
We have the So Shiny in hand.
And I think the ink to do it. Let's double check. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, with an ink. And that with the quest should do it. And just a tough sequence of events here. I mean, Zarek not on his ideal game plan at times. At one point he was down to 2 cards. He had to find some of the answers, but Voodoo just not having the draw to take advantage of it. Like, those are the moments where you kind of smell blood in the water a little bit as a Ruby Amethyst player, as the deck trying to be the beatdown, and you're looking at your opponent and you wish you had those high, lore questers in the early game, the ability to go wide and take advantage of it. But several turns there not be able to use his ink efficiently, taking 3 different pull the levers played, at cost to draw cards to try to find the answers, and just never quite feeling, in it. I think this game, and I think it's just a function of an awkward draw. Jabus talked all about how variance, plays into these things, and luck, and sometimes you don't draw what you need. And I think that was the tail of that third game there, or second game rather.
Yeah, it was a clean 2-0 for Zarek there, but I couldn't agree more. We saw Voodoo play a 1-drop on 2, a 3-drop on 4, and he never really found his footing in that second game. But yeah, pull the lever, definitely a card that you want to take advantage of when you're already on the board. If your opponent has to choose between, letting you get card advantage in your hand versus challenging the board. I mean, those are the tricky positions that Emerald Amethyst puts you in. But, congratulations to Zarek. We will be seeing him in the finals. And, what an exciting match that's going to be. I'm not quite sure who's winning on the other side, but I believe Brooms is still in it. You guys had the pleasure of casting that last round.
That is true. We could see Brooms again into Ruby Sapphire, a match that I think it kind of likes. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes. If in fact we call it a broom deck, but the deck with brooms in it, call it a Yensid deck. I don't know.
It is possible for the brooms player to sweep this tournament if he's able to pull off one more.
I'm over here bristling at your broom pun. That's fine. Anyway, but yeah, no, great performance there by Zarek, as you said, able to navigate. I think a couple, awkward turns. Not on script the whole time, but yeah, again, I do think this is a story though of just the Emerald Amethyst deck not quite clicking. But yeah, but excited to see it in the top. Every time I see Emerald Amethyst in the top cut or in the top four, even, you know, very exciting. I love the deck. It always has a place. It always finds a place in the meta. Of course, it's, you know, I think it's just a function of Amethyst being so good right now as well.
Yeah, a lot of these decks, as we haven't met rotation yet, so we don't know truly, you know, counting reprints. We don't know what's going to be gone and what's going to stay around. But yeah, Amethyst, Emerald Amethyst as a deck has always been around. It's always found options, and as the metagame develops each set, it always feels like there's strong decks that come out right away, and then other decks that take time to develop. And I think Emerald Amethyst along with Ruby Amethyst are color combos that really, you know, need that time to mature.
To figure out what their new identity is, perhaps.
Yes.
Yeah, it is funny. You know, what always happens. We talked about this a little bit between before the last round, but you know, I think you see a couple things happen. One is people just go back to what they know. Like there's a week or two of everybody going like, "Oh man, I want to try new stuff," and then like week 3, somebody is like, "I'm just grabbing last set's deck and gonna bring this and win with it."
I think Kendall's the best example
right?
of that. I think so many times he's played Ruby Amethyst, the previous set, you know, set X-1.
Yeah, no, that's true. And to case in point too, DKP I think yesterday posted, yeah, this is my Ruby Sapphire items list. It's basically last set's list. It's fine. You know, you can take it if you want. You can do this with it, but it's fine. Yeah. Well, we have an interviewer for you all. Lofi, I'm gonna go. Do you want to do this interview?
Sure.
I'm gonna go to the restroom quickly. And that's where I'm going.
All right. Well, joining me on stream will be the winner of that top 4 match, Zarek from Team Ohana. Welcome. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Absolutely excited to do well.
Now, going into that matchup, how did you feel? Like, did you feel like you had a strong matchup into the deck list of Emerald Amethyst, or what were your thoughts?
So I didn't see what kind of specific matchup or what kind of version he was on. I am not favored in 2 Prince John versions of that deck, on the draw, of course. But when I saw the deck list and I saw that he was just mostly aggro, using Pull the Lever as for tempo and card advantage, I felt pretty favored.
Okay, yeah, and just going into that matchup, I mean, I kind of want to go chronologically with the games because on turn 1 we saw that bell. How critical has that card been for you?
It's definitely been good. I also lost in Swiss to the Purple Steel player who's currently in top 4, and the bell was very, very impactful in that matchup as well. Obviously there are matchups where you fight Flood and find, you know, your Mauis, your T-Pos, your bells, and you won't be able to, you know, churn through your deck. But when it's necessary, it's very, very.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like Sapphire, it just takes advantage of so many free cards, if you will, as you move into like the Scrooge McDuck, the Resourceful Miser, and the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. You really had some clean plays where it felt like every popsicle was being banished with
Intent.
intent. Yes, banished with intent, because you were very aware that Go-Go Tomogo at all times, as well as just, you know, the ability to get back 2 popsicles with Tamatoa.
And knowing that that's how he won his previous match, and knowing that that was like his closing. He did have goats, but he was inking his goats, and he didn't have a ton of bounce package because he was only on 1 snake, I believe. I knew that Go-Go was the closing line, so I was trying to keep his lore as low as possible to begin with, or race it, as you saw in both those matchups. He didn't apply enough pressure. I was able to answer the genies, you know, and so he only had a single questers for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. And deck building with Ruby Sapphire has seemed, it seemed like there's been 2 clans. There's been like the Half Shark clan, there's been the Item clan. What goes through your head when you're actually deck building and preparing for a tournament like this?
Yeah, so in my area, there are a lot of good Steel Song players. And if I feel like if I play anything other than blue-red, I get beat by those players. So I've always been like leaning towards blue-red this season for the most part. And then as far as which camp to go into, I just feel like there's enough pizza running around in those Amber Steel matchups that it makes the Shark banner list a little bit too fragile to those types of decks. And also as far as the mirror is concerned, you know, as I won in top 8, it wasn't on stream, but I played against a manor list, and I was able to beat that on the item list just through sheer card advantage. The 1 hideaway did take out a manor. Perfect timing. Yeah.
It's in there for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
We talked about versatility a lot with Voodoo's list because a lot of the cards are inkable. You know, Pull the Lever is actually a card that has options on it. What kind of versatility have you packed into your deck? I mean, you just mentioned the Hideaway, but what are some tech cards that you either put in your deck this weekend or always consider?
Right, so I feel like the flex slots are obviously the bells. I've seen some lists on 3, but it's just very impactful in certain matchups that I feel like you need the full 4. Some people have opted for no Mauis, 5-drop Mauis. I have found that into Amber Steel aggro, into any location related decks, into any when you have a big event like this, anything could show up. So into general decks that aren't meta, Maui Rush Maui is very very good. So I tech to have 2 of those. I cut down from 3 for this weekend. And then I think I'm on 3 Talas. I'm debating the 4th one just so to have more consistent 4-drop plays.
Yeah.
Instead of the 4 Scrooge, 3 Tala, 2 Halfars. But outside of that, I mean, it's really just a numbers game of what you expect your meta to be, what you want a little bit more percentage points towards, and go from there.
All right. Well, hey, once again, congratulations on top 4. We're here at Charlie's Collectibles Showcase. It's an 11K. We were 6 players short of it being a 12K.
Yeah.
But can you tell the audience like what the event is like, what the space is like, and the experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is my 4th or 3rd. This is my 4th Charlie's Collectible Show tournament. And it's always a fun time. Like I mentioned in my previous interview, we have 16 players here from our area or from our team that are visiting. We always make an effort to come out, especially because it's an early tournament in the format, so it lets you kind of test and get some reps in, and then compete against all these competitive players. And yeah, the vendors are great. There's so many customizable options out there. There's for every single TCG. A couple from our team got engaged this weekend, and Charlie was able to get some custom shirts printed for them to celebrate and commemorate the event. And they got a playmat signed by a lot of people to commemorate the event. And yeah, it's a great time.
Congratulations to them. If you want to give any shout outs,
yeah,
go
absolutely.
Ahead.
So obviously, of course, shout out to Team Ohana. Our team has two store sponsors. So House of Cards in Winston-Salem and Dragon's Hoard in Greensboro, North Carolina. Both very, very great stores. We've hosted a multi-case tournament and then a Elsa PSA 10 Elsa the last 2 weeks, and had great turnouts in each one, 40 plus players for each one. So yeah, very competitive, very fun, very welcoming. Great spaces as well. Can host 100 plus players easily.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, hey, Zarek, congratulations once again. Good luck in the finals.
Thank you.
Bring it home.
Awesome. We'll do.
All right. Well, everyone watching, we are going to go to a short break as we get the finals prepared for you. We're going to grab Zarek, of course, and we will see who joins him from the semifinals. We'll see in a bit.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 Kitty.
Hello.
Hi. I don't know if we're muted on the stream. It has there's I don't know how this works, and there's a very real possibility that people can hear you.
It's possible.
us.
We'll find out.
Oh.
People will say.
Yeah.
Oh, I think they can, because I just unmuted the stream and they can hear our beautiful voices. And
You always have
sure
to be
they're like-
careful. So
yeah, and I say so many things.
It's true.
Here's the thing. I hear I'm about to say all my controversial takes because we're muted, right? I'm just kidding. I don't
Yeah.
have any controversial takes.
Well, maybe we should.
Forbidden Mountain says we hear
and
nothing.
pretend that we're like.
Yeah, we could go back to pretending like we're not here.
Incognito.
Wait for the
Yeah.
screen to change. But I'm just so excited. I want to talk about Lorcana Liam, but yes, I can be quiet, you know.
Oh no! I'm about to transition to. They're sitting down to play, so we're about to do it. I'm in the booth real quick.
We're here.
Yeah, we're here, and then we're gonna switch over.
I'm sitting in the
game.
chair next to you due to the technology that we have not released, but I've been here. When the potion wears off, you guys will see me. But we're here. It's the finals. And when you sat down yesterday morning at 8 a.m., did you say, you know, I'm thinking we're going to see a Ruby Sapphire Broom showdown?
I did not.
All right.
Ruby Sapphire,
either.
sure, was in the bingo card.
Yeah.
But Amethyst Steel, sure, maybe. But a Yen Sid in the finals, I did not see.
No.
I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of Charlie's Collectible Show. Perhaps in some other big tournaments, but I doubt it. Anyway, it's gonna be super exciting. I think the players are sitting down. We're gonna get over to the match in a second, but I have to say, you know, after 9 rounds, you know, for those of us who stuck with us all day yesterday, all day today, maybe you're just tuning in now. This is Charlie's Collectible Show. After 9 rounds yesterday and today, top 8, top 4, now into the finals, 249 players. It all comes down to this, and these players are both trying to write themselves into the history books of Charlie's Collectible Show. This is a tournament that's seen Zansea take it with Steel Song. Brendan DeCandio has topped this tournament before. Lucas Serrano, a young, very talented player, winning it with his Ruby Amethyst build. This tournament is played by and won by a lot of fantastic players. And somebody today in this match is going to add themselves to the pantheon of CCS winners. And I can't wait to see which one it is.
I mean, it's either way going to be an exciting finish because we have Team Ohana, which they famously have sent me a t-shirt, which means they are one of my favorite teams. It's you have your hats, I have my shirts. It's not hard to win my hearts and minds. But the broom part of it, I know I heard you guys say, is it a broom deck? Is it a Yen Sid deck? I mean, either way, if they win, they get to name it and then everybody's going to play it. I already bought my Yen Sid Enchanted. Once again, we don't provide financial advice. However, I absolutely realized I don't own that one and it was $35. So to celebrate the occasion, I bought one just as a treat. I thought I deserved it.
Maybe I should go out there and buy one and have the winner sign it just for fun.
I know, just as a treat, you have fun here. So, but he has to win. So that's his last challenge. But I did hear his post-game interview in the 2-0 Lower Pro channel, and he says he's a little nervous. He's going to be on the draw. And he said he faced Sarek already in Swiss, and he won by the skin of his teeth just due to the fortuitous nature of being on the play. So can he overcome his own self-doubts on this? We shall see.
This is a Swiss round rematch?
It is. That's according to his post-game interview. So he said, I don't feel good. And that, I don't know. That never is good. If you're already mentally, I think so much of trading card games, I mean, trading card games, athletic things, a lot of things are mental. First, you have to believe it can happen, and then that kind of helps it happen. So I'm very interested to see if he can overcome that internal feeling of, oh man, that you get when you see a deck that you're not excited. You specifically mentioned the Sisu of it all, which I can see why that would be something a little scary against those little thin brooms.
I agree. I do want to prep the audience here. There is a slight technical issue. We are probably going to come into the game 1 in progress, which is always a bummer, especially when you're in the finals and everything's building up to this. So I think there are a couple turns in, so we'll see how it's playing out as soon as we switch over.
Everything you see.
Yeah, everything you see is what's happened. Everything you see is what's happened. But we know what we know what Ruby Sapphire is trying to do. It's trying to build its engine, keep things under control. We know what this Amethyst Steelist is trying to do, trying to push the tempo, taking advantage of some of its instant lore gain. On the broom, I have to say, the Yen Sid fun combo in there, I was wondering how much it actually worked throughout the day. And I actually caught a glimpse of his semifinal match, and he did I did see a sequence where he had the Yen Sid and a broom in play. He dropped the second broom to quest for 3 with Yen Sid, then played a fox to pick up Yen Sid, and next turn the broom stuck around, so he was able to play Yen Sid again to get the card off of it, and there's 2 brooms in play. It was a really fascinating sequence, and it was fun to see in action.
It's very fun as Lorcana has evolved. The evolution of combos have happened, and they kind of, you see they glimmer, which is an appropriate term for the game, a glimmer of hope of like, hey, this combo might be something. And so as the sets evolve, now we do have the rotation coming up, which is kind of scary, but it is exciting to see as things go on that people are able to fire off these troublesome combos. But as we've also seen, Yen Sid sometimes doesn't get to do cool stuff, but thank goodness he's inkable. So it's the best kind of thing. And here oh my gosh, that is a tidal wave
Yeah,
of glimmers. I have to put on my sunglasses.
Oh my goodness, there's so much going on right now, and we can see how this game's gone as we talked about the plan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right in time, the Sisu clearing things up. So wow, what do you think, Katie?
I mean, that is so funny. He says, I'm afraid of Sisu. And we're seeing my favorite thing in the entire game where Pete stands there and says, you shall not be prepared. And they said, what about this? And Pete just stands there and goes, oh.
Didn't count for the dragon.
And so there we go. I mean, so you saw the momentum right there. So there was a lot. 11 lore on the draw, but now it is all up to Pete and these card draw and just staying away from Zarek, who has a lot of tools to mess with Christopher from this point forward.
So the board wipe feels pretty good. You slow down the lore gain there, but Christopher doing what this deck wants to do and building up resources in the mid game, leveraging those cards off the Diablos that were banished with the Sisu, and then singing Friends from the Other Side with Pete. A fantastic card from that use after it comes, or for that a fantastic use for that card after it comes down and blocks actions. So plenty of tools to rebuild the board here and keep stay in the game. There is another Pete I see in hand, so we can block another Be Prepared later on, and playing a goat here to gain 1 lore and get a big body on the board. But this is getting close to the danger zone where this deck can start to close things out with instant lore gain. And Zarek's going to have to consistently respond to the board now while trying to build up his engine.
Yeah, and I think what we just saw there, a goat is going to be a vital tool in that plan because so many of the cards that Zarek is running in his list are very susceptible to any Sisus of small and large sizes. And I think with that coil on the board, it's going to be very difficult. I think card draw, staying healthy, getting as much of, I think he's running roses, is really his path forward right now because Zarek is going to be very punishing from these turns forward. And so he does have a good clutch of cards. We see some snakes, so he has plans. But it is going to be an uphill battle. And I'm trying to see how many cards Zarek might have at hand because that's also going to be a determining factor of how much strength he has.
Speaking of things of small and large sizes, we do see the medium-sized Tamatoa come down on Zarek's side of the board, followed by a goat and a goat bounce, making use of that snake that you identified there. 2 lore off that goat, leaving the snake on the board. A couple more of those, and it'll close things out. So even that 1 lore snake at this point is threatening. And back over to Zarek, Popsicle played, and the engine's starting to get clicking, but it may be too little too late. We'll see.
Yeah, and I don't think he runs Pirate's Life, so Giant Cobra would be a giant problem as well. He has enough cards in his hand. I mean, sometimes we're in top deck mode, and a Giant Cobra is not going to work, but Christopher, I think he's stressed, but not the most stressed he's ever been. This is an incredible, good start once this engine starts firing, like you mentioned, on Zarek's side.
Here we go, back over to Christopher. He has that 1 snake, that snake left up, able to quest this turn. We have the goat in hand, as we know. Hopefully looking for another bounce there, but things are getting pretty tight. Zarek drawing plenty of cards off this Popsicles, though. Full grip plus of cards. This is might come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested if he's ran because I think you casted one of his matches against, or possibly. I know he played Jonathan Williams. And I didn't know if he's running So Shiny because that would be very problematic right now. But I mean, every card he's playing here, a goat is going to make the pressure harder. So we do see Lucky Dime on the screen because that is probably on Christopher's mind. Can he run the clock where he's got enough turns, get the value he needs? And this is a good start. Basically, he's making him make choices here. He can't do it all. He can't play a giant Sisu and a giant crab and dime. So he's saying, make your choice, but I have a goat, and you better make a good one.
Yeah, and big play here. I mean, dropping that Pete down, he drops the goat. He has the snake and up, and the Pete up right now. So you need a board wipe. Be prepared. Won't do it though. Pete's gonna block that. So I think there's a coil in play. So you can do a little bit of damage with the big Sisu, but can't get rid of everything. And that goat there representing a 17th lore. And if it's up and it quests, then you can bounce it again. So this is potentially game on board here. Zarek looking for a way out.
Yeah, and I meant someone in the chat mentioned why not questing, and I think it's kind of calling bluff a little bit here, because if he survives this turn, he is able to, be, like you said, have that game on board. But it's also kind of calling Zarek's bluff, because it's saying, well, you can't interact with my characters, you can't do be prepared, so what are you going to do? And the answer is build up his board, play a Maui quest, and really hope there's no bounce in his hand right now.
Well, there we have the quest. Do we have the bounce? We don't. We have...
Who fired the cannons? He blew up his own goat, I think.
He blew up his own goat. That's... Well, there it is. Fire the cannons into the goat. So you either have the bounce or you have...
Just detonate the goat.
Detonate the goat. There it is. Removing that goat in a creative way, leveraging 2 cards to send it to the discard pile and close out that game. There it is. That's a finish.
Yeah, and that is so beautiful to say, listen, you don't have to do anything to my goat. I have 2 cannons here. And it feels bad, but the goat, that's what he's there for. He's prepared to do that. So Christopher, this was his fear. I thought he was on the play, but it looks like he had a higher seed. So actually, now he was on the play, and that's why he was able to get that explosive start. So now they're looking at the deck list and saying, okay, things are going to be different. The script isn't the same as the last game. And he has to take a breath and say, okay, I have to survive this game. Can I win on the draw? And it will be an uphill battle.
It will be an uphill battle, but Christopher has navigated Ruby Sapphire all day long, so it's a match he's got some reps against, and I think the game plan him here largely the same: go fast, and leverage some extra lore early with those cobras if you can into the docks, try to refill your hand, and just keep the pressure on. Against these engine builder decks, closing out the game early is important, but when you're against a control deck that wants to engine build, basically, and put combos on the board, kind of play solitaire for a while, it's important that you put them in a position to be responding to your threats, your board, rather than building their own board state. And that's how you win. Yeah, it's advancing your lore, but then forcing your opponent to devote their resources to that. Zarek, on the other hand, is on the play, needs an early bell, preferably to keep things under control. And then critically hitting that ramp on turn 2, maybe ramping again on 4, trying to get to the board wipe as fast as possible, and then hoping Christopher doesn't have several Petes there or a Pete repeat combo to keep the Be Prepared locked out for several turns.
Not to abruptly change subject, but so there was an ad during the end, and someone said, "Oh, does it a goat bounce go?" No, it was not a bounce goat. He fired 2 cannons onto his sweet baby goat and won by a goat detonation. So sorry for those that missed it, but it was spectacular. A goat being a fireworks show at the end. So. Chelsea, though, we are now starting the second game, and we will see if we get to see Yen Sid do some magical broom things. We call it a broom deck. There are brooms, and there is Yen Sid. Is it truly a broom deck? I don't know. That's typical. I don't know what the science is on how many brooms it takes to be a broom deck. So TBD on that.
Question. That's something we'll have to ask. Broom/broom synergy. It's broom adjacent. Certainly more brooms than the average deck in these colors, but. It does basically turn him into a piglet if you have the 1 and the 2 cost broom that you can drop on 1 and 3. So he has the Ensign in hand. Let's see if he makes use of it, because it's kind of fun when it works. I do see that there's the more expensive broom, so we do have the 1-drop broom, and I think we may see that Jensen combo here. It'll be kind of fun.
It would. I mean, that's what the people want. You want to see brooms firing off spectacularly, and honestly, going wide early is a pretty good method against any kind of ramping deck, because it gives them, like you mentioned earlier, more problems to deal with. So if he can get kind of a wide board, fire off this Yensid, it'll give him that head start that he will need to deal with when Zarek is firing off on all cylinders. And here we go. We got Yensid. it's almost broom time.
It almost is time. I will say though, I did see a baby Sisu over there, so we'll see if Zarek goes with a. I can't see the rest of the hand. We'll see if he goes with a traditional turn 4, like how far I'll go, or Grandma Tala, or instead chooses to deal with this Yen Sid, recognizing the threat that an additional broom presents.
That's one of the best parts about being against this type of deck is they want to build up and to get to their big end game goals, and we see a Tala in hand. So I mean,
So
it
give him
really.
Tala.
Yeah, he believes he can catch up, and I think he can. I mean, that's one of the powers of this deck is if he can get Christopher in an unfavorable back foot position, then, you know, maybe that extra lore Yensid got on turn 3 is just a blip on the radar of his overall plan.
I think that's the call. Oh, so
Yen
another
Sids,
Sid.
though.
Okay.
Okay.
Yen, what
Well,
is
not
what's plural Yen Sids?
Yensids, which
Yen Sid?
I hope everyone knows this is Disney backwards. If no, you don't, then, you know, but someone out there, I think at least one person went, oh. Here we go. We got double Yensids. We got a broom. Now, Yensid himself, not a broom. Notably, he is not a broom. Will we see?
Again, broom
there we go.
adjacent. Broom into the inkwell, followed by the additional Illuminary Keeper, I think is that one? And then, or Illuminary Sweeper. And then Yensid here will be able to quest for 3, and the other broom for 4 if we so choose. Unless you leave that broom upright to keep the Yensids on for the following turn. But all of a sudden you have 8 lore on board, and gosh.
Yeah, gosh indeed, because but we're in that interesting position. I mean, we see Maui on the screen because it could be Maui time any minute, and that's going to be the problem. Is Christopher is setting up this kind of synergy where, hey, I'm going to be able to quest for all this lore, and there's several flavors of Maui that are very excited about some cards turning sideways. So he has a very unfavorable choice to make. Do I get the lore, or do I fear what will crash into it? And I'm not jealous of making that decision.
Speaking of unfavorable things, we do have, I think, both the baby Sisu and the big Sisu in hand. So able to set up that early shift to deal with a lot of these low-cost characters. There comes the baby Sisu to take care of that 1 broom that will turn off those Yensids for now, unless we play another one. And critically, again, it sets up that shift target if Christopher goes wide here.
Yeah, and I think he knows. I think he knows that, I mean, the ways that Zarek can make him suffer are high. So, I mean, at this point, it's kind of, well, let's get the lore now or never, because I don't see a world where he doesn't know that Zarek is coming for the whole board momentarily. Especially with a coil just for insurance.
Just for insurance. Now, if we drop a bigger character on board, that coil will likely make it susceptible to the Sisu as well. A combo that Ruby Sapphire players were salivating over as soon as the coil was revealed.
Now we will see. Yeah, the coil being revealed there's a few cards that get revealed that everybody remembers where they were, where they read it, and coil has been one of those, because suddenly I was like, man, Ice Block is rough, and then coil came out. They said, what? You did what?
Forget Ice Block. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. Here is Christopher debating why they made that card, getting that lore while he can, and saying, I know what you're going to do. Please just let me get some cards out of this. I'm going to sacrifice my brooms. Broom party's over.
Yes.
Diablo, please turn into a card. We got to shift to plan B right now.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic play here, getting the full value out of those Yensids, then banishing those Luminary Keepers upon play of the Diablo in order to get the best value out of them, anticipating that Sisu possibility, and then again bouncing the Yensid for the snake, saving that. So able to drop, probably quite a few characters on board here if the board is swept by the Sisu. And all of a sudden that Sisu sweep becomes just a little less palatable, looking at 5-6 cards in your opponent's hand and just win the board. But at some point you have to stem the lore gain. We'll see what is there to navigate this.
It's interesting too, because I mean, we talk about how Zarek has access to board wiping abilities, but it's not infinite. We don't have the Hiram infinite card draw engine. We only have 1 popsicle on board, and you can't do it all. You have to make choices on which direction you're going. So we do see a Tamatoa in hand, and like you mentioned, that big Sisu. So he has to be very careful, because if he doesn't time things right, he might not see that board right capability again, and you end up in a position where Christopher goes wide again and gets the lower, and he's left kind of just watching it happen. So you do see Zarek calculating here. What is the best, most cautious way to do this?
Opt for a baby Sisu here. Banish the Diablo. Christopher will get a card off of that. And challenging into the Yensid.
And I think this is smart. It's very conservative, just trying to say, listen, I'll slowly deal with your stuff. Board wiping might need to happen and very well can happen. But for now, I'd like to build up my board. I can shift anytime I want to, but one snake is not the scariest thing you've ever seen on your opponent's board.
Absolutely not. Well, Christopher, plenty in hand to respond here. I do see a goat. I see a crab. Not, I mean, you'd love to drop a couple characters on board here, but
Yeah,
couple
and he has
goats,
to
I
play that a couple goats, which is honestly more goats the better in this situation. Because I think goats are going to be his end game plan. Because we see that Eric has started firing up all of his little toys of, we have items in an item in the discard and one on the board. So Tamatoas are an option. It really just has to be judicious what he puts on the board right now, because Eric, he gets more power as he goes on, while Christopher has to be creative and not feed too much into it.
Well, Christopher here opting to, instead of dropping a goat or a bigger character, opting for the smaller Illuminary Keeper or Aerial Sweeper. The broom subnames, they get me. Aerial something. And Yen Sid, able to turn that Yen Sid on again with another broom in there. Chernobog's followers as well. So opting to go wide here. Then challenging into the Grandma Tala. If that Sisu is played, making sure he gets a little bit of value out of that snake, remove that one character.
Yeah, and it can be scary. So there we go. He says it's time, which is
and
fair.
there it is. I mean, representing 5 lore there. If we drop another broom, you have to do it. Quest there with the Sisu, get that 3 lore. I'm sorry, Katie, you were saying something.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, I was saying, is it time? And he said, yes, it is absolutely time. I am dropping that big Sisu. Yeah. And it'll be interesting here, because now we're looking at, are we going to rush something in? That Sisu is a problem, but a fox can make short work of it. So it's now time to see how he plays out his card. We see a giant cobra, which I know he's holding on to. And like you mentioned, a goat, maybe a crab. So sequencing will be very important to make the best use of these cards and hopefully get some card draw. Unfortunately, that Chernobog did not turn into a card, which he knew was a possibility. But what options does he have at this point to try to refill his hand and keep in the game?
Let's see, we'll send a snake to the inkwell. We'll play the cobra and the crab. Let's see if we choose to discard here. We do not, so no extra lore value out of that snake. And then back over to Zarek. Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Well, and Zarek is sitting there going, well, I mean, not doing the cobra probably feels good. And Christopher's counting on the fact that you don't want to wipe your board. Look how good your characters are. So Christopher's like feeling pretty good about putting these on the board. But it is, like you said, having that crab come out no value and cobra no value is probably painful. But we do see Tamatoa come into play, get that popsicle back.
Yeah, and Zarek, I really run low kind of on cards here. I'm trying to eyeball. I know we pulled a popsicle back. That's a workshop there.
Yeah, an inkability situation where I think ideally he'd want to put that popsicle back down, but he'd have to ink the popsicle to play the popsicle, which is not possible. So I think there's a fishbone, possibly?
He does have a quill. He could ink the quill and play the popsicle, which is the line that we're going here. Or at the very least, just inking. Keep that popsicle in hand. And there it is, back over to Christopher. We all have those 2 characters up, able to quest if we want, or trade into that Sisu. We're seeing Friends from the other side. I enjoy seeing Friends work back in. It disappeared from the meta for a while. I love that card, and I like seeing it work back into the meta the last couple sets. So.
And there's so many nice 3-cost singers that are happy to just sing it and get you those 2 cards and conserve your ink for hopefully when you draw into all the good goats and white roses and things that can burst for some lore. Because at this point, you're staring down 1, 2, 5, 6 lore on the other side. So Christopher, the time clock is ticking. And fire the cannons. Take care of a little baby Sisu, but you're going to have to fire a lot of cannons for some of these bigger guys.
Yeah, and what you really saw here with the play, especially with the play Happy as a Clam, is the beatdown role potentially shifting here. There's a moment in the game always when you're the control deck where you try to switch into the beatdown role, and that's exactly what happened here with Zarek at 9 lore and threatening significant lore gain next turn. Christopher would love to spend his turn gathering lore with his characters rather than challenging into things, and instead forced to devote his characters into clearing out, some of those lore gainers over there, and then passing the turn back over after getting, I think, just 1 lore off the crab. Zarek now drawing off the popsicle, looking for some more of his endgame engine.
We finally see why he was holding on to that popsicle and saying, let me wait, because now he can fire that Maurice's workshop, fire the popsicle to get even more card draw, and say, I'm counting on getting better cards. We see Christopher's hand size getting smaller and smaller. And at this point now, he's able to get a lot more value. And the Hideaway going into the Inkwell, which we saw that card fire off great against Jonathan Williams, but not really such a great card in this matchup. And a
No.
Vitalosphere come down, which is going to be probably punishing if Christopher is counting on keeping certain cards in play to quest with.
Yeah, now up to 11 lore with that Tamato. And again, the same dynamic is in play here, where that lore gain starts to become pretty dangerous on Zarek's side of the board. Christopher can answer that Tamato if he wants to, but would much rather be questing. You bounce the crab with the fox crab combo. Would love to see it. That's a tale as old as set 2. Crab comes down, or crab bounces back to hand, buffs the fox as it comes down. Fox challenges in, and the crab is replayed again. So similar board state now, but one less crab over on Zarek's side of the board. That feels like a pretty good swing.
Yeah, crab on crabs. So it's going to be. We always talk about Tamatoa as the crab, but honestly, Merlin crab is just as much of a problem in so many decks. But speaking of problems, Maui's coming in. Will he crash into that goat to get rid of the bounceability of it?
I think the likelihood is high.
Yes.
100%. And there goes the goat to the discard pile. We will get one lore off of it, but as you pointed out, no more bouncy shenanigans. We do have a bell come down as well. Crab still left up on Christopher's side of the board. Popsicle will heal Maui. And back over to Christopher to see how he responds. But both players now at 12 lore. Christopher with the reach, with some of the reach characters, but the ultimate reach, the Lucky Dime, sitting somewhere in Zarek's deck, able to help him close that distance to the end if he needs to. Crab questing there, and here we are. Oh my goodness, dumping the whole hand on the board.
Yeah, he says it's now or never. That's a lot. That is a stressful thing to put all your cards on the board, but he's digging for some things. There's a lots of options he has at this point. I'm trying to, because I mean, he doesn't have a ton of valuable characters on the board. And Christopher can quest here for the 1, 2, 5 to go to 18. So will he push the emergency eject button? This quest makes you believe it's happening.
He found the be prepared. Did he find the be prepared off the how far ago? Oh my goodness, that's what he wanted. That's what he needed. Now, I mean, the problem is he did wipe his board. I think he's also low on cards. Both players perhaps top decking here, but when one side has Maurice's workshop and a bunch of cards which will let you draw cards, and the other player's top decking a strength for raging fire, which will do you no good in this scenario. Oh my goodness.
It's the saddest hold of it I've ever seen. It's just
no, it just looks depressed. And a Diablo, not terrible. It'll get you a lore, it'll get you a card. Putting down there, and just the item engine here though, super. Oh goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's the potential to be great, but not great on its own. So he has to get some kind of crab situation going, or some. Oh, he did it. He said, "I found a crab."
Happy as a clam to find that card. Pulling a popsicle back, he's going to play it, draw it, trigger the workshop, draw again. So multiple cards being drawn off that crab. Feels fully back into it. Now we'll need to rebuild his board, rebuild his engine. Christopher has some answers and some ways to close this thing out, but oh my goodness, it just, Christopher sitting over there with his one removal card, just watching Zarek draw, 5 cards off the top is it's a sad situation to be in.
Doc, can you hear us? We need a doctor. Is there a doctor in the building? But I don't know.
In the house.
Oh, because yeah, the engine is so favorable, and then that Lucky Dime feels extra lucky right now because it makes it where you got 1 turn. What do you have? What can you top deck? 2 removal, but it is not enough. So we're going to game.
Oh my goodness.
3.
Going to game 3. Love to see it. We don't root for either player, but we do root for the most Lorcana possible, and game 3 gives us the most. So super, super excited to see it. Wow. I mean, to be honest, Christopher, masterful game there. That be prepared, I think, off the how far I'll go. I think that was the only out to really keep him in the game. And sometimes, sometimes the cards are with you, sometimes the cards are against you. And in that situation, found what you needed. And I will note, as a fun trivia fact, side note, signed by the artist, I believe that's Jared Nickrell. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, who is married to Amber Kamixva, who's another Lorcana artist, and the two of them appeared together at one point here at Charlie's Collectible Show. So I think there's a high likelihood that Zarek has played here before and getting his Be Prepared signed in the process.
Yeah, I can confirm. He said in an interview they've been here a few times because Ohana. I believe they're based out of North Carolina, Salem. Because I said, "Oh, Salem, are there witches?" They're like, "Yeah, we're in North Carolina." And I said, "I did not know there were multiple Salems." So that was a learning opportunity for me. But yeah, they do like to come down for Charlie's Collectible Showcase, which I love to see. Teams come down for these kind of events.
Absolutely. All right, game 3, Katie. 9 rounds, the top 8, 2 games. We're down to the final game. Everything comes down to this draw, and this is it. And I think for Christopher, I think if you told him, early on that you would be in this matchup on the play in game 3, I think he would be more than happy to take that.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's not going to be easy, especially we're looking at his hand here. He's like, I got a Yensid and Diablo. Is that the keep pile? Because we see friends, fire the cannons. Okay, so who's keeping the Yensid and the fire of the cannon. So fire the cannon's very interesting in this matchup. I mean, it is good for, as we know, that CC shift line is brutal, and when in a pinch, you can use it on your own goat. So,
yep.
And that early shift is so terrible against his deck because he likes to go wide. It's one of the stronger parts of his deck. So I think that's probably pretty devastating. But what do you think Zarek's looking for in his opening hand? Obviously, some ramp.
Turn 1 bell.
Yeah.
Turn 1 bell. I mean, this deck is looking for, I think, what it's always looking for. The turn 1 bell is crucial to kind of stem the lore gain, do some early control. If you miss that, it's going to be rough. And then, of course, as always, you're looking for your turn 2 ramp. I mean, the game plan here again is 1 or 2 cards to stem the early bleeding, as it were, and then get to be prepared as fast as possible. You want to be able to use those big removal options.
All right, so he did what you said. He said, "I'll show you 2 bells." So that is exactly what Zarek wants. The only thing more perfect is the ramp on turn 2, which you gotta have it. But in this case, where's Christopher going? Is he going extra wide? Can't with that bell, so he's just going to go ahead and get a card.
There is no question that her name means beauty, and it also means that you will be leveraging that Chernobog's followers for card draw and not able to get extra lore out of it, because that bell is the answer. Here we have the aerial sweeper on turn 2. Again, I think Christopher would love to be going wide here if he could, but forced to do things a little bit slower. Another popsicle coming down. We see a brawl go into the Inkwell, but sail the Azurite Sea. On turn 2. So right on script here for Zarek. I mean, this is his ideal opening in this scenario.
Yeah, and a little stressful for Christopher right now. But Yensid comes in and says, "Don't worry, I'm the broom guy. We're going to be fine. Don't worry. I saw a brawl be ink, so we are so safe. As long as there's no little CCs," which I just saw one flash by in that hand. So watch out. You guys are in danger.
Here we go. A very impactful turn here. We get Yensid down, potentially 3 lore there. We get the Diablo down, the card that replaces itself. I'm choosing not to quest for that broom, leaving it upright so that we can leverage Jensen's ability next turn. Grandma Tala here on turn 3 for Zarek. And this, again, right where you want to be. Back over to Christopher. Does he have the other broom?
Yeah, the broom is critical because 1 broom is not enough. We need 2 brooms to qualify for Yensid's magical boost of lore there. But I don't know if I see it here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Zarek has established 2 bigger bodies on the board, so at some point Christopher needs to start questing and getting value out of those characters before they're potentially getting swept in the late game. But with the Grandma Tal and the Bell sitting there, it feels a little bad. We do the second Yensid now, so perhaps we leave these upright and wait for a giant lore burst next turn if we do get the other broom. We saw that happen last game.
And I would bet money that that's probably what he has to do here because those Belle and Grandma, you wouldn't think of them as the 2 team for doing some challenging, but they would love to. Now, that broom, I believe, it has to have evasive. That broom is flying, so if it didn't, that would be insane. Does it?
It has evasive on your turn.
On your turn, okay. So a little bit of evasive. A touch of evasive.
It is
not the kind that matters.
Yeah, anti-Diablo card, but cannot quest with impunity. It's important to note I do see a second aerial broom in Christopher's hand, so he does have a 2-cost broom if he wants to make use of it next turn. He could have done it this turn, but chose to, again, maximize the value of those Yen's Sid. Will quest here with the Diablo and the broom, though, so perhaps, I can't see everything, but perhaps 2 brooms. Nope! We're going to quest for the broom, and we're going to bounce the broom back to hand, getting some value out of it. Now we have 2 2-cost brooms in hand, able to play next turn, and we've established a 3/3 snake to crack back if we need to. And another Grandma Tala, though.
Yeah, so he's developing his board and basically saying, You can turn your character sideways. I'm happy to see him. This grandma will go ahead and think how far I'll go, looking for more answers and more punishing things that'll happen is the wider that Christopher goes. Diablo's happy to quest though, because at least that'll turn into a card and give him some solutions. But I imagine by bouncing that broom back to his hand, he is hoping for a 2-turn or a 2-broom turn and questing for 6 with those Yen Sids, but will that be enough as we see Zarek getting to that very dangerous 7 ink turn?
Bell cracking into that Diablo as we would expect her to do, getting rid of that free lore gain, but giving Christopher a card in the process. And such a flavor win, by the way. Grandma Tala unforced, seeing how far I'll go right next turn. Not the character sings in the film, but I still think it's a lot of fun.
That's the best part of Disney Lorcana. I know Villain suggested that we have to sing the songs in the character voice. I think that is something perfect for him to do. I think it's a great challenge that I'm glad he's taking on.
I sang this one yesterday, and I can't subject it.
Yeah, it's a one time. Blinking, you miss it. It was a special magical moment, as they call it. Yeah, at this point, Zarek, he hasn't done a ton of things other than set up for a perfect late game. But now we see the Yen Sid power coming in, and I'm assuming we're about to see 6 lore on the board. I think we saw Cobra in the hand, so I think Christopher's preparing rather for the part of the game where he's just doing everything he can to gain lore without having to quest after this turn, because he knows it could get very bad once he passes this turn.
Yeah, I mean, not terrible here. 6 lore out of those Yen Sid. We're seeing the power of them. They're really a piglet in purple if you have those brooms available. And then going extra wide here, dropping a crab into the inkwell, putting a Diablo in play. We are now, though, in Be Prepared range, and I think I see it, Katie. How about you?
Yeah, and I mean, losing to it sounds terrible. Losing to Grandmas and a Bell, not the worst thing. However, Grandma and Bell can also do some challenging. Jensen is notably a 1/3, and Grandma can easily trade with a snake. So he's probably doing that calculus of, listen, I know that Christopher's up to some stuff over there on going wide. So I would be calculating, do we see 2 be repaired? I think is the real answer. And does he want to just kind of call his bluff on it? But knowing that, I don't know. Are you pressing the emergency eject button and hitting the be prepared here?
I'm not sure. It's certainly a tough call. There's definitely an argument for it. If you don't have any other removal, you do get to challenge into those characters. You remove them, but you leave 3 lore up, putting Christopher at 13. And we have the benefit of knowing that with the snake in hand, that's actually 15. And if you manage to cycle through his deck a little bit more, that's only 1 or 2 goats and a bounce away from closing things out, while Zarek needs to spend time developing his engine. So there is an argument for preventing that extra 3 lore gain. But it looks like we'll see. Okay, so we do have some other removal. Okay, so that changes the calculus a little bit, because 2 is definitely better than 3 in this scenario. So Christopher will get a card off the Diablo. We will see a trade in, and then those Yen Sids going down to a couple of grandmas, and the brooms left standing and backward of Christopher. So without that Sisu, though, I think that might change the math just a little bit. And I might have, but certainly with that Sisu, the choice is a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just preserving as much value as you can on your side, because Grandma, as we know, she can sing, she can fight Yen Sid. It's tough for some elder battle. And 2 brooms by themselves, not so scary, because that Yen Sid does take a turn to develop if he plops down another one. So I think that's the right call, keeping as much value on the board as possible. And 3 cards in hand, but now we got that workshop. So if a crab workshop, then we end up with that card draw explosion that I'm sure Christopher loves to see.
Yeah, there's another calculus with the Be Prepared too, where you want to use it. You want to have it available at some point, but at some point, Zarek wants to start developing his side of the board with starting getting crabs in play, happy as a clam, things like that. And you'd rather be prepared into this board and then play the happy as a clam than play the crab and then be forced to be prepared. So kind of trying to gauge when you start to develop your bigger characters, knowing that your emergency release valve, as you suggested, is to be prepared is tough. The Genie, though, coming down, I think is a great card for Christopher here. Getting a card, replaces itself, invites a response. That 2 lore won't be able to be, or Zarek won't be able to challenge into those, or at least to remove the Genie. And so great card in this scenario here, who will also ink a Strength of Raging Fire. Felt his ink a little bit. one thing when you're playing the Amethyst color and you're relying on the bounce package, the number 7 becomes kind of a critical number to get to in the late game, because you want to have the ability to play, if you need to in a pinch, you want to be able to play goat and then bounce goat with a fox if that's your only out. And so even though you want to be developing your board and devoting resources to lore gain, if you can slowly build ink in your inkwell to get to that option, that is important as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so stressful because we see the coil, so I don't think we have enough ink here for the shift. But I mean, he's got traps everywhere. Basically, he kind of looks like Scar standing on top of this. Only imagine lava on the floor because there's pitfalls everywhere. So we do see the coil coming in and getting rid of that genie. The brooms by themselves, not too scary, but Grandma's happy to go ahead and take them out.
Sweep those off the board.
Yeah, Grandma says, get those brooms out of here. One Grandma stays. And now we just have a Smee by himself, who by himself it's good. That's 2 lore, but he's probably going to have to sing. He can't sing Friends. That's a bummer too. So we'd have to pay full cost to get those friends out there. And he will do that to get some answers. And we see a Cobra, which is actually quite great in this situation.
Yeah, yes it is. And getting that 2 lore off that Smee, I think Christopher's happy to do it here, but needs to keep that card draw going on. It needs to start finding more friends, finding docks. He can leverage that Cobra. He has the cannons there, which might be a convenient discard.
It's such a... Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Quest will play the giant Cobra, discard the cannons. So we'll get 2 lore out of that, up to 16, and things are becoming mighty dangerous. We're getting close here.
Yeah, and that Smee questing, it's such a... I'm pretty sure Xeric is not running any shark situations. We haven't seen it.
No, I don't think so.
So that's good, but I mean, it is tough because we know he's not going to get to see this next turn probably. So now it's all up to the snake and whatever he has in his hand to keep that value up. But Xeric notably is that too. So, I mean, he has to have answers over and over again. But as we know, if that workshop keeps firing and he has card draw, then it'll be not so bad. But I'm sure he is stressed. Like you mentioned, 16 is a very, very not fun position to be in when you know there's so many things like Cobras, goats at your disposal.
Yeah, Xeric here doing some math, probably taking a look down there, double checking on the goats, the bounces, trying to figure out what Christopher could draw into here. That Smee is an obvious target for challenge, but trying to figure out how else he wants to navigate the situation. At this point, every single lore matters, so can we get the Cobra off the board as well?
We have a Great Stone Dragon in hand, which is not probably the most helpful card to have at this exact moment. I don't believe that one's not inkable or my brain. We shall see here. No, it's. I'm like, move your finger so that I can see. Okay, so he goes ahead and plays it. So that sets up for a nice Tamatoa later, which he does have in hand.
Yeah,
he just has to survive.
At this point in the game, it's a free ink per turn. There's plenty there in the discard pile to fuel it, but again, having to devote 4 ink to get it out of your hand and develop the board. You'd rather be doing other things with it. We'll trade with Smee.
Yeah, so I think he's putting all his eggs in the Tamatoa basket, which is stressful. I mean, it's very stressful because I don't know what's in Christopher's hand. And he's got a Tamatoa So Shiny in Xeric's hand. I don't know what else. Let's see. Flip so fast. Is he going to do a double ink here? Play something.
Ooh, ink that's So Shiny. Quest for 2. Pass back over. And let's see what we get off the top. Oh, it's a goat off the top deck. Oh my goodness. Probably Christopher. A little burst of adrenaline there when you get that there. That will represent 2 lore once you play it. There's the goat. Now we're Diablo, and oh my goodness, this is starting to feel pretty tight.
The Great Stone Dragon will help with the coil to do some things here, but yeah, I mean, even if he wipes the board, he's at 19 and literally just 1 goat away, and we know there's not a pirate's life here to save us. So Xeric is doing the math, and the math is not in his favor because he has to do removal after removal after removal, and he cannot let up. And so it's time to start. Put Christopher at 19, and good luck. Hope there's no goats there, buddy.
As Christopher drawing that card with the Diablo there, not even looking, not even checking what it is. If I said he
Yeah,
did it very
it
quickly.
is what it is. Yeah, he's like, I'll find
Right?
out when you find out.
And oh, we do have the goat. There it is. It was
Oh
either,
my
I don't know when he drew it,
gosh.
but there it is. Oh my goodness. And what a oh goodness. Sorry, that was very exciting. Both
Well,
players
yeah, I
can-
mean, it's the timing of it, because I mean, it's the duality of like, should I be prepared before? Should I have CC'd? And it's so hard, especially against Christopher's deck that's designed to have multiple lines to victory with minimal resources.
Yeah, every single lore matters, and what a fun master performance with this build. I mean, we talked about the value of the Yen Sids versus what else you could put in there. I think Calhoun was the card that he teched out in order to get free up that slot, for the Yen Sid, which also freed up uninkable slots. But kind of a bold move coming in here with that. And in multiple matches, though, we saw like this giant lore burst where he set up double Yen Sids with double brooms to gain 8 lore in a single turn, and that really propelled him into the mid game. And I don't know. I mean, with Calhoun in this matchup would not have done that for him. So what a fantastic check choice, and you can't argue with the results.
Yeah, and oh, Labubu. There's a Labubu, everyone. So that means Christopher's winning in lots of ways here. He's won this tournament, but he also got his hand on a Labubu. So everybody, that's important. But I will say that, yeah, when we're talking about that Yen Sid, a few people are debating. So did Yen Sid do anything? I mean, 6 lore in 2 games, because I think consistently he did that double Yen Sid play on 2 games that he played. I mean, that's huge. That's a huge amount of lore. And you got, hey, everybody's really showing off their cool stuff. I can't show you guys, but I got cool stuff too. But fantastic. Is he heading over for the interview?
I
Have to
assume
know.
yes. He's probably
Okay.
celebrating right now. Probably taking some pictures, shaking some hands.
Get him over here. No, you can't celebrate. We
we'll-
have to
we'll
talk
get
to
him.
you.
That's right. We'll get him here in a moment. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not gonna lie. It's over there, and it's pointed away from me. But I can see the debate
Well.
because to set up the Yen Sid, usually you're leaving him up for a turn or two and developing the board. Where with a different character you might be questing, but the thing to look at 2 things. One, as we talked about, is what would you have played instead in that slot? A lot of these decks do run Calhoun in that scenario, which is not the best card into this particular matchup. It's great anti-aggro, so depending on the meta that you're going to play, that's one of the choices you make. But then it also frees up uninkable slots by shifting out that Calhoun and putting in an inkable Yen Sid, which allows you to run, in this instance, I believe, Fire the Cannons, and change some of the rest of your deck. So there's ripple effects beyond just replacing the Yen Sid. But the question is, not did the Yen Sid do anything? It's what would you have been doing instead in that slot? And if Calhoun is in fact the choice, it's a very different turn. It's a very different curve, that you're playing than you are if you're playing Calhoun, and your matchup favorability changes. So.
Oh yeah,
It's
and I
interesting.
mean, looking at the top 8. So for those that did not know the breakdown, we had 50%. So 4 of the top 8 were ruby, sapphire. We had 2 emerald, amethyst. Then obviously we saw here amethyst steel, and then 1 ruby amethyst, which makes me believe that these people said, I will not. Hamsters are not coming anywhere near me. If I see a hamster ball, I'm kicking it like a soccer ball. So amethyst, or rather amber steel, just didn't come into the top. And yeah, it looks like you would think Ruby Sapphire is the winner of the day, but the way he teched his deck, by he speaking about the winner, was saying, I'm not looking for aggro. I'm looking kind of, to get value. And Calhoun would not have been good in this matchup. So it's good because he doesn't run in his list. Is that confirmed that there was no Calhoun in the
I
list?
think that's what he said.
Okay, yeah.
He subbed out, or he's usually oftentimes running that slot instead. So,
Yeah, and it was such
no
a good
comments.
call in this top 8 because I mean, you were able to generate value while Calhoun could get one turn against the bell, maybe. And so, spectacular choices and Sid meta coming to World. Somebody said in chat, maybe I did buy my Yen Sid Enchanted, $35. I'm not telling you to do it, but I realized I didn't have one. So, this is Oswald. We had a moment where we're at CCS or World Class Cards where we're like, it's happening. This is the Oswald meta. So, if Diggy Diggy Hole was made, maybe this is the tournament where Brooms is made. And I think we have the sweeper coming in.
This sweeper himself. Here we go. Let me double check. Is there? Yeah, that sounds like it's working. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I know you said coming in here the first time, this is going to be awkward, and you weren't excited about it, but this is the cost of winning. You have to come talk to us. Yeah, no, you're not awkward. This is great. I mean, first off, I mean, CCS is a big deal. Did you coming in? I mean, you're always trying to win, but did you imagine you'd be sitting here right now as the winner of this tournament?
Did a van and rolled up like 6 or 7 people deep, and this time no one wanted to come with me.
Oh,
So it was me and my wife drove from near Galveston just because I still had this weekend off and I wanted to.
That's a
And I'm
drive.
kind of surprised. Yeah. It went from needing to be 12 hours to flash flooding and being like 15. We got in at like 12:30 the first night, I think. And then, yeah. Very sleepy day one. So many mistakes. I'm kind of surprised to be here.
so you not only battled through a field of talented opponents, but you also battled through sleep deprivation.
Oh, all the time.
All the time to take that. Well, fantastic. I mean, just an awesome performance. I have questions, but I want to allow Katie to get in here in the beginning before I talk for like 5 minutes straight.
I mean, are you physically and emotionally ready for all the "you swept away the competition" jokes that we've already made, and we can't stop? That's going to be the meta reports come Monday. Is so Broom swept away the
That's true.
250 competition, but
Yeah.
truly amazing. And then, I mean, how did this deck list evolve for you? Like, I mean, ultimately, Brooms have been around since set one. We had, Mickey and his Broom. So, how did you get to the point where you're like, Brooms are viable, and these are my Brooms that you decided to keep in here?
Last format I was playing Lorcana a lot and losing to all the green purple Diablos, trying to play purple steel with like Genies and Zeuses and Calhouns and Elsas and such. And then I just decided to put sweepers in to try and deal with all the Diablos, and then I had to play Yensids, and it kind of just went from there.
You had to play Yensid?
I
Yeah,
mean, you
you're
have
like,
to play
alright.
Yensids.
Is that the rule? Like, if you have 8 Brooms, Yensid is a must.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I didn't know if it was real or not. We played online for a while. I wound up winning like almost 25 matches in a row before I randomly lost to like a Steel Songs on the draw that I can't really, they kind of just went off. And then after that, I won another like 20-ish plus matches in a row. I hit rank 1 for just a little bit, and then I quit playing. And then I looked over at my friend Justin. He's on world class cards. He's good. I'm spoiled with a roommate to talk to and help me a lot. And then I just kind of decided it might be a real deck and went from there.
I love the energy of you sounding like this Brooms deck. You're like, I gotta bring the Brooms, and like you're just sitting there with like your Brooms, like, come on guys, I gotta see it through, and you saw it through. You believe it came to you, and then you believed in it.
He had a little more faith in me than I did. I think the night we hit rank 1, he might have bought like 40 or 50 enchanted Yensids, and it was like play Brooms at CCS for me.
It's so funny because we were talking about it. I bought during the cast. I did buy a Yensid enchanted for
There you
$35.
go. That's
I said, "Why is it $35?" And then I realized I don't have it.
they're
and
so cheap. Yeah, if they ever put
Yeah.
another 1-drop Broom for like the Eternal format, it'll be a huge deal. I think that's kind of what we're going for. So
It is
Isn't
funny.
there
Everybody. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, yeah. Isn't there a Brooms location? So have you ever checked in the tower?
I tried my best, and I never got it to really work.
Yeah,
I
makes
never had
sense.
enough Brooms like I've been having today, like on the board to just make them. I did try very hard though.
You did it. You did it in the semifinals, and then you did it twice in the finals here.
I'm not used to having this many Brooms.
It's too many Brooms. Now you do. Here's a big thing though. When Decandia won, Diggy Hole was born, and I begrudged that day because it makes no sense. But now you get to think. This is your moment. What are you calling this deck? Is it just Brooms, or are you calling it like Brooms to meet ya, or swept off my feet? Okay,
That's
we'll
what's
work
called
on it.
Just Brooms.
Just Brooms.
That's Brooms.
Yeah,
All
it's
right,
not Brooms.
that's
It's
okay.
just Brooms.
Put you on the spot, but it is important.
No, that's a ton of fun. My goodness. So the Yensids. I mean, you said that you just had to include it, but why? What's the calculus there in plugging those in? Because there's plenty of other stuff that you can
The
use
only
there.
good 2-drops that are like inkable are Smee, and I don't want to play the Calhouns, and it just fills the bridge, and then it lets you play more snakes to like pick it up turn 3, threaten it again. Like sometimes you can play your second 1-drop quest for 3, pick it up, threaten to draw another card, things like that.
Now-
there's no good 2-drops. That's really the only answer.
Yeah, that's fair.
there's Smee and Aerial Sweeper and Cleaner.
Did get to see you do what was probably my favorite thing I've ever seen: the double fire the cannons onto your own goat to win a
Yeah.
game.
That felt favorable.
Yeah, because I mean, two fire the cannons not always helpful. Two fire the cannons where you need a goat to be off the board to win. Suddenly, the best 2 cards you've ever seen in the world.
Yes, I was getting very sad game 3, sitting on a fire of the cannons and debating on whether or not I'm supposed to kill the Tala and quest the Smee and let them trade with the Sisus, or if I'm supposed to pitch it to the Cobra and keep the 2/3 cleaner I don't really want because it represents 1 more lore at 16. I don't know. They get me in more trouble usually than they bail me out of.
But in that case, it was spectacular.
That was good. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I love about your story about the and this deck is like there's a lot of people who are trying to run a particular deck and it's not clicking for them, you know, whether it's online or wherever. And you're just like, all right, I'm gonna move to a different deck. And you're like, no, I'm gonna make this work. Like I'm gonna keep finagling this until it actually functions. And yeah.
Yeah, we just stuck to it. I try to play other stuff online. I don't win. So we tried Amber Still Aggro for a long time. We tried Steel Songs again. I can't play Red Blue to save my life, so we just got to go the Purple Still Aggro route with the Insids and hope for the best.
You got the best. Hope for the best. You got the best. I mean, you can't do better than first place.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't. So, I mean, to close that, I mean, fantastic performance, and you know, this tournament, as I've been saying all day, has at the very top of it in its short history, Brandon DeCanio, Lucas Serrano, Zanstead, all CCS winners, and now you can add your name to that list of CCS champions. And how's that feel?
We got something on the list now. Feels good. And before this, the best I did, I topped 64 Seattle, lost first round right away. And then I did win a play-in to play nationals, drew 6 times, did not do great.
Oh man,
Drew 6 times, got 2 out by Lamb Chops, and then drew some more.
I mean, if you're gonna lose to somebody, losing to Jonathan Lamb is not terrible. So, well, I mean, that playing in nationals is pretty
That
darn
was fun.
good.
That gave me a little more confidence,
But
Did you win the LCQ pod or?
I did.
That's very impressive. That's more
It was-
impressive than winning a lot of tournaments.
That's true.
That's a funny story, actually. So I was playing with, so my roommate's on world class cards, so I like hang out at the Airbnbs with them, and I was playing at the kitchen table against them all weekend and could not win to save my life. And one of their friends, Herman, had been like just 2-0ing me consistently, no matter what he's playing all the time. And I was like, I need to go play online and get some more confidence back. I'll see you guys later for a minute. I went and played on my laptop for a bit. And he did not get a ticket to play in the LCQs. So when I was going up to sign up, I saw the little QR code that said like, sign up here for a lottery chance, because I guess the fires, not everybody made it, and they had more seats. And we immediately start calling him. He winds up getting a ticket, winds up in my pod, all the way in the finals. Like I woke him up out of his sleep to come beat me again in the finals.
Oh no!
After he had beaten me all weekend, but I managed to finally get one. Oh yeah.
That's
You
awesome.
said, "Wake up, get over here. I need to show you
I
something."
felt it. I was like, "How are you in my pod and in the finals right now?" I did this to myself.
That's funny. I love these stories. That's super fun. And so, great experience there. And well, getting to play, great experience.
Yeah.
Not losing to Jonathan Lamb, but
It was a
But,
good time. It was,
yeah, fun. And here you are, winning CCS. I'm super excited. So thanks for single-handedly spiking the price of Yensid
that was the
Enchanted,
whole
probably.
goal of the weekend. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you had a mission and you did it. Not to win, but to make sure that everyone saw the power of Yensid.
We gotta get the Insid stonks up.
Yep. Yensid stocks. I haven't checked, but I probably need to get mine soon. Don't take financial advice from us. We're just people-
Never. In fact, if we own any Lorcana cards, don't talk to us about money and responsible choices.
That is true. That is
qualified.
True. That is true. But congratulations. Are you driving back to Galveston?
Yeah, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Oof.
We're gonna figure it out.
Well, good luck with the drive.
Yep.
And congratulations again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any last questions, Katie?
No, congratulations and have safe travels and enjoy telling your friends, hey, you should have shown up because guess what? I won the whole thing.
Look what I did. I told you.
Thank you.
So yeah, Liam is doing his little sign off there, and I'm sure there's a Wesley somewhere listening about to do the dulcet tones of thank you everyone for coming to CCS. But what an end. What a Cinderella ending. By Cinderella I mean Fantasia, because that's where Jensen's from. So Wonderful, wonderful 2 days of gaming, and I think they're still doing some tournaments on the floor today. I think they're doing a ladies tournament and a children's tournament, so I'm excited to hear how that's going, and a 1K possibly. But yeah, I'm thinking Liam's gonna tell me what's going on the ground, and then I'm gonna take a nap. Don't tell anyone, but that's been the big plan all along. That's my prize. Oh, we're gonna talk to Zarek. Okay, I'll take a
Yeah,
nap
we are.
later.
We are.
Okay,
We
I was
are.
like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna take a nap. Goodbye, everyone. But no,
I'm
Zarek
sorry.
is.
We're doing stuff.
I'm excited.
He's here. You all love him. He's from Team Ohana, and Team Ohana rolls deep, and I'm sure there's a bajillion people from North Carolina watching and cheering you on. So
Of
we'll make
course.
this quick. Congratulations on an amazing
Thank you.
performance.
I
Like number
appreciate it.
one, I know it feels bad losing in the finals, but number two out of 249 people
Not too bad.
is pretty darn good. Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. I mean, how did you feel about going into that matchup?
I felt fine. You know, he was my only loss during Swiss, so
Yeah.
I kind of knew
Chance
you know,
for
what to,
revenge.
yeah, absolutely. And the issue I had during Swiss was not being able to find C. Just because it's a card that sticks, applies pressure because his bodies aren't very big outside of Cobra and Fox. So that was the biggest thing. So I was always on the back foot in that final game. Wasn't able to pull the corner.
Yeah, you could tell, and we did see you have that be prepared for quite a while, and we were like, we're waiting. We're like, when's the right time? When's the moment? And I see you thinking about it multiple times, like pausing and like, do I do this? Do I challenge into it? Do I give him that little bit of extra lore and keep the insurance policy? What as that was sitting in your hand and you're watching him, just like 2, 3, 4 characters down to 2 to 3 to 4. What was the thought process in your head about when to pull the trigger on that?
Well, I always had bodies in play, so it almost felt like I could clear most of the board without the be prepared. And then I always have in the back of my head, does he have Doc? You know, is he going to go character Doc? Because every time I had the prep as an option, he had 2 to 3 cards, or he had 2 cards with the Diablo in play, or whatever. So after that and the draw for turn, he had 4 cards. So if he gets to go character, Doc, draw more. Like and I have no sweeper left, then that's an issue.
Yeah.
I was able to trade positively with the coil in play, and I was able to keep small C-suit. So if I ever drew the shift line, I'd be able to quest immediately, turn that corner. So that was my mentality. It just never seemed that advantageous. I was hoping it might be a turn he'd go Smee, Goat, Cobra, or whatever, and then I'd be able to just clear off that board and be happy with it. And it's something that didn't cycle.
Yeah, the be prepared light starts flashing and blinking urgently, and yeah.
And my opening hand was phenomenal. Like I had double bell, double pop, sail, Tala. I had everything I could ever wanted. Just couldn't find the cease to turn the corner.
Yeah. Whenever you see Bell inked on turn 1, like
Into a bomb, yeah.
you know there's another Bell.
Yeah.
That's the indicator. Katie.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things going into this weekend is we were like, okay, this is probably the Amber Steel weekend. But then we saw no Amber Steel in the top 8, and we saw 4 Ruby Sapphires. So how was your journey getting here? Did you mow down a series of Amber Steel, or was everybody just okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was
So round 1, Steel Song. Round 2, Amber Steel aggro. Round 3, Steel Song again. I think round 4 was purple. Then I played a Blurple. Then I played Pure, I think. Then I played the deck in round 7. What did I play against Stream? I played against Jonathan Williams, so the mirror. So yeah, all kinds of different decks. That my winning in this morning after losing yesterday was Amber Steel aggro again. He had very aggressive lines, 1-2 Lady or Daisy plus Penny, I think, all 3. But Sisu shift, Owies were able to keep ahead. It was a tough run, but I was able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that
Clearly.
was the hypothesis was there just none there, or was it everyone said, I'm not going to let that deck get to the top 8, but you guys all worked together and did a good job, made
No
sure.
kidding, right? Yeah.
None of them got
There was
in.
a ton from what I saw, and there was a very diverse meta. I luckily was fortunate enough to dodge all the Diablo decks. So take my list with a grain of salt as far as that is concerned. I am playing 3 Brawls kind of as a hedge. A lot of lists are on 2 just for either Rhinos with coil and 2 Brawl for Rhino with on shift, or Diablos, of course. Luckily, I was able to.
Fascinating. I saw a little bit of green steel out there, but not a ton, and I was kind of surprised. Are you and so for you watching, if you saw some of the earlier interviews, I missed them, so you may get a repeat question here. But are you a Ruby Sapphire player by trade, or is this something you picked for this particular meta?
Yeah, so let me give you a little bit of my backstory. So I was a Magic player for about 12 years. My name is Zarek. There's a card in Magic called Rousar. So
I know that card.
Got introduced to the game that way. Been playing it for a long time. Then I was playing with Lucas Serrano's father. I've known him for a long time, so I've known Luca through that. Luca introduced me to Lorcana, and I think this was during set championships, and he was like, "Hey, you can buy a tier 1 deck for around $200, and if you do well as single set champ, you get your money back, and that's a great way to get into the game." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So I bought red purple, which was the best deck at the time, and then proceeded to play like 7 Ursula set champs. I got 3 playmats, 6 promos, and was able to trade those cards for red blue, for Steel Song, and for everything else. Minus green. So yeah.
I'm not a monster.
No, yeah. So,
Yeah, right.
It's mostly been red blue and red purple. For me, depending on what the meta is at, I've never like put the time and effort to be like the top players at Steel Song, just because there's so much Steel Song in my area. So play that mirror against better players and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are my 2 main crutches, I guess.
What is it about Magic players liking control decks? I don't know.
I
what
don't
it
know.
is.
My husband's the same
I
way
think
where
we
I'm just,
like
they're like,
options. I think we like
Yes.
having options. Don't get me wrong. You can do some very aggressive and nasty things with these Doc aggro decks, but it feels out of your control at some points if you just draw poorly for 1 or 2 turns. Whereas being able to control and turn the corner is very fun, especially because I got introduced playing the red purple mirror against Toronto, and at the time that was when he won the set champ, so he was very good at the deck, and it took me probably 40 plus reps in order to like start noticing my mistakes, noticing we have the same cards, and where am I going wrong kind of mentalities. Yeah, it's just been a grind ever since.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's
Oh.
getting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Katie.
No, I was just gonna say it's very exciting. I mean, I was telling Liam, big Team Ohana fan. I have the same shirt as you, so
Wearing it right now?
no, yeah, every day actually. I
You
never.
can lie.
every
Yeah,
single day.
right. I never
Yeah, I
take it
actually,
off.
whenever
You
I'm
can't
talking
prove
about Lorcana,
otherwise.
I say wait, and I go put it on.
Well,
But
we'll get them a
so
hat
very.
once we get them. So.
Yes, exactly. Liam and I are easily we have lots of favorite teams. It just turns out someone's with hats and t-shirts. But you guys are one of the most lovely teams every time to meet in
Awesome. Thank you
person.
so
So
much. We
very
appreciate
excited to see you. With
And
the
very
top
talented.
2.
Thank you.
Case in point.
I do need DLC to come back because that's the one thing I haven't had an accolade at. I played a single DLC. I scrubbed out of the main event, and then I think I'd like 25th, one of the like 300 plus person Sunday events or whatever. So I was able to like make up my weekend, but I have not done well on DLC yet. So I get a lot of beef from that. So gotta do well.
Oh man, well, I mean, now I'm gonna be first DLC. I'm gonna be looking for you like the entire time, like seeing if we can overcome that hump. But I mean, placing in the top 2 here, this event historically is, I would say, as challenging, if not more, than the main event at a DLC because of it. It's a smaller field, but the talent here is incredibly high.
Yeah.
There are at least 4 North American Continentals players out there. There's at least 2 Worlds qualifiers that I'm aware of. Some very talented players, and players like Luca, who won this event before. Kendall Burdett is running around out there. No, I'm not. And
Franz as well.
Franz as well.
Lamb Chop sometimes comes down.
Yeah.
A lot
And
of good
Zan
players.
played too.
And then also my opponent who beat me, and I beat top 4. They're both from North Carolina as well, and they came to our previous tournaments the last couple of weeks. So I got to them as well. So just having very good players.
Yeah. So it's not a DLC, but taking second in this and being a few draws away from the winning
Right.
is pretty huge. So incredible performance. Katie, do you have any other questions?
No, just a giant congratulations, and hope you have a very relaxing rest of your Sunday. I don't know. Are you jumping in, doing like a 1K, doing another event, or is it gonna go?
I think I have to drive.
Oh yeah.
Oh, right. So hope-
my chauffeur is feeling a little bit ill, so I think I'm going to be the one driving the 5.5 hours back. We'll see how it goes. But we do have a couple.
get to listen to
players
the
still
fun
in
music.
the 1K or 2K. So we're going to wait for them while they compete still.
Well, you have to make a 5 or 6 hour drive. Doing it knowing that you just placed second in CCS is a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So congratulations, incredible performance, and I look forward to seeing how you do next DLC season.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Don't leave me hanging.
No, I'm sorry. I closed my eyes. Thank you so much.
No, that's all right. Thanks so
Bye,
much.
Katie.
All right, did I mute the right mic? Oh, what fun! I'm thanks so much. Like, this is so cool.
I know. I love seeing. My favorite thing
You sound
about
amazing.
doing the ICL thing is just getting to see the storylines of these teams, and that's like it's a subplot because we have the players, but the teams, and I love Team Ohana. We have the zoologist and Tanya, and obviously Zarek there, where they're just great people, and then you get to see the teams, and the teams do well, and it kind of feels like tons of people are winning when you see somebody from a team win. So big excitement here, and yeah, I'm excited on Monday to see everybody be like brooms in the thumbnails. Lots of people with their mouth open and being
the
like brooms.
thumbnails make themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. They're gonna be
Oh,
everywhere.
very. Oh
They're
yeah, on the
already-
ground. Is there still tournament things? I think there's a women's
Yes.
tournament, the ladies tournament, and then also a child tournament, and then also a 1K right now. Like people are still up and active in there, aren't they?
There is so much going on. I know if you're watching right now, thanks for staying with us after those interviews and everything. We're gonna sign off shortly. Before we did, I was gonna try to get us like a bonus interview with someone. So we'll see if we can do that. That may or may not pan out. But to answer your question, there is a lot going on out there still. There is a 1K that fired off at 10 a.m. This morning. And so a lot of players still playing there, a lot of very talented players, including one of the people I want to interview. Rachel Elise is still out there sketching cards, but there is a ladies tournament going on. A lot of players out there having a really good time. And I talked to a few competitors and they said it is very competitive and spiky. And so a lot of players trying to navigate that right now. 7 rounds there. And then on the other side, there is a kids tournament as well. And they're playing for scholarship money. So a lot of very talented youth out there, some of which the Lorcana community is familiar with, some of which are playing in their very first big competitive event here at Charlie's, and all competing for some scholarship funds to hopefully help with schooling down the road. So it's a lot of fun out there still, and yeah, it's great. You should come if you haven't before.
I'm sitting in that chair. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, I'm there.
Yeah.
I've been sitting next to you
you're
this whole
here.
time.
Yes, I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I can't believe it. But yeah, it's been an excellent weekend of just I think this is the first yeah, because I mean last weekend there's a couple tournaments. We had the Ink Invitational where set 8 was legal, but then we had World Class Cards where notably that was a very unique meta. The triple deck format is very hard to take lessons learned. You're like, I don't know, all the decks are good sometimes. Who knows? So this is one of the second bigger tournaments to kind of let us know where the set 8 meta is, and the answer is kind of weird. I don't know. There's some surprises. I thought Amber Seal would be here, but we shall see. Sometimes we find out in these early tournaments that the meta then reacts very swiftly and says, no, not today. We will not let this happen. And maybe there'll be a huge shift on the next tournament, which is coming up. Worlds. That's going to be one. That's a big one. And then we got PPG coming up in July 4th is another big tournament. So very excited to keep my eye on those results.
Yeah, that's true. And as we get closer to signing off here, I'm going to try to get this interview to pan out, but it might not. Really excited for those next 2 events. If you're watching, I'm sure you're aware of both of them, but just in case, we'll plug them anyway on the 28th and 29th. Take a look at Disney Lorcana's Twitch feed, where you see the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. 28 players from around the world have fought their way through DLCs, through continental championships, or maybe a single DLC if you're in Australia, to appear in this tournament at Disney World. It's going to be a fantastic event with a unique format that'll really require every player to be at their best, testing their mettle against, the best that Lorcana has to offer. So it's going to be a fantastic event, and really excited for it. And then the PPG event the weekend after, for those who were a bit bummed that they couldn't go to Worlds and, gather like we usually do at these DLCs, you can go to Dallas in the weekend after, like July 4th weekend. Watch some fireworks the night before, and Saturday, on Friday night in Dallas, and then come on down to Fort Worth to play in a ginormous Lorcana tournament that PPG is putting on. Several tournaments actually back to back, and it'll be a lot of fun to do that right on the back of Worlds. So really excited for that sequence of events, and hopefully that kicks us off into a DLC season coming up sometime in the future. Really excited for that.
Oh yeah, I'm itching for that. That's every time they say, "All right, guys, we have an announcement." We're like, "What is this about?" Everyone's going to be doing that every time. So if it's going to be a picture of a card, I'll be like, "Get that out of here! I gotta know. What about DLCs?" But no, I'm very, very, very excited. It's going to be hard. I will say, Worlds is going to be kind of like Continentals, where I was excited and then immediately sad because I realized I kind of want all the players to win, and that's not possible. So that's going to be one of the more devastating things. Is I'm like, wait. Only one person can win. But the good news is all the casters will win, and I love all the casters. So I'll focus on that. And everyone's going to make the top 28. So there's silver lining on the World's layout.
Everyone will make the top 20. It's just qualifying, like even being there.
Yeah, you're the best in the world.
Yep. Well, I was trying to grab a Worlds player. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it because he is... The problem is that all the players I want to talk to and to preview Worlds are playing in the 1K. So
yeah, and they're quiet.
Yeah.
My gosh, these Worlds players, it's like
all buttoned up.
They are even casual conversation. I'm like, haha, that deck's good, right? It's good, right? And they're like, no, you can't even tempt me. But it is fun that winner said that they were roommates with, I believe he said, oh my gosh, but he's a world-class card player, and I just forgot his name. Do you remember which? It's not Kurt. It's either way, the fact that there's greatness sparse across the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember who said for word. It wasn't Jonathan.
No. If I heard it,
there we go.
but
Chat knows.
or the chat, everybody name every world-class card player, and I'll tell you when it's right. It's not DKP. So
yeah, we
not
remember
Kendall.
that name.
But yeah.
I mean, if you're anywhere else in the world and you want to play in Lorcana events, take a look at the chat because people are shouting out other tournaments. Double scaling the 1Ks in Omaha next weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's me. That's me and you. Yeah. Yeah. I'm doing a tournament next weekend. My goodness. But yeah, there's a tournament next weekend, double 1K. So that's and talking about Worlds player. There's a guy named Wonderland. You heard of him? So
he's in the chat.
Yeah. So if you wonder who will be there, wonder no more. And then we also have the Vegas, Bad Vegas is another Nebraska person who I believe played in Worlds in day 2 qualified. Nebraska has a lot of sneaky good players. They're very chill. They're not braggadocious. They're not out here bragging. They're just good, and then they go home and out the fields. I don't know. What are they doing in Nebraska? But
playing Lorcana. And
yeah, they're playing Lorcana. They're like,
playing
listen,
Lorcana well, apparently.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me before we go too much longer here, I'm going to double check what the plan is here. Well, it looks like unfortunately everybody I want to talk to is all stuck playing tournaments. So I'm going to go take a look and see how things are going on out there. Katie,
question for you is
yes.
Well, I have a question for you. I mean, tomorrow is tomorrow a Let's Talk Lorcana, or is that a Tuesday event? Tell me, because that's always very exciting.
That's true. Yes, we will be. As of right now, we will be going live tomorrow. I'm hoping to snag a couple players from this tournament.
Yeah, that's the good news. Is you have a second chance for some of these conversations. If you don't get them, just say, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow night?"
That is true. One of the people I talked to apparently has like a 16-hour drive, though, as you heard. So we'll see if that works out. But hopefully we'll have somebody from the tournament there tomorrow, and hope to see everyone there. Thanks for asking. I try not to move it off Monday nights too much, but
I know, but it's so hard because you are traveling and you have to you're at the whims of the American airline world. So luck to you out there,
sleeping on the floor of airports. With that, Katie, any closing thoughts on? I mean, you got to watch pretty much everything this weekend. If you weren't commentating on it, any closing thoughts on and who we saw, what we saw, and where Lorcana is headed this set?
I mean, I think it is. The field is it's a healthy meta still. I think that's the good news, is that people are still bringing their pet decks, they're bringing adventurous decks. So I think if you didn't like the results of this tournament, there's probably room to finagle. I don't think there's any deck I saw where I was like, oh no, it's that deck. There's no way anybody can beat it. So it is very exciting to see that in an early meta tournament that, hey, field's open. It's up to you to tech around it. And I'm excited to see the next big tournament to see how people react to it, which you can find on my Twitch. Next weekend, there'll be a double 1K from Omaha, Nebraska. Everybody, it's in the middle of the country, in the middle of the action. So more to come. I'll post more about Twitter. On the medias. You'll see it. I'll be blasting everywhere. The Lore Keeper's in. If you're not following me, do it. That's my response. And then Liam, do you have anything you want to shout out, or are you ready to go say hey and walk around and be free from your table jail?
Free from Merlin's carpet bag here, although it looks a lot less.
It is nice. They really zhuzhed it up. It turns out if you tape a rose to the wall, they're like, okay, we'll put some.
Yeah, we'll put something in front of it. We can't have that up there. I didn't let them take it down.
It's true. That's forever.
It's back there. To close, I appreciate what you said. It does feel like every weekend now there's a store somewhere sponsoring a tournament so people can play Lorcana. And I think if you look, you can probably find that tournament streaming somewhere each and every weekend. So sometimes it's Charlie's, sometimes it's Omaha, Nebraska. So I'm excited to see that. That'll be kind of our last hurrah before going into Worlds, which I'm super excited for. There's going to be, fantastic Lorcana, multiple announcements, and it's just going to be a good time. So hope to see everybody there. I loved being at my very first Charlie's. Thanks so much to Charlie's Collectible Show for not only having me and the rest of the 20 Lore Pro team here, bringing in some amazing commentators, but taking the time and financial risk to host this event, to bring all these amazing players together so we can watch some incredible Lorcana. If you haven't come to a Charlie's Collectible show before, and you're a Lorcana fan or a fan of any other TCG, you should come to one of their tournaments. The venue is amazing, the people are amazing, and it's just a lot of fun. So I have been here just once now, but I hope I can come back to a future event. Also, thank you to the production team at 20 Lore Pro for putting on an amazing event. You all see us on camera. You don't see the 5-6 people scurrying around, connecting cables and making sure everything's running smoothly. It's a lot of work. It's early mornings and it's late nights dealing with equipment and all that. So a lot goes into this. So thank you to them. Thank you to all the players for coming out and playing and making this event incredible and giving us an amazing show. And most of all, as always, thank you all who are still with us right now watching, viewing this stream. If you hung out this long, it means you really love Lorcana. We appreciate you. These streams don't happen. These tournaments don't happen without viewers like you, people who are interested in Lorcana, watching and enjoying it. So thank you all. With that, I will see you all maybe next weekend, maybe the weekend after, but I'll see you all on stream, and have a great day. Happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there.
Yeah.